and his team who've put together um, what I think are the best materials I've seen in the few years I've been involved with this committee, which are succinct and understandable. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions, and we'll start digging right into it. But the first thing we're going to start off with is with a executive session. And for those of you who are not uh, who are here for the public session, we anticipate that will only last about 30 minutes, and then we should be back to a public session when we'll begin with the Ryan reviewing the overall budget. So could I please have a motion for the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee of the Board of Trustees?
Sorry, Roger, I'm sorry, I need to take roll call first.
I apologize. Thank you. Could you please, Beth, call the roll?
Yes, trustee Cates,
Here.
trustee McMahon,
Here.
trustee Kane,
Here.
trustee Flood,
Here.
trustee Riley,
Here.
trustee Mishu.
Here.
I'm just not sure, is trustee Eames here? Okay, thank you.
And I also see that we have trustee Landry, trustee Alexander, who are trustees, not technically part of the FFT committee, but we're very glad you're here. Am I missing anybody? Okay, good. Then if you could call, is there such a motion for executive session?
So moved.
I apologize. We're starting off slowly here. I've got to read the text of the proposed motion. Could I have a motion for the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee of the Board of Trustees to go into executive session under the provisions of 1 MRSA Section 4056A to discuss the evaluation of personnel and the consideration and discussion of appointments, evaluations, employment, and duties, and 1 MRSA Section 4056C to discuss the condition, acquisition, or disposition of real property or economic development if premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive or bargaining position of the UMS. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Mishu and seconded by
Me. Trustee Kane.
seconded by trustee Kane. Thank you very much. Now, Beth, if you could take a roll call.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Flood,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Mishu.
Yes.
The motion carries. I will move you into executive session. One moment.
what are we doing? And I'm really happy to see that we are fully embracing it now everywhere. I think it's great, and I know there's a lot of analytics behind it as well. So great job.
Thanks, Cindy. Barbara?
So what is going to happen?
Okay, we are back. Thanks for the patience of those of you who are waiting for us to get out of executive session. And welcome to everybody. And I apologize, but I forgot to earlier welcome our one of our faculty reps, Clyde Mitchell, who's with us. Hi, Clyde. Good morning. So we're going to begin this morning with an overall view of the entire system budget by Vice Chancellor Lowe. For those of you who have the materials, these are at tab 1 of the materials, which are on Diligent. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm excited to get started this morning. I would just remind all of my colleagues, I know some of them are on YouTube waiting for their chance, just as people come in and out, if everyone could just remember to stay on Zoom when you're not speaking, because when we get to the end of these presentations, we're going to have 6 or 7 people coming off and 6 or 7 more coming on. And so we want to be able to keep the flow going. So just ask folks to do that. So let me start by sharing. Excuse me, Mr. Chair, just need 1 second to bring up my presentation. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. Excited to be here presenting the 2025 operating budget for the system. Want to note up front, certainly a lot of work has gone into these presentations to get us to this point. So I want to start by thanking the presidents and the CBOs, the leadership team at each of the campuses for all of the work that they have done so far. I want to thank the campus community for all of their inputs at the individual campuses. I'm a firm believer that these budgets get better the more impact and feedback that we get. I can assure you that the budgets that you're going to see today are better than the initial presentations that we did in February. They're better than the first drafts that most of our campuses had in November and December, and I'm confident that this budget will be better by the time we make it through this full process. Also want to thank the Vice Chancellors, Jeff, Carolyn, and Joan, who are just a great sounding board as we work through these budgets and tackle difficult issues. I want to thank the Chancellor for his leadership through this process. And then most of all, I want to thank Miriam White, who is on the Zoom this morning, who really pulls all of this information from the various campuses together into something that actually makes sense. And then most of all, for all of these presentations, I think Angela in my office, who is just remarkable in all of the work that she does to get us to this point. So with that, talk a little bit about the budget schedule that we use. Again, as most of you know, this is a year-long process. Starts in July, works us all the way through the board's approval in late May. I won't go through all of the pieces here, but let me just talk about where we are in this process and what's coming up next. We're at the first reading here in March. We'll have a work session on this budget on April 17th. We'll be back again for this committee, looking for hopefully an affirmative vote at your May 8th meeting. And then ideally we'd be back in front of the trustees in late May, looking for system-wide approval of our budget. Talk about some of the pressures that we had in this budget. I noted this one, it almost feels like it's a negative, this lack of growth in credit hour generation. And we note that because at the end of the day, if you look at the numbers, credit hours are flat from 24 rolling into 25. So that feels like a negative when costs are increasing. If you've participated in these presentations in any of the last dozen or so years, you would see that again as progress. I've presented plenty of these presentations in the past where you'll find me celebrating 3 and 4% declines in enrollment because it's beating the so-called trend. And so while I acknowledge that's a budget pressure, I also want to acknowledge that it's an area where we've seen progress. We do have on-campus residence continues to impact the auxiliary side of our budget. You're going to see that today. We've got at least 3 campuses forecasting auxiliary deficits. And so that continues to be a challenge, as noted here, especially at some of our smaller campuses. And then labor shortages and the financial pressures to attract and retain employees. It creates significant recruitment challenges. If there's a positive side, and it's hard to call it a positive side, it also does produce budget savings. And so you'll see some of those in here as well. All things being equal, we'd rather have a full labor force, but it does provide some opportunity to mitigate some of the budget deficits that we've had. So again, as I've talked about before, there are budget assumptions that we're going to have at the system level and that we're going to want consistent in all the presentations that you're going to see today. And that includes some of these topics that you'll see on this slide. So in-state undergraduate tuition is recommended at 3% across the board. You'll see that both in my presentation and in the campus presentations that will follow. Happy to report this budget does include a 4.3% increase in state appropriation. Incredibly grateful for the governor and the legislature's support for that. So that rolls out to the campuses through the recommendations as part of the allocation model. Compensation and benefits, again, are consistent across all the campuses that you're going to see today. We've factored in a 3% increase in compensation, and we're certainly happy to report a drop in the benefit rate for the 2025 budget as well. We try to align most of our recommendations for increases around CPI. Typically, that has been over the last couple of years, it's been super high. It's forecasted something closer to 3% in 2025, and so that's why you see that recommendation when we talk about tuition increases. And then capital expenditures, we do ask each of the campuses to increase the amount of their capital expenditure investment by at least 5% over the previous budget. And you'll see that reflected in the budgets. Actually ended up coming in at about 5.5%. As you would expect, there are campus specifics budget assumptions, the biggest one of those being enrollment. So we do enrollment predictions at the system level. We give those to the campuses, and then the campuses have an opportunity to present an argument on why their numbers should be different. What are the facts that lead them to think that they're going to get more students? And that'll be a part of the presentations you see today. As I mentioned this morning, we do allow campuses to make individual decisions on out-of-state tuition, despite the fact most of them fall in that 3% range. And then campuses make their own individual decisions on financial aid, and you'll see that reflected a little bit later as well. If I go through the budget overview, again, I'll just hit on a few of these points. As I said, FY25 budgeted credit hours are basically flat. They're slightly above last year's budgeted numbers, slightly below the 24 actuals. Occupancy rate is climbing across the system, but it continues to present challenges at some of our smaller campuses post-COVID. As I mentioned, appropriation is up 4.3%, translates to about a $10 million increase in fiscal year 25. Unrestricted capital investments are up by 1.7 million in this budget. Again, 5.5% over what we had in the 24 budget. And the piece that I really wanted to emphasize is for the first time since 2014, these campus budgets are balanced without the use of system budget stabilizations funds for the first time in more than a decade. It's not, I don't want to suggest that we don't have challenges still. It'd be great if we were using less one-time money, more ongoing. But at the end of the day, super proud of the fact that we were able to put this budget together without system budget stabilization funds. I'll also note that we are budgeting modest operating surpluses at Presque Isle, at Augusta. We have balanced budgets at Fort Kent and USM. We have the University of Maine progressing on its 3-year plan to get back to balancing revenues and expenses. And UMF is submitting its first balanced budget without reserves in more than a decade as well. So I don't want to suggest that we don't have challenges, but the campuses have really stepped up and presented what I think are some really strong budgets. FY25, my screen is flickering. FY25 budget overview. So again, you're going to see these in individual numbers that you're going to hear in campus presentations. But let me just quickly note here. I'll go through campus by campus. So as I noted, the University of Maine last year presented what was a 3-year plan to get back to a fully balanced budget without using campus reserves. This is part 2 of that 3-year plan. So they're forecasting about a $4.8 million E&G deficit, a slight positive on the auxiliary side. They would transfer over campus reserves as part of the plan that they presented last year that gets them back to a balanced E&G budget. At UMA, and at Presque Isle, again, both campuses presenting really strong E&G budgets with $1.5 and $2.1 million surpluses, respectively. Both of them with modest auxiliary losses, both of them projecting operating surpluses. At Farmington and at USM, both those campuses are projecting modest E&G deficits offset by equally modest auxiliary deficit surpluses to get them back to a balanced budget. And at Fort Kent, again, just the opposite, about an $800,000 surplus on the E&G side, offsetting a surplus of or a deficit on the auxiliary side of the same amount. Finally, on the governance budget, it looks like it's running a deficit there of $500,000. The reality is that we had appropriation from the state last year that we're carrying over into 25. So if you look at 25 in isolation, it looks like we're running a deficit. In reality, we're using surplus funds from last year to balance this year's budget. That allows us to minimize any increase that we pass on to campuses. Budget Stabilization Fund, again, regularly updates you on the fund. The fund was established back in 2010. Money comes into the Budget Stabilization Fund through net investment income that exceeds budget. For 2024, we started the year with a balance of roughly $5 million. Trustees did approve a $500,000 transfer last year to Fort Kent. And so after we account for that, it brings the projected balance to $4.5 million. We'll update this number as we get closer to the end of the year and really kind of understand where temporary investment income is coming in at. I do want to acknowledge while I'm on this slide that if you went back and again looked at this same slide last year, you would have saw at that time we were also recommending a $260,000 transfer from Budget Stabilization Fund to Presque Isle as part of the 24 budget. Presque Isle came in after that and lowered their request from 260 down to 214. By the time we finished the fiscal year, or by the time we got into 2024, the campus came forward and said they did not need those budget stabilization funds anymore. So kudos to Ray and his team for the great budget work there. State appropriation, it's obviously a big piece of our budget. It's roughly 43% of our E&G budget. It's a larger number at some of our campuses. And so want to acknowledge the significant support that we have seen from state government. If you go back to 2018, which was the last budget, I believe, that Governor LePage put together that included a good increase, as well as the consistent increase that Governor Mills has recommended and the legislature has approved in nearly every year from 18 up through 25. It's about a 31% increase in state appropriation. That happened at a time when a lot of our peers around the country were seeing flat appropriations. And so we're incredibly grateful for these appropriations that flow through the allocation formula. You'll see at the top, again, this does not include MEIF and debt service appropriations. If you include those all in, we are getting about $280 million from state government, which is a significant increase, nearly $100 million increase from where we were back in 2016. So incredibly grateful for the support from the state. Despite that increased support, we are losing ground in appropriation when adjusted for inflation. You can see that kind of loss in buying power here year to year, going back to 2008. So let me get through some of the specific details that you're going to see reflected in campus presentations this afternoon. So as I noted, again, overall UMS credit hours are about flat from where they were. Again, slightly above last year's budget, slightly below last year's actuals. I think flat is really the theme of this chart. Flat overall growth, flat in-state growth, flat out-of-state growth. So certainly pleased about that. The big change that we've made, you'll see it reflected in the bottom right-hand side of this chart, is it's always a good thing when you need to adjust your charts or adjust your scale because something is throwing it off in a good way. And for us, it's been the explosive growth of the Your Pace program at Presque Isle. We had previously tended to reflect those students as even though it's a subscription-based services, we had kind of converted it over to credit hours, and that program has become so successful, and Ray and his team will talk about that later when you hear from them. But it's really caused us to readjust the scale, to really just kind of pull that out and track that on its own, because it is really throwing off in a positive way what the credit hour growth looked like. So I'll note again over on the right side, you'll see the growth in early college. It's largely leveled off. Again, that's a product of state appropriations not being able to keep up with the growth. So that's leveled off. And again, down in the bottom right, you'll see the growth in Your Pace subscriptions. Again, significant 1,000 plus increases in subscriptions from year to year. Residence hall occupancy, again, a couple of stories that you're going to see here. We're bouncing back from where we were during COVID. You can see our occupancy rate is up about 27% from where we were in 2021. Overall occupancy, or excuse me, overall capacity, you can see is coming down slightly. That is mostly a reflection of increased singles. And so we've talked about our plans around residence halls. We're making significant investments across the system thanks to a targeted appropriation, debt service appropriation from the governor and the legislature. So we're happy to see that adjustment. The occupancy rates, again, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, vary significantly between the campuses, tend to be a little bit lower at our smaller campuses, a little bit larger at our bigger and more residential campuses. Talk a little bit here about the recommended tuition rates in the 2025 budget. Again, as I noted, roughly a 3% increase in in-state recommendations. We do always keep our tuition rates to the dollar. So it's why you see sometimes the rate will be 2.9% and sometimes it will be 3.1%, but generally recommending a 3% in-state undergraduate rate. As I mentioned, we give campuses all the flexibility they need on the out-of-state side, although they've largely come in that same range between 2.9 and 3.6. And you can see the out-of-state and in-state graduate rates on the far right. Talk just a little bit here about differential tuition. So differential tuition is something that we've had in the system for a while. You know, at its core, it's simply aligning the costs of education more closely with the actual expense of delivering some of these specialized programs. It ensures that we have the resources that are necessary without overburdening other academic units. And so we have a process for differential tuition approval. Those can go through the chancellor. We've also brought those forward as part of the budget presentation. Again, total transparency, want you to see them kind of all in one place. But the concept, again, a lot of these have already been placed. The concept is making sure that you can cover the costs of some of these high cost programs. So you'll see all of the differential tuition proposals from the campuses in one place on slides 13 and 14. And certainly want to thank Jeff St. John for his efforts in helping us kind of pull all these together in one place. As part of the budget approval process, you not only approve room and board and tuition, but you also approve fee increases. This slide, maybe 5 years ago, would have been 6 or 7 pages long because of all the fees we've had. Over the last few years, we've tended to collapse those down, especially true at the University of Maine. So what you see here are mandatory fees across the system. They tend to be in a couple of buckets, either the unified fee or a student activity fee, typically driven by students, as you would expect, as well as a technology fee on most of our campuses. These are the FY25 recommended room and board rates. Again, you're going to see these in individual campus presentations today, this morning, and this afternoon. Campuses will talk about these in a little bit more detail. They tend to be in the 3 to 6% range. The ones that are higher generally are part of a multi-year effort to get rates more in line with what peers are, more in line with what we're seeing for actual expenses. The rates that you see here are the plans and the room types that have the greatest number of students in them. There are, as you would imagine, there are different rates for singles and for apartments and those type of things, but these represent the most common room rates and board rates on individual campuses. And then we had this request from the committee last year, and that is let's see in one spot, you know, the impact of tuition, fees, room and board, kind of that total, almost that total cost of attendance. And so you can see that again by in-state Canadian, by out-of-state, and by the NEBI rate, both for undergraduate and grad, as well as the law school. As you can see here, the rates tend to fall in the 4 to 5% range for in-state undergraduates. 2023 to 2024 average annual tuition growth rates. So this looks at tuition increases over the last 5 years compared to inflation. So what you'll see here is that when adjusted for inflation over the last 5 years, tuition is actually down by about 6%. The interesting thing about this chart, if you've if you've been on the board for a long time, is that Maine was really the trendsetter here. When we first started tracking this, there were only 1 or 2 schools that were down here below the line that were seeing students were actually seeing a net adjusted for inflation reduction in their tuition and fees. Other campuses, other systems across the country have gone through that that course correction or that price of correction over the last few years. So we tend to be closer to the average now. For our last couple of years, we've included our in-state tuition both as a percentage of per capita income as well as Maine household income. And those have, as you can see here, a pretty steady decrease going out through 2022. Again, this data lags a couple of years. So this is 2022. We froze tuition in the next year after this one as well. So I expect next year you'll see this slide down even a little bit more as the data catches up with our actual budget. This slide reflects budgeted attrition. So this also was a request from the committee last year. We know we're going to end up with attrition savings. And so for folks that aren't as familiar with all of our terminology, attrition is really just reflecting, known retirements, known vacancies, and you really just estimate salary savings. So imagine you've got a big budget. You've got a budget that has a compensation benefit of $1 million. You're fully staffed. Attrition simply recognizes by the time you get to the end of the fiscal year, you will have likely had people who've left your workforce. You'll have to rehire someone. You'll accumulate savings during that window. That window gets bigger and bigger. It feels like every year as it becomes more difficult to attract employees. And so what you see here is campuses looking at the historical value of attrition throughout the year and making recommendations on that. And so what you see here is this budget includes about $10 million in attrition savings. We've also made it a significant priority to continue investing E&G and auxiliary dollars in our facilities. You see that in this slide right here. As I mentioned early in the presentation, total investment is up 5.5% or $1.7 million. The E&G and auxiliary budget capital investment in this budget is $20.4 million. We're funding about 67% of the total depreciation expense. What I'll note here, and this has really been the biggest change that we've seen in this area, is if you go back and look at historical data, one of the biggest challenges we had was we would show up here and tell you all of the great things that we're doing, budgeting for capital and E&G and auxiliary. And then when we got into the actual budget year and we ran into problems, this was the first place where we went to cut back. And so we were running short by $1 million. Where can we find that money? Hey, let's go in and we won't do that capital project. And so if you look at the historical data, we were budgeting as much as 25 million, but only spending 15 million in some years. For the 4 budget years prior to 2023, on average, the difference between what we budgeted and what we actually spent was about $3 million a year. In 2023, we changed our policy and said, if you budget something in capital, whether it's E&G or auxiliary, you need to spend that money in capital without some special exception that we bring forward to the board. If you don't spend it in the current fiscal year, that's okay. We'll just roll it into a capital reserve and we'll handle it in a future year. So 2023 was the first year we did that. And the amount that we budgeted, the amount that you see here, was exactly what we ended up spending at the end of the fiscal year. That's where we ultimately want to end up. So I got about 3 slides left, and I'm doing pretty well with time. So let me roll through these 3 and then should have a few minutes left for any questions. So this represents right here the proposed operating budget, the proposed E&G budget for 2025. So let me just make a couple of observations. If you haven't had a chance to sit through these budget presentations, sometimes you'll see these huge increases over on the right side, these 30% adjustments, and something else went up by 26, and you see something there that went up by 982%. A lot of these are they're a combination of things. Some of them is, as we grow out of the shadow of COVID, travel expenditures have been consistently going up the last couple of years. They're not going up substantially. While technically they're going up by 14%, that's really a reflection of a really low baseline that we established in 22 and 23, and then we've slowly started to tick back up. These budgeted numbers in 25 in a lot of cases are still smaller than they were, say, in 2019. The other thing that you see when you roll up numbers like this is, often a lot of these large percentages are driven by something that is going on, a significant budget change at Orono or at USM. And at the end of the day, this budget right here is a reflection of six institutions and the law school. But 80% of it is Orono and USM. And so it's just a number thing. If they make a big change, if they have a $2 million transfer, it's going to drive up some of these huge increases that you see. We just, again, highlight a couple things. So total revenues up 4.7%, expenses up 3.4%. We like that. I've presented very few budgets to the trustees where revenues were growing faster than expenses. That's a new kind of territory for me. If you look down here at the bottom, this is the most important number, which is showing us collectively with a E&G budget with a net positive of 3.8 million compared to where we were last year. That's a significant improvements in performance. Total compensation, again, 71% of our expense budget. Over on the auxiliary side, a little bit opposite. So again, revenues are growing by 8.1%, but expenses are growing by 10. That is the challenge that we have on the auxiliary side. So you'll see collectively, the campuses are budgeting about an $873,000 deficit on the E&G side. So again, take the 3.8 less the roughly $873,000 deficit there, and it gives us an overall operating surplus of a little less than 2.9 million. Overall operating budget about 63% compensation, 37% non-compensation. Just about evenly split between state appropriation and net tuition fees and revenues. So with that, Mr. Chair, that is the highlights of our 2025 operating budget. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, as you know, if you peeked ahead at the agenda, you'll have campus after campus filling in details for the afternoon and this morning.
Ryan, thanks very much, and thanks to you and whoever else participated in the preparation of these materials. They're really visually very welcoming. It's a lot of information contained in them in a very understandable way. So thank you. I'm sure there'll be some questions from the group. Let me lead off with what on page 25 of our materials, which I guess is, hold on just 1 second, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, page 25 of our materials, page 22 of your slide deck. Under total revenue, the last item is transfers other. And that's gone from 500,000 to 5 million. Could you detail what that's for?
Yeah, so transfers other includes things like strategic investments. So any kind of strategic investment that we make that is a part of this particular budget shows up in this line. So a little bit, you won't see it today, but when I show up in April and we talk more about the system budget and the shared service budget, you're going to see, for instance, a proposal to invest $1 million system-wide in libraries. And Vice Chancellor St. John could talk about that in more detail. But for instance, that $1 million appears in that line. Other strategic investments that we'll detail show up in that line as well. So basically, it's not that the $5 million is an anomaly if you look at a 10-year history, but compared to where the budget was last year to this year, we weren't making as many strategic investments. So thus the 982% increase.
Great, thanks. Trustee McMahon.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. Actually, on the same page, I had this question marked. Ryan, first two lines, we see an increase in tuition of 18.6 million tuition revenue and an increase in waivers of about 9 million. So that's about 50% of the increase is being given back compared to less than 30% for the overall. Can you tell us why it is that at the margin we're doing 50% discounting?
Yeah, so that number is, I'm going to ask Miriam to help me out if I go sideways here, but the actual amount of tuition waivers and scholarships, if you think about it from a student perspective, isn't really going up by 9 million. Some of that number, so again, these are all comparing 24 to 2025. So in 2024, a number of our campuses, and especially, again, the two large campuses, came forward with budget proposals that shifted E&G tuition and waiver dollars, saved money there, but strategically used other funds. So maybe scholarship dollars from the foundation or something along those lines. So they lowered their E&G amount and increased the amount that was coming from maybe donor funds. And so when they started back up the 25 budget, they didn't have that same amount of donor funds that were available. So the base for tuition waivers and scholarships actually went up a little bit at each of the campuses. And then there is an increase in tuition waivers and scholarships on top of that. So the actual difference is less. I'm not sure what the split is, but Miriam and I had the conversation about that, and certainly that's information I can get the committee for the work session.
Ryan, if I could just also add to clarify that, we mentioned earlier about the dependent tuition waivers that were no longer in the benefit rate. So those dependent tuition waivers, which I think is about 1.5, 1.7 million, they now show up in that financial aid line. So it's not new financial aid, it's just shown differently on our financial statements than in the past.
Thanks, that's
Well,
helpful.
great.
Yeah, that's helpful to know.
Thank you. It is very helpful to know. Thank you.
Thanks. Do we know, I understand that change. Do we know how much more tuition, scholarships, waivers we are actually giving this year compared with last year? Because that does help obviously offset the increased cost of tuition.
Right. I think I do not have that number right now, but definitely something we could do for the workshop.
Great, thank you. That would be helpful. Other questions? We've got plenty of time. Other questions or comments? Yes, Pat. Trustee Flood.
Thank you. I was just wondering, like the depreciation is increased to about $6 million for next year. Could you just, what is that reflective of? Is that something that you can speak to relatively quickly and generally, or is that something we have to dig into the weeds a little more on? That was my question.
Yeah, we can do both. We'll certainly make this a topic that we can explore a little bit more detail at your April meeting. But generally, the expense goes up when we bring new buildings online. So massive amount of capital expenditures going on. We brought online the two facilities in Portland. I think the Furlan Engineering Center is on for the first time in this budget. So you bring more of those on, the overall depreciation need rises.
And I was hoping that was the answer. So thank you. And those are real nice buildings.
Thanks. Trustee Landry.
Thank you, Roger. And this doesn't need to be an answer right now. And if I dig more into this, Ryan, I may understand it more. But my question has to do with the system budget and then the shared services aspect of that, and whether shared services, I should assume that the shared services are embedded. And I may get my answer as I listen to each campus, so I may be ahead of the game here, that the shared services budget is embedded in the overall expenses for the individual campuses. If that's true, then is there a way for us to see that separately and understand how each campus, how that allocation goes to each campus? I may be way ahead. This may be a work session question. So no need to get in right now if this isn't the appropriate time.
No, it's a great question. It was my last note for the executive session, was a final reminder that for the system office and for shared services, we will bring both of those to the April meeting. I'll do a detailed presentation on both of them. I will say big picture, Chancellor's office, the board office, and shared services, all three of them are down from 25, down collectively over $1 million from where they were in 24. But I know it's an area, what we found is an area where folks have a lot of questions. And so if I brought them up at this meeting, then I ended up talking for like 2 hours. So at the chair's request last year, we moved it to the April meeting where we could focus on it. Folks could ask as many questions as they wanted. So I will go over all that detail, including the shared service detail, at your April meeting. Although, as you correctly said, you'll see pieces of it in the campus expense budgets today.
All right. Thank you, Ryan.
And Valerie will also be reviewing the our own board budget as part of that at the April meeting as well. Trustee Alexander.
Thank you. Ryan, could you identify for us the top 3 or 4 assumptions in the revenue and expense side of this budget that are the high risk factors? In other words, what if this assumption is wrong? Because some of these assumptions reflect outside or external matters. Some of them may be internal, but I think that it would be helpful for me to know where things might happen that would throw this off kilter. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a fabulous question. I know we're at time. So if the chair is okay, what I would do is, I know you'll be back in executive session at the end of the day to process everything that you heard today. I'm happy to take that as the first question. It'll give me a couple of minutes to reflect on it throughout the day, and then I could start off this afternoon with answering that question, because I do think it's a good one.
Okay, any other questions before we move on? Then we'll move on, and the first campus presentation will come from President Hedin and her team from the University of Maine at Fort Kent. Those materials are contained at tab 2. And the spreadsheet details of the University of Maine Fort Kent budget, for those of you who want to follow along with that, I believe are at page 66 of our packet, the actual long spreadsheets. So if you want to have those handy as well, that might be good. President Hedin, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Well, we are very pleased to be here this morning, and joining me today are Pam Ashby, Chief Business Officer, and Heidi Carter, Executive Director of Marketing and Brand Management. Each year, we identify a number of projects that will directly impact student recruitment and retention efforts. Our highest priority continues to be student enrollment. Today, we plan to share specific qualitative examples with you that illustrate the quantitative measures. We take great pride in telling our story, and we are pleased to share it with you today. Our accomplishments in FY24 and our priorities for FY25 are organized within these 6 focus areas. During campus development days last May and August, we aligned the UMS strategic plan and NETCHI standards with the UMFK strategic plan 2023 to 2028. The 6 focus areas are: Focus Area 1, Strategic Enrollment Management. Focus Area 2, Culture of Assessment. Focus Area 3, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion in the context of a respectful, safe, and healthy learning and working environment. Focus Area 4, Viable, Career-Focused Academic Programs. Focus Area 5, Opportunities for Research, Scholarship, and Creativity. Focus Area 6, Continue to grow university's relationship with the community. Some highlights from the FY24 accomplishments: the Light the Field dedication of the Michael Simon Soccer Field, the Nursing Immersion Simulation Center and Nursing Multidisciplinary Training Center, and a FY24 $1.4 million budget deficit balanced for FY25. We have established campus plans to address the 3 initiatives within UMS Transforms: student success and retention. We currently have 5 research learning experience courses. 3 gateways to success courses have incorporated learning assistance and improved instructional delivery of course materials. UMFK has developed the Bangle Executive Program, which includes professional development, career boot camp, conference, and internships to meet the expectations of pathways to careers. We appreciate the support of the Criminal Justice name change from Rural Public Safety Administration in order to recruit students to that program. When we aligned the UMFK strategic plan with the UMS strategic plan, it was evident that research and scholarly work was not in our current plan. We have added Focus Area 5 to address research. The Acadian Archives does exceptional work in providing educational opportunities to others. Pam Ashby will now review the budget.
Thank you, President Hadeen. Each budget that any campus submits is comprised of thousands of lines, each one increasing or decreasing each year based on hundreds of differing factors. If, however, I was asked to reduce the differences between the UMFK FY24 budget and the FY25 proposed budget to just 3 drivers, 2 of the drivers would be in revenues. Tuition and fee revenue, highlighted in green, is increasing by $808,000 based on 2 drivers. Credit hour increases, which we'll discuss in a few minutes, create $568,000 of revenue, and a 3% increase to most tuition group rates create an additional $216,000. Please note the gold star at the bottom. Total revenue is expected to increase by $1,041,000 or 6.8%. This year, the star of the show in expenses is a reduction of professional services driven by eliminating $357,000 of commission payments to academic partnerships. Please note the gold star at the bottom. Total operating expenses and transfers are expected to decrease by $242,000 or 1.4%. After combining the revenues and the expenses and adjusting expenditures, our FY25 budget is balanced. This is an improvement of $1.4 million. To break down the operating budget into a summary of E&G versus auxiliary, you can see in the gold circles at the top, net student revenues of each is increasing. In the circle at the bottom left, E&G has made the turn from a deficit in FY24 to a surplus in FY25. In the circle at the bottom right, auxiliary is still in a very bad place, and we need more on-campus students, and we will discuss that further. But please note that the deficit is improving slightly. This is important because just like it did with credit hour generation, the downward spiral must level before the trend starts to go back up. This bottom line indicates the downward spiral has leveled. We saw that one of the major drivers of change to tuition and fee revenue is enrollment. So let's take a closer look at that. In green is the system model of FY25 credit generation based on IR trend analysis. Last year, we challenged the incoming headcount of new students in the in-state and out-of-state tuition groups. This year, we have been running the very same analysis of admissions data. The admissions data supports this year's model of another solid incoming class. Beginning in the fall, we are very pleased to have a brand new doctorate of nursing practice. To capture the recognition of at least a placeholder amount of credit hours for this new program, we have added 5 students taking 6 credit hours per semester. So if you look at the gold circles at the bottom, you will see our campus projections are just 60 credit hours more than the system model to accommodate this new program. So let's compare this to prior years. We are again very pleased that for the second year in a row, our credit hours have not only leveled, but are realizing an increase. The orange is in-state credit hours, the yellow out-of-state, the green RN to BSN, the red on the top of the 3 columns on the far right is our nursing graduate programs. The system model indicates another decrease in in-state students. As you will hear later, our admissions team is working hard to prove them wrong about that. But this budget is following the system model. The system predicts out-of-state credit hours rebounding to last year's level. The big story is in our nursing programs for RN to BSN and for MSN, which both continue to grow. Total credit hours are expected to be up from 15,330 to 16,343. That's a 7% increase. The components of change from FY24 to FY25 are all exactly the same as the system predictive model, with the exception of the additional 60 credit hours for the new DNP program. On the right is an interesting visual based on the recent fall census data from our registrar. This pie chart depicts the credit hours generated by these categories of our academic programs: online programs, Fort Kent campus-based programs, and the UMFK nursing program located on the UMPI campus. This pie of programs shows us that degree-seeking students enrolled in Fort Kent campus-based programs generated only 60% of total degree-seeking credit hours. Degree-seeking students enrolled in online programs generated 33%, and that is projected to grow in FY25. Our online presence is becoming solid. Let's turn our attention to campus-based programs and students. It would be easy to assume that the residence hall occupancy headcount approximates the campus-based headcount, but in fact, at fall census, there were 321 students in Fort Kent campus-based programs. It would also be easy to assume that most of these are students who, if they didn't attend Fort Kent, would attend another University of Maine system campus. But in fact, only 60% of our campus-based students are from Maine. The pie at the top shows us 21% of our campus-based students are from out of state and 19% are international students. Of the 21% from out of state, the pie on the left shows how many other states are represented on our campus. 23 other states. of the 19% from other countries, the pie on the right shows how many other countries are represented physically on our campus. 25 other countries. UMFK is really a beautiful kaleidoscope of people. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Heidi.
Thank you, Pam. As Pam just illustrated in the last slide, our international and our out-of-state student populations are important to the overall enrollment of our university. In previous years, our staffing hasn't allowed us to have the reach we would have liked to continue building these populations while maintaining and growing our in-state coverage. One of the things I'm really excited to share today is that in the summer of 23, we were able to make some really good hires so that we would be able to return to territory assignments, which we were also able to implement into our Salesforce CRM, which is also our communication plan software. This has allowed us to build better relationships with our prospective students and provide them with better communications moving forward. The addition of a new director of admissions in January has allowed us to have the direction that this group needs to continue building great strategies for our team moving forward. So I'm really excited about this. It's been a real game changer for UMFK. Some of the marketing highlights that we've experienced over this past year include new testimonial videos. I discussed that with this group last year of how I wanted to have that happen. We were able to make it happen. And this first person account from our students really helps us build that story for UMFK. And they've become really nice showpieces for us in communicating with prospective students and our community members. Those videos include a 3-minute video, which is a more detailed video, 30-second ads that we're able to run on broadcast media and streaming television, and some shorter videos that we are able to utilize on social media. We've also implemented streaming audio advertising, which has provided us a reach of over 85,000 listeners. One thing that's really exciting about our solution is it's very rare that people will interact with an audio ad. And we do have a click-through rate, which is created because in addition to the audio ad, there's also a static ad that runs on the screen of those listeners. And we have learned that the audience that we're hoping to reach is actually clicking those ads and going in and interacting with our website. So it's been a really great addition to our overall plan and something we will continue in expanding our usage on. Our digital marketing is really the highlight of our outreach to prospective students, and we continue to fine-tune that every year. Last year, we had lowered our cost per lead to $31.10, which was down from $82 the previous year. And this year, we've been able to bring it down even further to $17.58. What's also exciting about this is while we've created a lower cost per lead, we've also added additional channels for our marketing, and we've been able to fine-tune our messaging to reach our students, and we're finding that the leads that we're getting are also higher quality. So we're very excited about that as well. Next slide. One of the big events of this past year was the termination of our AP contract. Academic Partnerships was we had a contract with them to recruit and market our RN to BSN program. So naturally, there were some concerns when the termination date was approaching. But I'm very happy to report that our spring incoming class is on par with previous years. Our total enrollment in this program is up by 36%, and our matriculations have reached an all-time new high of 20% over last year. If you look at the graph on the right, the black line is what we're indicating for this year. So this is very exciting for us. We continue to see a lot of these leads coming through for this really important program of our campus. Next slide. So our areas of focus moving forward, we want to expand what we're doing. When we look at the RN to BSN program, we know that program we do a lot of targeted marketing for our overall campus, But we've been able to see with the RN to BSN program that targeted program marketing is really important as well. And so we've begun evaluating our program pages and identifying specific ad placement opportunities by working with faculty to identify these opportunities. Our marketing plan is getting very close to being shared with our president so that we can get that finalized. This will help provide us structure and direction for all of our work moving forward. And like the other university campuses, we've participated in the University of Maine System Direct Admit program. We have 53 students that have currently direct admitted. These direct admissions come from the early college groups around the state. And that continues to grow, and we will continue obviously to participate in that. And our adult learners is also a focus area for us. We've been reviewing our articulation agreements with community colleges and business partners. And with this work, we've had 2 scholarship opportunities that have presented themselves, and that's a Finish Strong Scholarship, which is a collaboration between UMaine, University of Maine at Machias, and UMFK. And then at the same time, we've been able to also receive the University of Maine System Adult Learner Scholarship opportunities. And Pam and myself and the financial aid department got together and we made sure that those opportunities aligned to better serve the students. This is really important work so that we can continue to open up those pathways for adult learners and break down the barriers to their education. And Pam's going to talk to you more about our financial aid.
Thank you. Just to jump in, we've only got about, I think, 10 minutes left, and we do want to leave some time for questions as well. Thank you.
I don't know if that's, our agenda shows that we are presenting until 10:50.
Right, up to 20 minutes, excuse me.
Thank you.
That's right. And if you go a little bit over, that's fine. I just want to try to keep on track generally. Please go ahead.
This committee has seen and reviewed the tuition discount rate report and asked campuses to address discounting and scholarship structure. The tuition discount rate report pulls data based on various specific subsets of groups of students and revenues, calculated based on 2 different models. For the purposes of tying this discounting discussion to this budget, as well as being able to compare historically relative to prior year financial statements, this page discusses E&G funded scholarships, and not just various subsets, but all undergraduate students, excluding, of course, early college. Please note the historical information in the green box on the left. The green bars depict undergraduate tuition and mandatory fees for FY22 through FY25. The yellow bars depict E&G funded scholarships for these fiscal years. Please note that as revenues fluctuate, our scholarships adjust appropriately, demonstrating a controlled spend. As you look in the gold circle, you will see our overall discount rate remains consistent and steady. The gold arrow points to our FY25 budgeted E&G scholarship amount of $903,000. The very simple breakdown of these scholarships is on the right. The relatively small amount of different buckets, and thus a small amount of scholarship managers, results in efficiency and mitigates the risk of excessive overlap and over-awarding. There are purposeful guidelines for each scholarship, which ensures effectiveness in stretching our dollars to as many different student populations as possible. Another factor that keeps our scholarship spending in line is that when each new scholarship initiative is created, we actively discuss interdepartmentally how to best leverage the use of restricted scholarships, specifically the Maine State Racino funds, to alleviate E&G operating funds. Let's turn our attention now from E&G to auxiliary. Our budgeted average headcount of 113, which is 120 in fall and 107 in the spring, is still far from where it needs to be, but is moving in the right direction. We are not proposing to increase room and board rates at all in FY25. We're going to hold steady and make sure we stabilize headcounts. In addition to this occupancy headcount, we are housing 2 students for the Maine Law Rural Practice Clinic. And in the short wing of the lodge, which is an area separate from student housing, we have 4 suites that we are using for admissions visits. Housing is needed for interim employees from the registry, and 2 are currently generating rent as temporary housing for incoming employees. In Powell, which is currently offline from student occupancy, we are generating conferencing style usage for visiting student groups, teams, Thor students, and considering options for expanded revenue generation. A look at the yellow line at the bottom demonstrates the story consistent throughout this presentation. We need on-campus students. The yellow line represents our auxiliary reserve balance. It has been negative for many, many years and continues to drop. The better part of our story is the orange line, the E&G reserves, which since 2017 has been offsetting the auxiliary deficits and then some. In the chart at the top, I purposefully went back many years to depict the overall operating reserves, which is E&G and auxiliary combined, in historical context. We have all seen the chart of declining credit hours many times, but this chart looks at financial health from another angle. For years and years, UMFK operated with negative reserves. You can see the recuperation starting in FY17. Since FY20, we have had positive reserves. From this angle, UMFK is healthier than it has been for decades. Now that our incoming student headcounts are back on the rise, we just need to get through a 4-year cycle of these healthier incoming headcounts. For years, UMFK has been seeking efficiencies as a regular function of normal operations. The columns in the chart represent the total amount spent in compensation for adjuncts and overloads in FY22, 23, 24, and the budget for 25. The amounts at the top of the columns, the lighter yellow and the bits of other shades at the very top, are increases as a direct result of the RN-to-BSN, MSN, and DNP online growth programs being started by our existing faculty. We thank them for that. This conversation is regarding the gold at the bottom of the columns, all other academic programs. Much effort has gone into improving the 2-year course rotation, distributing courses across the week with minimal overlap, and eliminating classes with low enrollment. Annual compensation for adjuncts and overloads is now $438,000, less per year than in FY22. Also, as mentioned, we're leveraging the restricted Racino funds for scholarship initiatives. So far in FY24, we have spent $82,000 more out of this fund than we spent last year. This amount would otherwise be coming out of operating funds. We are constantly questioning and reviewing vacant positions. Comparing FY25 budget to FY20, we now have 7 fewer FTE. That's a 7% reduction of campus-funded budgeted positions. As detailed in our capital plan briefing to the FFT in October, in the last 5 years, we have reduced square footage by 4% and eliminated $2.5 million of asset reinvestment need. In addition to this progress made to date, and what I'll now call phase 1 of space reduction and renovation to replacement, highlighted in yellow is my proposal for a very small phase 2. We have a house adjacent to campus, which we used to use for temporary housing for employees. It has a renovation age of 72, an asset reinvestment need of $318,000 per Gordian, and a net asset value of only 16%. If you'll look at the photo on the upper right, you'll see we have a tiny greenhouse, which is a problematic second floor addition. By nature, the greenhouse leaks into the walls of the main building and down into the offices below, creating water damage as well as air quality issues. This Sear Hall, which is the recipient of all this damage, is the same Sear Hall which we are about to put $1 million into to address deferred maintenance. We really need to address this greenhouse first. UMFK will be proposing disposing of the house, removing the greenhouse, and replacing it with a modest but more reasonable 1,200 square foot greenhouse on the ground. We would still have a small square footage reduction, would resolve a lot of problems, and would have a much better starting point for tackling our deferred maintenance issues in Sear Hall. You will see in the FY25 operating budget capital expenditures of $489,000. Considering recent nationwide events and events even in our own state, There is a concern for safety that is reaching both employees and students at a level we've never seen before. For safety, risk management, mental health, and retention purposes, it's time to put some capital dollars into campus safety and security. We also have roads and walkways in great disrepair. We need to start repaving them one section at a time. Also in the capital plan briefing, we outlined the major projects to come soon from other sources of funding: Fox Auditorium, Sear Hall, and Res Halls. All projects to fight deferred maintenance, all from sources of funding other than the operating budget. This particular slide from Gordon does not look great for UMFK in FY23. I'm here to assure you that we did spend the promised amount on capital expenditures. We were budgeted to spend $220,000. We spent $304,000. But as you see in the gold circle, this chart does not include infrastructure and non-facilities. We absolutely had to spend money on vehicles and a groundskeeping piece of equipment. We purchased $83,000 worth outright instead of incurring more debt, which speaks to fiscal sustainability. We also spent $75,000 in paving walkways and funded $187,000 in June for a propane boiler backup system, the majority of which was expended after the end of the fiscal year shown here. I also can assure you that the renovations for Fox Auditorium and Sear Hall will make this chart look better in upcoming years. UMFK's FY25 planning for facilities aligns with the financial sustainability actions of the strategic plan. We've discussed square footage reduction through the proposed removal of the house. We also proposed divesting of an 85-acre parcel of land in Harmony, seen in the photo here, which was donated in 1997. We also are just finishing a propane boiler backup system for the Sports Center and Lodge side of campus. This system responsibly speaks to both financial and structural sustainability by eliminating the use of fossil fuel for hot water, as well as eliminating the delivery and price volatility risks inherent to having only one heating source. For more discussion of how UMFK's plans tie into the strategic plan, I will now turn it back to President Hadeen.
Student success is at the core of our work. Due to our location, we have international and out-of-state students who do not have cars and need transportation to airports, Walmart, and weekend trips. We have also had difficulties at times finding bus drivers for athletic travel. The Lodge Residence Hall has AC on the first floor. At this time, we do not have a funding source for the $1 million renovation to add HVAC to the second and third floors. The Lodge has suite-style living spaces located in beautiful Fort Kent with outdoor adventure. We could increase campus revenue with hosting summer camps and conferences. The Doctor of Nursing Practice online program begins fall of 2024. Early college camps, summer 2024. Faculty have developed a research statement for the strategic plan. Expand fundraising efforts for special projects and initiatives. We would like to thank the faculty, staff, students, Board of Visitors, Foundation Board, and Alumni Board for their ongoing support and dedication to advancing the work at UMFK. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hadeen and your team, for an excellent presentation, well within time, and I apologize for unnecessarily rushing you. Questions from the group about the Fort Kent proposed budget? Yes, Trustee Landry.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you, President Hadeen, Pam, and Heidi. Really great presentation, and thank you for all the work you're doing. My question is sort of general one, but it has to do with how you balance the issue of not incurring additional expense through attrition and reinvesting in areas that you see as strategic and high growth over the longer term. And if you do that, how you do it, or is it if a position is vacant, you make a decision not to refill? How do you balance that equation? Is that question clear?
Pam, do you want to start on that, or do you want me to?
Well, I'll give you my interpretation, President Hadeen, and then you can add to it. Every time there's a vacancy, or if someone does a partial retirement, we sit down and we think, do we need that position? Is there another position that we need more? Can we revamp it? Can we switch it, share it, shift? We sit down with our HR partner to find out how things can be coordinated. So it is an ongoing battle, and it's difficult, and it is a decision that we just make with each vacancy as it comes up.
And so I'll ask the question more specifically. Are there positions that you have thought are strategic or important to your short or longer term growth that you are not filling because of the need to achieve efficiencies?
Mm-hmm. So I guess we probably won't identify specific positions right now in this conversation, but we always are strategic in our thinking. We always have a number of ideas and future plans in the queue. And so then as we have the opportunity, when funding sources are available, we're able to continue moving in that direction. We also can anticipate from attrition where we may in the future anticipate opportunities to then reallocate that work. So we're always paying attention to where our growth is in where the growth is in specific programs, and then anticipate aligning the resources with that need area.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks. Trustee Alexander.
I support Trustee Landry's congratulations on an excellent presentation. There was one slide that I was just astounded at and very interested in. It's called the Kaleidoscope of UMFK. I think it's page 89 in my PDF version of this agenda. And I don't know if other of our universities have a similar slide in their presentation, but I would strongly urge them to do so if possible. I just found that for that small university to serve so many students from so many international and national locations, I just found that absolutely astounding. It is a story that needs to be marketed for sure, and I'm sure you're trying to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee. Well said. Trustee Flood.
Thank you. Thank you, President Hadeen and everyone up there. My question was a pretty general one, just about your focus next year on transportation, and that certainly sounded like a unique kind of a different kind of a need. And my question was basically, what do you have now, President Hadeen, and what do you need?
In terms of transportation, is that your question?
Mm-hmm.
So I think what happened is during COVID, a lot of things just were stopped because of that. And we also have had transition in leadership on this campus. And as you can see from that kaleidoscope slide, as we continue to increase international and out-of-state students, we have to make sure we're thinking about the retention components to the recruitment. And so that's why that slide is there, because one other thing that's important to say there is each semester we have a student leadership dinner. And during that dinner, our students are very forthcoming with the next steps of our work at this university. And that's what they're saying is the need area. And so we plan to address that so that, of course, our students are happy and feeling successful and also have opportunities for the evenings and weekends.
I just was wondering what that looked like. Would that be like another bus or buses, or what kind of a
I see.
thing?
Thank you. Yeah, we have vehicles. It's creating the opportunity for the students, right? Creating the plans, having the staff to be able to assist us to make those opportunities happen for our students.
Thanks.
Thanks. And by the way, I see we've been joined by Trustee Moore. John, welcome this morning. Chair Riley.
Thank you. I echo the thanks for a great presentation. I would just point out for a sec the efficiency slide. We've asked each university to focus in on what has always been a part of their administration, to really look at ways they can save and find efficiencies. And I think it's a point for us throughout this discussion. Here we have the first balanced budget in a decade. We have articulation of the efforts to create efficiencies. And I think that makes the case more compelling for why we have to still increase tuition slightly to keep up with the cost of living. But I applaud the work to balance the budgets and to find ways to articulate the hard work that goes on to find efficiencies.
Thanks, Trish. Trustee McMahon.
This is a question for Heidi. What do you see as the market size for RN to BSN? I mean, if we're here in 10 years, are we going to see 1,000 students in that program? What's the market size that you realistically think you can capture?
Unfortunately, I don't have a number for you, but I can tell you, because our staff was so lean for so long, that we have just started really putting more concentrated efforts into out-of-state recruiting. We also have reciprocity agreements that extend into Canada, and we really want to get back into that market. So I think we have still a number of years of growth that we can expect from the program. One of the things that I'm really excited about when I showed you that slide is our Dean of Nursing had hoped for a cohort of 300 students, and we've already surpassed that this semester. So I think we're on the right track, and I think the opportunities are plenty for us to capture right now.
Thanks. Thank you. I've got a couple of short questions, if I can. First of all, with respect to your marketing budget, again, I'm looking at the actual budget document, which I think is actually page 64 of the materials we have. And I don't, unless I'm missing it, I don't see a line for marketing. So it must be included in one of the other lines. Can anyone tell us where that is and approximately how much the marketing budget is, unless I'm missing it?
So I believe it's in the Public Relations Department. And it's either under professional services or advertising. Historically, it's been around $80,000. And as we terminated our contract with academic partnerships, some of the savings from that, about $200,000 worth, we folded back into that. So we just recently, just now, starting for next year, or halfway through this year, you should see a $280,000 number.
Okay, for the next session, could you tell us what specific line of this budget it's included in and what the marketing budget is? You don't need to know today, but if we could get that information.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. And with respect to credit hours on page 87 and 88 of our materials anyway, there's the total credit hours. Could we get a breakdown of how many of those credit hours are AP, or what was formerly known as AP credit hours, as opposed to other credit hours? And also on page 88, with that great helpful pie chart, it talks about online programs being 33% of credit hours. I assume that's some of what was formerly known as AP and some other general, what I'll call general online. Is that true?
Yes, and I'll tell you, in regards to your previous question about credit hours, the RN to BSN, every time you see RN to BSN, that is our one program that we had with AP. So in your mind, you think, but it's RN to BSN all through the credit hour slides, everywhere you look.
That's the only AP program?
Yes.
Okay, that's easy enough to figure. Good, thanks. In the pie chart, if we could just get that breakdown, that'd be great.
Yes, sir, and that is virtually all of it.
Of the online?
Virtually all, yes. So we'll
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks very much. Other questions? again, thanks for a great presentation. We really appreciate it. Look forward to that additional information. We're only 4 minutes behind, so we're doing well. It's now 5 minutes of 11. Why don't we break until 5 minutes past 11? And then we'll come back and go a few hundred miles south to USM. See you in 10 minutes. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I think we've got just about everybody back. Now we will move on to consider the budget of the University of Southern Maine, and President Edmondson is with us, and those materials at our tab 3 of the materials we have. And for those of you who want to look at the actual budget document, I believe it's at page 70 of our materials. So welcome, President Edmondson, who is a proud new grandmother. Glad to have you here.
Great. Thank you so much, Trustee Cates, and thank you to all the trustees who are with us today. I know there are a lot of materials to review and a lot of information that you're presented with, and I appreciate your time in reviewing them and making sure that you're here to ask us really good and constructive questions. We're really pleased to be here for our first budget reading for FY25. For more than a year at USM, we have worked hard to ensure that our budget is accurate and our assumptions and forecasts are based on the solid use of data. This close and careful work really began when Buster Neal joined us on an interim basis as CBO last spring, and it has continued under our new CBO and Vice President for Administration and Finance, Justin Swift. So I do want to extend a sincere thanks to Buster, to Justin, to members of our cabinet, to Megan Arena, our Vice President for Enrollment Management, Marketing, and Student Retention, and her office for all the careful work they do to collect data, to analyze our forecasts, and to help us develop models that will let us fully understand the implications of our budget. I also want to thank our new provost, Jarita Frierson, for her careful work with our faculty and academic affairs, and Natalie Jones, who is our Vice President for HR and Workforce Development, she and her team have done just an incredible work helping us to understand the compensation aspects of our budget, which of course, like every other university, is really the largest portion of our budget. We are making data-informed decisions. I think you'll see that as the presentation progresses. We're working to educate and include our USM community in meetings and conversations about our budget. So we've worked very hard to make sure that we have an inclusive process. We have a President's Budget Advisory Committee and associated task force groups that focus on revenue, tuition and fees, and gift funds. Those include faculty, staff, students, administrators, approximately 55 people in total. And their job really is to go out and educate the units that they come from about what we're doing with our budget. We have financial managers who are now meeting monthly with people who manage budgets. And we're working hard on transparency and communication through town hall meetings, emails, and department meetings. And so I think you'll see that work hopefully is paying off as we progress through this next fiscal year cycle. And so with that, I think I will turn it over to Justin Swift to have him get started on the particulars of this presentation and the FY25 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, President Edmondson. So USM, when we were starting to do our budget development for fiscal year 25, we had a structural gap that we were trying to address. And I just want to give you a history of how this gap has ended up where it is. So, going back to fiscal year 2019, which was the last fiscal year before COVID, USM had just over a $12,000 surplus, which was a razor-thin surplus on what was then a $120 million budget. And then jumping forward, fiscal year 22, which was the fiscal year that was first impacted by COVID in March of that year, we were initially projecting a shortfall, but because a lot of activities did not occur that spring, we ended up turning that into a small surplus. Fiscal year 21, the campus was still mainly remote. A lot of activities were not occurring. We did end up having a $500,000 loss. And in fiscal year 22, we started to bring people back to the campus. More activities were occurring. We ended up having a $6.5 million loss. And then in fiscal year 23, we ended with an $8.8 million shortfall. What I do want to point out here, in fiscal year 21 and 22, the campus had used federal HERF funds to cover these shortfalls. And so these deficits are without reflecting those HERF funds, so that you could see the structural gap that was growing over the years. In fiscal year 23, we did not have any HERF funds remaining to use. And so that shortfall went against our reserves. For the current fiscal year 24, right now we're projecting a very tight, however balanced budget based on a number of assumptions, summer session, our auxiliary operations. There's still a lot that we're waiting for it to play out. In the event that there is a shortfall, we are expecting some proceeds, some real estate sales that will cover that on a one-time basis. For fiscal year 25, we started with a $10.3 million gap, which is not surprising when you look at the growing structural gaps that have been building up over the last 5 years. In terms of the auxiliary operations, we're trying to also implement a lot of improvements to our budgeting on the campus. I'm 8 months into my role in this position. And, we are working on developing budget models with our auxiliary units, building out business plans with them. We're also implementing more financial controls on the campus, requiring pre-approvals for expenses. Requisitions need to have budget and the chart fields to be approved. It's been a soft implementation this year. In fiscal year 25, it's going to be more firm and more enforced. As the president mentioned, we do have a process for doing budget reviews with the different areas on the campus. We've standardized our reporting across the campus. We did also seat a president's budget advisory committee, which is comprised of representation across campus to help advise on budget decisions, also enhance the budget literacy across the campus. And we're looking at building budgets going forward that are reducing our reliance on position attrition savings. So as I mentioned, we started fiscal year 25 with a $10.3 million gap. And you're probably wondering, well, what did you do to address that or solve for it? So we broke these out into tiered solutions. So our tier 1 solution, which is more or less the low-hanging fruit, we asked departments to go through and do non-compensation expense budget reductions. Some areas were able to reduce more than others. The nature of a lot of the reductions, though, are not sustainable. So we're looking at that as a one-time solution. Some departments cut computer budgets, for example, travel, and that's not a sustainable approach, but it's buying us some time. We also have another one-time solution of $3.5 million, which that's the net, which is the fringe benefit reduction, going from 51% to 43.7%. And then we're also seeing a lot of positive results with our enrollments right now. Our applications are up for next year. Our deposits are up. Our retention, even in the current year, is up. And our transfers from the community colleges are up. So a lot of positives that we're seeing in the enrollment pipeline. And right now we're projecting a modest increase in credit hours. So our tier 1 solutions it contributes about $6.3 million to that gap. Tier 2, which you will hear more about in a few moments, is a proposal for differential tuition on more resource-intensive programs. And right now we're estimating that to be about $3.2 million. Our tier 3 solution is looking at our compensation roster. We have a committee on the campus called the Position Review Committee that reviews every single position that is put forward and looking for efficiencies and how can we better utilize our compensation, how can we better utilize or reorganize departments to work better together. We've had to say no to a number of positions over the past 8 months. And some of these are one-time savings, but we are looking at base savings of about $800,000 there. So our financial reserves, as I mentioned, that $8.8 million shortfall that we had in fiscal year 23, went to our reserves. Our E&G reserve right now has a balance of $144,000, and our auxiliary reserve has a negative $4.6 million balance. So we realize that these are areas that we will have to address. Our proposed FY25 tuition and fees. So we have our standard tuition, which is the fiscal year 24 plus the 3% increase. And then we are proposing 2 levels of differential tuition. And the reason why we're doing this is we've been doing some analysis on the campus. We looked at programs departments on the campus. What do they generate in tuition and fee revenue? And what do they cost us to operate? And there's a range of how those programs perform in that regard. It doesn't mean they're doing anything wrong, but just because of the nature of the program, sometimes it's the market, the faculty are more expensive. They require infrastructure, sometimes equipment. And so to keep our tuition rates simplified, rather than having 40 different differential tuition rates, we've tried to come up with an average differential tuition rate and assign programs to these rates to keep the number of tuition rates as low as possible. We are proposing the comprehensive fee also increase 3%. So that's going from $80 to $83. And as the Vice Chancellor for Finance mentioned earlier, we do round up to the nearest dollar. The technology fee, same thing. We're going from $8 to $9 there. And then our academic partnership contract, as you are aware, was terminated in December. And so we are working on a 2-year plan to merge our tuition with our academic partnership tuition. So in phase 1, in year 1, the academic partnership programs will move to our e-tuition rates. Right now, academic partnerships does not pay any fees. However, our e-tuition programs do. And we thought that would be a large jump all at once for our academic partnership students. So in year 2, we would then be proposing to add the fees. So our differential tuition rates, as I mentioned, we're looking at 2 rates. Our standard rate, which comprises of 88 different programs, on the slide here, this gives you a high-level sense of what our base tuition rate programs would be. This makes up about 55% of our enrollment. And these would be the lower resource needy programs. Our differential tuition step, of the 3 tuition rates, we're going to just call this differential tuition 2 and differential tuition 3. This would comprise of 11 programs within these disciplines. And then the higher differential tuition rate would comprise of 35 programs across typically the sciences, the engineering, computer science, business, nursing, music. And this does not close all of the gaps in those areas, but it does narrow the gap. So we're trying to make the programs sustainable in that regard. Our room and board rates, so these are the semester rates. In Portland, we're proposing a 4% rate. In Gorham, we have a 3-year plan that was put together by a consultant to bring our Gorham rate. Our Gorham residence halls had not had traditional increases for a number of years. And so this is an effort to try to get them up to the market rate. It's also to create more parity between the Portland and Gorham residence halls as well. So this is year 2 of that 3-year process. For our dining rates, we are also proposing a 4% increase. Our E&G budget has a modest loss of $356,000. You can see in fiscal year 24, the budget had a loss of $500,000. We're trying to narrow and close the structural gaps over a couple of years here, while also submitting balanced budgets. And you can see that the tuition and fees line, that is going up about $5 million. That is inclusive of the modest credit hour increase plus the tuition rate proposal that we have before you. Our tuition and waivers and scholarships is increasing $864,000. In the current fiscal year, we had $900,000 built in to swap gift scholarship funds for merit scholarship funds. And, we've exhausted what we can do there. A lot of those scholarships are very restricted. So the other thing too is half of this $864,000 increase is due to the employee independent tuition rate waivers that we did budget for. Okay, then our appropriation is increasing 1.4%. Our investment income, which is relatively small, a $25,000 increase there. Our F&A, or facilities and administrative cost recovery, we're holding flat for now. That's $4.2 million. And then our sales service other, a lot of this is conference revenue, facilities, rentals, items of that nature. So we actually reduced that by $77,000 to bring it in line with where our models are showing us. On the expense side of the budget, what I want to point out here is our fiscal year 24 budget is based on almost $3.7 million in attrition. So in order to make budget, we have to meet that attrition target. And that was raised from the initial $2.6 million target that we started FY24 off with. Our goal long-term is not to be reliant on attrition savings to balance the budget. So you can see going into FY25, we've brought the number down by almost 30%, down to almost $2.6 million. And then further out, we plan to continue to make reductions there so that we're not dependent on that. We don't want to hold departments from filling positions. And then just over the course of business, we will have attrition savings, but we do want that to be able to go towards the reserve rather than trying to balance the budget. Supplies and services, you'll see that there's a 19% increase there. In the current fiscal year, we did make $1 million reduction in this category to balance the budget. It's restoring some of that. And then also going through and making adjustments to the budget where we do know that we had commitments that need to be budgeted for, such as our foundation that we also provide resources to. Okay, other expenses and transfers is another one that has a material change. What we had in our current budget is we had a number of one-time solutions in fiscal year 24. Our budget was dependent on $871,000 in non-scholarship gift funds to offset E&G budget. we are not using that in fiscal year 25. So we had to put that $871,000 back. And then we also made other investments, such as to athletics. So athletics had historically been underfunded. They've been running $500,000 deficits. And we've been asking them to supplement that deficit with their gift funds. And that's not long-term sustainable. So this budget does, at this time, fully fund athletics. Okay. Our auxiliary budget, the revenue, not a significant change in the revenue there. We are working through our housing and dining. A lot of the housing and dining changes that we're looking at are related to our summer use of the buildings. We're looking at doing more with conferences on the campus during the summer and trying to utilize our housing. Right now, the part of our budget gap that we had been solving for in the current year is that the housing is not reaching, the revenue is not reaching what it was budgeted at. So that's why you don't see any significant increase there. Our sales service other, what rolls up under there is our university store and our parking operation. And not a large change there. Right now, both of those operations are running at losses. And so we are looking at getting them to be more financially sustainable. So our auxiliary budget has a positive cash flow of $356,000, which offsets the E&G deficit of $356,000. So the combined E&G in auxiliary is balanced. Okay. Our infrastructure investment, our capital investment, unfortunately, like a lot of academic institutions, is not where it needs to be. We really should be investing at least $10 million in capital expenditures to keep up with deferred maintenance. And we are just under $5 million in fiscal year 23. Longer term, we are looking at increasing the budget after, beyond fiscal year 25. Our goal is to increase it by $300,000 annually. For fiscal year 25, our capital plan is broken out this way. We have two parking garages on our campus. The older of the two parking garages, we are going to be doing some capital maintenance in that building. There is grout work that needs to be done in that building. We are looking at making some upgrades to one of our residential halls on the Gorham campus. Our academy building, we're looking at doing interior renovation there of $120,000. Bailey Hall, that is our largest academic building on our Gorham campus. And you can see that's using more than half of what we were budgeting for capital expenditures in fiscal year 25. This is a multi-year project. So we are looking at replacing the envelope on that building, which essentially means the exterior walls of that building. And that's for about a 4-year project. So we can only afford to do major one side of it at a time. Because it's the largest academic building on the campus, most of that construction also has to occur during the summer months when it's least disruptive to the courses that take place in that building. Removing that wall also opens up the inside of the building too. So we have to work around the academic schedule there. Some of the other capital investments that we're looking at are not ones that are visible, but if they stop working, everyone notices them. So we're looking at investing in our underground utilities on both campuses. Our theater department is in Russell Hall, and we're looking at redoing replacing the envelope on that building as well. It's a much smaller building than Bailey Hall. And that also needs a new roof on that building. We are also looking at doing a facility condition assessment plan. This is more extensive and more detailed than what Gordian is providing us at this time. This will give us more insight into what the needs are, where we should be investing more resources on the campus. And then across the campus, we have to make some pavement repairs. And so we have budgeted $100,000 for that. Okay, at this time, I will pass it to Dr. Arena.
Thank you, Justin, and thank you, everyone. Pleasure to be here with you this morning. What you see here is a chart that compares enrollment projections from the system on the left-hand side and with USM's projections in the middle. You'll note that we are projecting modest increases in most of our undergraduate residencies, but this is not an across-the-board increase. We really looked at each program, each tuition type individually to determine trends before making projections. If you notice too on this page, you see some large percentages in a few places, and I just want to draw your attention to those because often that is due to just a smaller credit hour number. So the actual changes aren't as drastic as the percentages here sometimes suggest. Overall, we're projecting to be up a modest 2.5% over the system's projections. And in the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about why we're very comfortable with that increase. Go ahead to the next slide, please, Justin.
Justin.
Oh, thank you. So here you see this slide, this chart is a little bit different. It compares the enrollment projections from the system on the left with this year's actuals. So in comparing projections to actuals, we see that there's a little bit of a different story. We're outpacing projections, which is the great news. And so you'll see that FY25 has us essentially flat with current year actuals. This aligns well with the system's strategic plan to increase enrollment. And we're very comfortable with this model for a couple of additional reasons. Not only are we looking at actuals as opposed to projections, but applications look great as well. Justin mentioned this a little bit ago. We are up 5% in applications for the fall, in part thanks to our direct admissions program inspired by our chancellor. And we're seeing many early successes with that program. We're also seeing some community college impact for the fall. We're up about 30% in community college applications, particularly in the nursing program, which was hardest hit with free community college. In addition, our retention improved this past year. We were up 8.2% overall in our retention rate and 12.1% for in-state retention. So we're feeling pretty comfortable with our projections against actuals. And we're working, of course, with our graduate program marketing to ensure that, we're really trying to keep our undergraduate students here for the graduate program in the long haul. So this is a little bit of a different story than the last slide and something that we're very comfortable with being flat to actuals. The chancellor and others have asked before for us to think about our NEBI rates and our out-of-state rates. And so we did a little bit of a deeper dive into those tuition rates. And here we can see that yield has changed a little bit over time, but it's essentially equal for in-state and NEBI students, while out-of-state yield lags behind. Other analyses that we've done have shown NEBI to be an effective recruitment tool. And the President Edmondson has asked our tuition and fees task force, which is part of her President's Budget Advisory Committee, to make a recommendation on how to better leverage NEBI strategically. But one thing to note is that while this seems like a great solution for yield and for enrollment, our analyses also show that simply charging less doesn't give you the quantity of headcount needed to make up that tuition differential. And so we do not think, based on our analyses, that we could generate enough new students to overcome the tuition loss if we were to, say, put a great deal more programs into that NEBI rate. So I think there's an opportunity here for us to be strategic. And again, the president has charged us with doing so, but it's not quite as easy as the chart may make it appear. Looking also though at retention, first year retention is understandably highest for those closest to us geographically, but 4-year and 6-year graduation rates are relatively constant, except for NEBI, which is actually much higher. So keeping in mind that the numbers here in NEBI and out of state are smaller, so the percentages are a little bit skewed, but we are seeing great graduation success across all of the tuition bands. All right, and discount rate. You can see in the past our discount rate was 45%, but knowing that the discount rate is an important metric, we have worked with a leverager to become extremely data informed in our aid awards. We have a series of analyses aimed at maximizing revenue, which show that discounting is, for better or worse, inextricably tied to meeting our revenue goals. So this year, though, we are projecting about a 41% discount rate. So we are trying to bring that rate down for sure. It's important to note, though, that our competitors have an average discount rate of 47%, so we are still well under that. And it's also important to note, as was noted earlier, that not all of the discount rate is used in the admissions process as an incentive, as a merit aid. Merit aids and incentive awards are incredibly important part of the process of recruiting new students, particularly given demographics here in Maine and increased competition and all the things that we know. But it's important to know that 23.3% of our aid is actually spent on need-based aid, meaning helping students who otherwise couldn't afford to attend school here. This, of course, helps USM, it helps the system, it helps the state of Maine. It fits in nicely with the system's strategic plan as well. Looking quickly at those who receive some of that need-based aid, which is called our USM grant, we see that in the first year, those students are graduating after the first year, I'm sorry, those students are graduating at the same rate or slightly higher than the population as a whole, which tells us that our funds are really being spent wisely to help us retain our students. As was also mentioned earlier, I think Miriam may have mentioned earlier that, while our discount rate is an important metric, it does also include other important waivers that are important to the state of Maine, including, the Native American tuition waiver, which we're seeing an increase in usage of, which is wonderful for us. Veterans dependent waivers, senior citizen waivers. So it's not necessarily all focused just on what we're giving through the admissions process. And those waivers for us account for about $1.7 million out of our scholarship budget. All right, at this time, I will turn it over to Provost Frierson.
Thank you, Dr. Arena. It's a pleasure to be here today in front of the FFT committee, and I want to thank the academic leaders and faculty for their support and help with the slides I'm going to present today. With regards to academic priorities, we always keep in mind the 5 R's that President Edmondson has presented to the community earlier this year, and that helps us maintain our academic excellence. Also, these 5 R's, which are recruitment, retention, research, revenue, and reputation, are crosswalked with the University of Maine System's strategic plan. So there's nice collaboration with these efforts. With regards to curriculum, we're always developing new curricula that goes to the CAOC meetings. And we have some great things in development, such as our GIS program and our Thor minor. We also have worked hard with student affairs to look at the first year experience course. It's a 1-credit course that is being housed in academic affairs as of next year. And also we are always reviewing our efficiencies to ensure that we have the best and the most offerings for our students without redundancies. And again, we did this type of approach for our winter and our summer sessions. And we'll talk more about that in the next slide. But with our winter session this past year, we had a very efficient winter session that was also profitable. So I thank the faculty and the academic leaders for that. Next slide, please. So again, going back to academic efficiencies, this is a more qualitative slide on efficiencies. And I know Justin has a quantitative slide on efficiencies. So I'll just go over some of the things that we've done for winter session. Is again, reducing the duplication of courses, low enrolled courses. Also, we increase our communication among all the academic leaders to ensure we make timely decisions. We also are remembering our budget realities and also ensuring that our students are able to progress and have an ample and adequate time to degree. So we populate the schedule with classes that are needed and just reflecting on what worked, what didn't work in our course efficiencies. What worked well is that all the academic leaders and also various leaders in the cabinet and on the campus have come together and integrated our great resources versus working in silo or individualized meetings. That did not work technically in the past. And again, we also believe that these course efficiencies that I mentioned earlier will be reflected in our summer session that will actually address our budget realities as well. And I can stop there. Thank you.
Okay, we have implemented a number of efficiencies to help us operate within our budget for fiscal year 25. As I mentioned, I am working with our auxiliary operations on coming up with business plans, looking at ways they can expand revenue streams, leveraging opportunities that we have here at USM on growing those auxiliary operations. And we're expecting, with across all of our auxiliaries, about $1 million in improvement over the fiscal year 24 actuals. We are also continuing the reduction in non-compensation expenses. As I mentioned on the solutions slide, we had cut about $1.4 million from our expense budgets. And some of that is doable on a one-time basis for a number of reasons. We are also expecting departments to utilize their gift funds to supplement budgets. This is easier in some areas than others. Gift funds, some of them are more restricted than others. Some of them have different requirements than others. And so we're working with departments on a case-by-case basis on utilizing those gift funds to help supplement departments. We are also working with, as I mentioned, on the campus, we have a position review committee that looks at every position request that comes forward. And, looking at positions, a lot of departments make very strong cases for positions, but we have to be very critical and knowing when to say no to positions in some cases. In other cases, it's looking at different solutions to accomplish the same thing in a more effective way. And through a lot of those efficiencies, we've been able to reduce our compensation budget by $800,000. We are also looking at opportunities across all three of our campuses, particularly in Lewiston, where there's a lot of potential for conferences and events in that building. Right now in Lewiston, we also currently lease space to University of Maine at Augusta. So we are trying to utilize our campuses, both within the system and outside of the system, both for utilization purposes, but also trying to maximize revenue opportunities as well. As I mentioned in the E&G budget slide, I had mentioned that there was $900,000 in fiscal year 24 that was budgeted to offset E&G funds through the use of gift scholarship funds. We did end up putting some of those funds back. However, the overall reduction was $500,000 in scholarship, institutional funded scholarships. That $800,000, almost $900,000 increase that you saw there, as I mentioned, half of that was to fund or to budget for the employee independent tuition waivers. So without the employee independent tuition waivers, the increase there was about just over $400,000. So our next steps for fiscal year 25 is to continue through the process, the budget development process. For fiscal year 26 and beyond, as a campus leadership team, we have started talking about fiscal year 26. We're actually trying to map out several fiscal years and get to the point where we do have a structurally balanced budget. As I mentioned, and I showed you on the slides, we did have a growing structural deficit, and now we are trying to reduce it. It would be very difficult to structurally balance the budget all in one fiscal year without doing some drastic measures that might have other consequences. So reducing the structural gap a little every year, using one-time solutions as well to make the budget balanced. We hope to be able to take advantage of opportunities that we have too and grow revenue streams rather than have it all just be budget cuts. Some of the financial priorities. So as I mentioned, I've been in this role for 8 months now and had working with a lot of my colleagues, talking with a lot of people on the campus. Our priorities for our budget, as I mentioned, is to have a structurally balanced budget. And as I mentioned, that's going to take a couple of years to get to that point. I also mentioned that our auxiliary operations, a lot of our auxiliary enterprises are currently operating at deficits. And I am working with those areas to develop business plans that will address the operational losses, but also try to look at opportunities that are available to increase or grow new revenue streams as well. This current year, we have partnered with Sodexo to grow our external conferences. And that is starting to bear some fruit. This summer, we do have a large conference group coming to campus that will utilize our conference space. It will utilize our dining. It will utilize our housing facilities. And then we do have a number of smaller groups that will be coming in too that we did not have before. The third priority that I have for long-term financial priorities is, as you saw, our reserve balances are not in good shape. And I do want to address those. And ideally, we want to have at least 10% of our operating budget in reserves. And it's going to take some time to get there, but that is the direction that we are trying to move in. So, any questions?
Justin, thank you very much, and to the entire team. We're actually got plenty of time for questions. We've got about 15 minutes. Thank you for a very detailed and thorough presentation. Justin, can I ask you to take down that slide and we could see everybody good? Questions, comments? Trustee Michoud.
Thank you very much. I do want to thank you, President, and your team for the presentation. It's a great presentation, so thank you very much. Just a couple of questions to Justin. You had mentioned the fiscal year 25 efficiencies. Are any of those efficiencies that you're going to need additional funding for fiscal year 26? And the second question is, are there other efficiencies that you have identified, whether it's 25, 26 or beyond, that you can make today, but you don't have the money to do so?
Yes, we are looking at a number of opportunities to grow efficiencies. We are looking at, our scholarship area, for example. We are working with our foundation to see what opportunities there are to generate more gift funds that we could use in place of institutionally funded scholarships. That's still a work in progress. The other pieces too are growing revenue streams. That's an area that has a lot of opportunity, especially in the geographic part of the state that we are located in. We are also dealing with areas, you mentioned, if you had funds, what could you address? And one area that I would address are our capital needs. Right now, we have a lot of our facilities budget goes towards addressing things that break down, whether it's elevators, leaking roofs, a lot of emergency cases. And so if we can have the resources to invest in speed line, fast tracking some of our capital plans, it might result in longer term efficiencies in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Alexander.
I have two questions. One is very specific and one is more high level. First of all, clearly, I appreciate the blunt nature of the problem that you're facing. I think that's going to be a first step to getting internal reforms or reordering priorities or growing revenues or whatever it is you think you need to do. And that is to make it plain to the community, the $10 million structural deficit. So back to the tuition differential issue and the increases in certain areas. Have you looked at or have a way of looking at the potential adverse impact those kinds of decisions will have in terms of soliciting new enrollment and retaining current enrollment in those programs, all of whom I noticed were the kind of sexy programs that we're now promoting for our universities in terms of engineering and computing and all the other economic development oriented programs. So that's one question. And the other is, what portion of this budget to fix the $10 million gap, what portion of that is one-time funding and what portion of that is structural changes that would continue from year to year? Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Those are good questions. In terms of the analysis that we've conducted, looking at the impact of having differential tuition, that is something that we've been very aware of and concerned about. And we, as Dr. Arena mentioned, we do have a leverager that we are working with that does run different economic models. And we're looking at, with this tuition model, we are looking at a potential loss of 28 to 38 students across all of the majors. However, even if with that loss, the net revenue still exceeds what we would be losing. There are other opportunities that we can also look at too, such as restructuring some of the aid that we are able to direct to students in that regard. Some of the programs have already had significant losses in them, such as our accounting program, which is actually a nationwide problem in that area. For the fall, anyways, we're starting to see an uptick in interest in that program. So that is something that's promising that we are continuing to look at. We have also done some market analysis looking at other institutions. And even within New England, even with these rates, we are still, even for the out-of-state rate, we are still below what a lot of our competitors are. Particularly some of the, the business school I mentioned, the accounting program. Our business school is AACSB accredited, which is one of 2 business schools in Maine that are. And even looking at in New England at the other accredited business schools, our tuition rates are still very competitive with them. We are not above any of the other institutions that we have looked at. And it's also a double-edged sword. We don't want to raise tuition any more than we need to. We want to make our education as accessible as possible to as many students as possible. But if we don't do anything to try to sustain these resource intensive programs, it does mean that we would have to make deeper cuts. And deeper cuts would mean possibly fewer programs. It could mean fewer course offerings. If we have those type of cuts, it could potentially impact students, which would then result in them needing more than 4 years to complete their degrees. And that would also have financial consequences for those students as well. They'd be paying an extra year of their schooling potentially. It would also delay them from entering the workforce or going to graduate school too, if they so choose.
Justin, I'm sorry, could I provide just a little bit of context too for the analysis that we did? It's a very conservative analysis to say 28 to 38 students. The way that our leverager kind of thinks about this is student behavior based on price. And so those are comparing two variables only. Doesn't take into account that other schools will go up in tuition as well. Doesn't take into account USM's reputation. Any of those things. And so it's a very conservative model to say 28 to 38 students. And I should also note the context of that is that that's out of between 1,200 and 1,300 incoming students. So it is a very small percentage of headcount that is possible to lose while revenue would still be up, both net tuition revenue and net revenue in general. Sorry,
Let me just follow up on that a little bit with the issue of maybe needing to cut some courses or cut some aspects of the current program. And that is to suggest that's why we have a system that these students who might need a Zoom course that you can't offer because, revenues are just not sufficient to do it, could take that at another one of the University of Maine system programs. So that's the kind of thinking that I'm hoping you're considering here as you develop your longer term plans. So back to the bigger picture issue on the percentage dealing with first, one-time things versus more permanent things, please.
Yeah, so our structural gap for fiscal year 25 was $10.3 million. On the solutions slide, I had broken out the different solutions that we had come up with. The first one was the $1.4 million in the departmental non-compensation reductions. And we were looking at that as a one-time solution. A lot of departments made sacrifices for the fiscal year 25 budget that are just not long-term sustainable. The other one-time solution is the reduction in fringe benefit costs. That was $3.5 million. And in fiscal year 26, we expect that to go up probably around 50%. So of the 10.3 million that we solved for, 4.9 million of it was one-time one-time solutions that we know that we have to solve for in fiscal year 26.
Barbara, you all set? Thank you. Trustee McMahon.
Thanks. Two questions. One's pretty minor. On the capital plan, I see a lot of words like maintenance and repair. Are we capitalizing maintenance to reduce current expenses, or are these really prolonging the useful life of an asset? Is first question. Second question, a more broader philosophical question. I think I heard you say that the reason you didn't put the Portland residence rates up was to keep it more in line with Gorham. My understanding of the rationale for building the Portland residence was we were actually competing in a very high cost of living, cost of rental market. And so I'm wondering, have we changed our philosophical stance on how we're pricing these residence halls compared to the initial justification for the capital investment?
Yes, thank you. In terms of the capitalizing maintenance, these are large projects that we need to do to the parking garage. They're not the general maintenance that should be done on a regular basis. These are large projects where we have to look, in some cases with a parking garage, look at some of the structural engineering of the structure. There's work that is supposed to be done on an incremental period that should be performed, and we're behind on that. In terms of the residence hall, the Portland residence halls are still have a higher price point, and our intent is not to deviate from that. We are proposing a 4% increase on the Portland residential hall, Portland Commons. In Gorham, that's where we have the ranges from 4 to the almost 7% increases. And that was part of a 3-year plan that our consultant had put together to bring those rooms up to the market rate. They are still going to be priced lower than our Portland residence halls. So Portland is still the premium housing on our campus.
But how does the Portland residence hall compare to the way the commercial rental market is going? Is that only going up 4% a year? I mean, and how do we balance? We want to provide affordable housing for our students against what the real market price is.
Yes, our Portland Commons is still very competitive to our market. A lot of students are having trouble finding affordable apartments in the Portland area. So we are very sensitive to that. We do try to give students options too. So if pricing affordability is an issue, our Gorham campus also has more affordable housing options as well.
Dave, you all set? Good, okay. Trustee Landry.
Thank you, Roger. This question or comment and question may be less for Justin, for you, more for the system, perhaps in workshop. But first of all, thank you for a great presentation. Really fantastic, really clear, much appreciated. Thank you very much. My question has to do with the one-time balancing, and I appreciate the scheme of using some one-time fixes to buy you some time and get to a longer fix. Totally understand that, appreciate that. So this question may be more for a system issue. Assuming that the big expense drivers in the system are UMaine and USM, I'm assuming the big revenue drivers are also UMaine and USM. So with that, as we look ahead 5-10 years at growth at UMaine and USM in their respective markets, I want to be sure that we're not in our zeal to have each campus balance its own budget. From a systems perspective, make sure that we don't create a situation where we are limiting the growth in the out years. So in particular, again, not necessarily a question for you, Justin, right at this moment, but you mentioned one-time property and real estate gains. You know, in such a high-priced market as Portland, such a high-priced real estate market, and assuming that we are able to grow USM in the out years, we know that occupancy costs in Maine, and particularly in southern Maine, and the housing shortage is not going to abate anytime soon. The numbers 10 years out, 15 years out, even 20 years out do not look good in the state. So there will be a high premium on occupancy. If we see demographic shifts towards New England or towards Maine, as some are suggesting, we may see some growth spurts. What we won't be able to do is afford property on the peninsula in Portland ever again once it's gone. It is at such a premium now. So this may be a question for the system in workshop, but this seems to me to be more of a system issue than a campus issue, because the campuses only have limited ability to, you know, deal with some of these bigger ticket items. But I would like to spend some time on that in the workshop when we come back and talk about how the system is thinking about that issue. So understanding what the situation is today, but what do we think it's going to be 5 years from now or 10 years from now, and not putting ourselves in a position where someone says, whoever made that decision to sell that thing, well, we could really use that for occupancy or some other purpose. So unless, I mean, you don't have to respond to that, because you may not be in a position to do that or have a sense of that, but I would like to delve into that, excuse me, at a future date.
Chancellor,
Roger,
yes,
I'll try to. Ryan's not with us right now, but I can assure you we're more than happy to address the concerns that you're raising. And you are correct that two universities make up about 75% of our totality. We have made very large investments in the Portland campus in particular, and are turning our attention, as is Southern Maine, to the rest of their properties. And I think that that's highly appropriate, and needs to be funded on an ongoing basis. I do think that Southern Maine and a number of our universities, perhaps all of our universities, have suffered from a lack of reinvestment. And in some cases, that has led to the destruction of buildings, or at least the concept that we would close those buildings and not use them. We are mindful that we need opportunities to grow. We also need opportunities to establish sustainability, and we're looking for those at the very same time. So I think we could have a further workshop discussion on that, but I did not want to leave you without an answer or the impression that we're not thinking about that on a daily basis. Jackie and I have had conversations on that subject. Generally, we get to agreement, but sometimes there are remaining differences, and that's true at all of our campuses with every discussion we have. Having said that, I do think that the investments that have been made in the arts at Portland, in the new parking facility, in the new housing facility, and additional investments that will no doubt be made in the not too distant future, will continue to reposition the Southern Maine to be more competitive, and to address some of its longstanding, if not festering, problems.
Thanks, Chancellor. And Valerie, thank you for raising that. That's really important. And hopefully we'll be spending a lot more time talking about those strategic issues. We are just about at the end, unless anyone else has any more questions. And I'm not seeing any. So President Edmondson and your team, thank you very much for a very detailed and thorough presentation. By the way, if people have questions which come up after today, or we didn't get to today because we're running against the clock, feel free to email something to, I guess, through Ryan, and each of we can get answers to other questions people may have after today. So we will now move on.
Roger, could I just say, if it's academic questions, because I know that some of those have come up from time to time, and even in this discussion at Southern Maine, right. Jeff would also be very helpful in answering those as well.
Well put. Yeah.
And I did note Trustee Landry's question, and I'll provide that for Ryan for the future discussion.
Okay, sounds good. And if we send something to Ryan that really belongs elsewhere, I'm sure he'll feel free to pass that along as well. Good. So thank you again, USM. And now, before lunch, we're going to go back north to the University of Maine at Presque Isle. Those materials begin in our handouts at tab 4. And I believe that in the actual budget documents, we find the UMPE budget at page 67 of those materials. So welcome, President Rice and your team.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, it's still good morning, isn't it?
Down here, it's actually afternoon.
It's actually afternoon. Well, we're getting ready for a major winter storm up here. So winter's having one last laugh at our expense with this unusual season. So thank you everyone for the time this afternoon. I will hand the start of the presentation over to Betsy Espy, my CBO, for the first slides in just a moment, because those are heavily financial data slides, and she is much more versed in those than I am. I do want to note, though, I'm very pleased that we're presenting a budget that will continue to show our recovering position financially, and our data from just this spring semester, as we close out this fiscal year. Just a reminder to this group, we started with budgeting a $500,000 deficit for this year. We have now fully recovered that into a positive position of plus 144,000, and that includes handing back the stabilization funds after the return of those stabilization funds. So all of that is a very good bellwether for the financial direction of the institution, which you will see we're projecting to show continuing moving forward into FY25. So with that, let me turn this over to Betsy, and I should mention Betsy Espy is here with me on my right, and Megan Desjardins is here with me on our left, and she's our financial analyst, and she's maintaining the slides and will make some strategic comments as well throughout our presentation.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say a great deal of thanks to the FFT committee for tolerating our changing presentation, because we have an oddity that's unusual in the system, and that is our population changes every 8 weeks. And with that, it means that we keep changing our numbers to you, and to the good, but it's an oddity. I also want to thank the Chancellor and his entire team for supporting us through the change in our contractual relationship with the academic partnership group, because without that, we would not be in the situation we're in, and we would not be leading the charge to build a very strong revenue stream for the system. Our first page is education in general, and what I want to explain to you about this page is that the original budget is what we showed last time. The evolution budget, which is second over to it, is when we were asked to make changes in October and come up with a better designed outcome, which wasn't necessarily better designed, but it was definitely more accurate based on new population projections. And our 25 budget, which follows that, shows you what our status is in looking at 25. Again, I want to make sure that everyone understands our status changes every 8 weeks. For instance, last year at this time, we were predicting 500 or 600 students for spring semester in the Your Pace program. We're at 1,200 right now. So the good news is that my projections are, as they almost always are, fiscally conservative. But the better news is that we're building a revenue stream which supports the system. You can see for our proposed budget for 25, E&G is showing an outcome of 2.144 million as a positive outcome. Go to the next slide. Again, our auxiliary budget for 25 is challenged, and it's challenged in great measure because we have not recouped the number of students living on campus we really need to have. But we have also, at the same time, built a backfill for those who were part of the AP contract that we needed to put in place in order to do our job without the AP contract. So between auxiliary and E&G, you see a rise in our salaries, wages, and benefits, but it's all connected to our changes with E&G. with AP. And in the end, we show, based on this year, based on population assumptions from this year, we show a $1.7 million surplus for next year. I want to also explain that what you see in the evolution budget for 24 showing a $126,000 deficit is not accurate now. When we did this budget, when we produced this to hand over for presentation at the board, we didn't have our spring 2 numbers in place or our summer 1 numbers, and those are both part of our budget formulation. We are now showing a positive outcome for this year of about $140,000. So all of the $691,000 that we had assumed we might need with academic partnerships still being in place is being returned to the system.
Okay, the next slide looks at our budget priorities as we move through on the side of our traditional system, just to give you a sense of what we're looking at in regards to strengthening what I would call our traditional educational opportunities at this institution, which are a mix of face-to-face, live, synchronous instruction, high flex instruction, and online instruction with students that are either in Aroostook County or taking it in a hybrid form on campus. So we are continuing to work through a major overhaul of our general education that is expected to go through faculty assembly and be approved. That was made possible through grants from a significant grants of the Davis grant that will reduce our overall number of course offerings in general education by about 1/3 and allow us to more regularly schedule those courses throughout our annual curriculum, and also increase the average number of students that are taking those general education courses. Again, that is one area that we saw, particularly with our traditional age students, where we were losing class size over the past 5-6 years. So this will really restore our average class size in general education to 16 through 22 students. We're also looking about a list of disciplines where our new faculty are necessary to fulfill both educational needs in traditional modalities, but also in your pace modalities. And that's part of a prioritization list of our full-time faculty to ensure that we have them assigned where we are seeing need either to maintain programs or particularly programs that are showing growth. And also under consideration about how we can include faculty from other institutions, whether they're full-time faculty or adjuncts that work at other institutions as well, along the lines of significant work we do with the University of Maine at Fort Kent in regards to our business program, for instance, to include faculty from other institutions that assist us in delivering our programs. If we go to the next page, again, looking at our traditional programs, looking at marketing our strengths that we have seen historically, or where we see growth in our historical numbers in regards to traditional age students in particular. That includes building an allied health grouping. Right now we have nursing, MLT, and the PTA program clustered together in that regard. We're looking at the dental program through the partnership with UMA, would be delivering those dental courses on our campus to really kind of bring that allied health grouping together for the northern part of the state in that regard. So that, again, is a 3-campus consortium in a sense between University of Maine at Fort Kent, which provides the nursing, and UMA that will provide the dental programming, as well as other UMS campuses And then again, other areas that are important to our budgeting that we're looking at on the infrastructure side are looking at the aging infrastructure at our campus itself and how to ensure that those needs are reflected in our capital plan, which, as Betsy will talk about, she'll have some slides later to show that more specifically. That gets us to the next slide, which focuses on the degree completion program, the competency-based program, or that we branded as the Your Pace program. Again, we're really looking at the differentiation of that program as it is, as there are 6 different start dates. So we have 6 matriculation dates over the course of the year for that program, and ensuring that we're focusing on appropriate hires for faculty that are prepared and dedicated to the teaching of that program. We've also defined a maximum load for our faculty. So the fact that a competency-based program is based upon how much work a student does over the course of the semester rather than self-selecting sections or courses at the start of a semester. So students could do 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, even 8 competencies in the course of a semester. We really have to have flexibility in how we assign and how we compensate. So we are having discussions about what those numbers are for compensation, which really is at the end of the semester assessment of how many students an instructor has engaged in at the course of the semester. And again, that's a significant work for our institution to do, and make sure that we have agreements that can also potentially be used for the rest of the university main system and sister campuses. That also leads to new programs we're looking in the Your Pace programming, which includes some significant graduate programs, which probably is the strongest growth area we are getting from our students. Our undergraduates are overwhelmingly asking for additional graduate programming in the competency modality, particularly because it meets their needs as current professionals who simply can't meet the regular calendar structure of higher education as is traditionally given. But that also includes certificate programs and programs such as MHRTC. If you go to the next page, I will turn this back over to Betsy, who will talk about the challenges that we were faced with as academic partnerships exited, and what that meant in regards to, particularly, again, on the Your Pace competency side, what that meant for the operational structure and the positions that we had to build into the budget that you're seeing reflected in our budget here.
One of the interesting things about our working relationship with AP is that we could never truly pin down what they were doing for marketing and admissions for us. It was a hazy subject at best. And so as we moved into the position of having to take over what we didn't know we were taking over, we also found that we had to be very, very nimble in looking at what those demands were. And those demands ended up being 16, actually closer to 18 positions now, that we had to add into admissions, add into the Your Pace program, add into the registrar's office, add into financial aid, in order to make sure that our service to the students was done quickly, appropriately, and in an excellent way. At the same time, we looked at what we didn't know about marketing that was going on through AP, and found that another hazy situation, found that we would be best served if we used one of our providers, one of our vendors from the past, to build a full marketing plan for us, which could carry over into our traditional marketing needs as well. And the cost of that is a $400,000 price tag. In doing that, we've seen population double. So we believe that our growth pattern is directly reflective of a change in our personnel that have been put into place and of a change of marketing that's been put into place. We have a responsibility, obviously, as we grow, to constantly review and evaluate what other pieces are needed. And that one of those other pieces that we're putting in place right now is a chatbot, which will begin with admissions and your pace and the registrar's office and financial aid, but we will spread it across the entire campus.
The other thing I would just note with that, with the marketing plan is I asked this question, and this question is asked of me is, how do we feel about the success of the marketing team that we're with in regards in comparison to AP, and just the fact that we've seen a larger percentage growth of students between a spring 1 session and spring 2 session than we've ever seen prior to AP's subsequent to AP's enrollment, for me is a significant indicator that we are already seeing better responses from the marketing company that we're working with now than AP ever delivered to us. So, and again, early signs for summer campaigns are also significant. So that gets into our enrollment projections and strategies. Here is the waterfall chart, which kind of shows our FY24 projection at 46,000 credit hours. We're looking at, and this is a conservative estimate. There are some estimates that put this upwards of 10,000 additional hours, but we're looking at least 52,000 credit hours projected for FY25. You will see where the growth of that comes, though, significantly, that 12,545 in new undergraduate YourPace students. So again, those are just brand new YourPace students. We're projecting over 12,000 new credit hours. That leads to the next slide, which again kind of gives you a historical sense of that growth. In a bar chart, you can compare where we were at 2015, where I first took over as a provost. We were looking at very difficult years in regards to our enrollments, but our enrollments, as shown by the blue part of those bar graphs, were primarily overwhelmingly in-state students. There were years where over 90% of our enrollments were in-state students. As you can see now, our in-state population dropped, diminished greatly between 2020 and 2023. We're projecting a slight increase going into this year. That's a recovery there, but you can see the growth in the undergraduate YourPace programming and significant growth in our graduate program in YourPace as well. Which gets us to our second page of enrollment projections. I still affectionately call this the Placido summary, which is provided to us by the system. And again, with a caveat that this is in all likelihood a conservative estimate. We agree with the estimates that we continue to see with this summary. Again, this is consistent. We're consistently above these estimates, but the ratios are reflected pretty effectively by this Placido summary year over year. Gets us back to Betsy, looking at some of our direct admissions work and opportunities for future alliances.
It's clear that the front end of all that we do has to do with admissions and enrollment management. And we took it to heart with the comprehensive direct admissions program, with trying to build better alliances with partners across the state and to grow the potential in-state students to coming to UMPI because it was either their first choice or their second choice, or they wanted to be in Aroostook County. But what we're finding is it's not a hard sell. We are able to partner with guidance counselors in Aroostook County, and we are able to build strong alliances where we bring juniors and seniors to campus for a day and where they experience the University of Maine at Presque Isle, go to some classes, do a little sports and recreation, and there is no problem with their interest. The challenge, the biggest challenge we have is that we haven't rolled this out into a marketing plan, our current marketing plan. So we have targeted Your Pace greatly with the marketing plan. We are building into the undergraduate traditional program, and then to be able to look at seniors in the state of Maine through their guidance relationship to bring them to campus and have them look at the opportunities. We've also found that our ability to meet their financial aid needs continues to be sufficient. So if we go to the next slide, you can see that we have capacity for at least 253 students. Now, what's interesting about this is that we are currently less than 175 students in residence. However, what we've done is we've used the potential we have for housing where students would prefer to be in a single on campus rather than sharing an apartment off campus. They are buying our dormitory rooms, doubles as singles. And that allows us to use more space for our students, even though our population is not as high. Now, I would prefer our population be higher, and we are showing a trend towards our on-campus population being higher this fall. But right now, as long as we're using the space to our best ability and meeting the needs of the students living in residence, then I think we're on the way to recovery for residential students. We do know, however, that it will take us about 221 students living in residence to break even with dining. Our current relationship with Sodexo has a cost plus outline to it. And so as long as we're in a cost plus outline, we're going to be spending money to keep our students in good food. I will say that Sodexo has been great with us this year. I'm going to turn this over now on the next slide to Megan.
This next slide is our tuition and fees recommendation. We've stayed consistent in a 3% increase and stayed the same with UMA as well as UMFK. For our Your Pace and undergrad as well as grad, you will see a bigger trend, but it's really to cover the disconnect of unified fees as well as technology fee, which will be explained in the next slide.
When we last met, there was concern that we hadn't broken out the program fees by discipline. We gave you a lump sum of what it would cost a student by discipline rather than identifying what it would cost over an annual basis. So for instance, in art history, the count of art history courses which charge fees is 6, but the average fee per course is $50. So you can see what students are paying on average, and you can also see what the total amount they would have to pay in their discipline would be. Now, the other interesting thing is that some of our sister institutions have decided, instead of using the fee basis, they have gone to practice of defining the more expensive programs to have a higher tuition rate. We've decided not to do that. It puts the programs which have a lower cost to deliver at a disadvantage, and it puts the programs with a higher cost as the generator of the definition of revenue. Our choice is to keep the program design as it has been It's a traditional comprehensive fee design, but it is not breaking out and differentiating by discipline.
This next slide, returning to the Your Pace tuition, we wanted to provide as a comparison rate to show the low rate in regards to comparators that provide mainly here CBE education, but also some of our major competitors in regards to online education that are more localized. Even with us raising our rates by $200 a session, we still are below all of our regional competitors and the major players in competency-based education. And again, I just want to underscore the import for us raising that rate is there are no fees associated at all with the competency-based programming here. So the raise in those rates allows us to ensure that we're providing the essential student support services, both in regards to tutoring and writing center access, as well as to mental health support and health access. So which is important for our students, regardless of where they are in the country. So that's why you're seeing a raise in those rates that is separate from our traditional students and different programs.
The next two slides are who we are. And while I think it's amazing what the spread of the Your Pace program has done to us, we've gone from 70% white to the total is 61.2% white now. What you're seeing is the diversity of population because of the diversity of students in the Your Pace program. We still have the same players in the traditional program. We're seeing some diversity because of athletics, students coming in from other states in order to play baseball or soccer. But we don't see that diversity in educational participation until you get to the Your Pace program. It's amazing to me because the 1509 is the census number from last fall. So we took this snapshot of the university as of October 15th of last fall. And then we looked at what each program meant in terms of diversity, in terms of age, and we identified what that does to our total population standing. So you'll see that in the total listing at the bottom of the page one, you've got a change in our diversity representation. In the bottom of the right-hand side, you've got the same number of students, but you've got a change in the diversity so that you can see we are very heavily embedded in the over 25 to 65 and over population. On the next page, the in-state students, whether they are from Your Pace or from our traditional population, is 734. You'll see a majority of them are from Aroostook County, as we hope they would be. But we're not going out and mining for students as heavily as those may believe we are from other locations in the state of Maine. We're still concentrated on the counties which are adjacent to Aroostook and Aroostook County. Our head count for out-of-state students by state and type, 645 students, and these are just the locations where there are significant populations. And then our head count of international students by country and student type. Traditional has 90 students. Here we show 40 students online. I will tell you that one of the glitches in counting students for the Your Pace program is we have 2 sessions for every semester. We're only allowed to count the head count once. So if Betsy is taking a class in Your Pace the beginning of fall semester, and then she takes another one the end of fall semester, I'm only counted as 1. Same is true with traditional head count. So you're counted as 1, but you're there for the whole semester, which means that the 40 head count for ME Online is probably 80 to 100.
I'm just chuckling because I hear that from Betsy almost
All
every
the
day.
time.
So I'm glad that she's sharing that.
Which moves us into our capital plan needs. You all know about our Wadeen athletic project. You know about Park Hall and Emerson Hall, which we've been fixing with bond money in order to make the students much more comfortable in their housing locations. Merriman Hall, we would love to address, but we need to put aside money to do that. Kelly Commons, the dining area, we self-funded and did a borrowing with Sodexo in order to accomplish this. And the location looks spectacular now, and the students rave about it, which is wonderful. Below Kelly Commons, you see all of our, oh my gods, we have to do this. Campus center boilers, exterior locks on all of our buildings, paving and sidewalk repairs. None of these are flashy, fun things. The Galvin Auditorium, which is part of the Wadeen complex, it'll take us 3 or 4 million just to fix the roof on that auditorium. So we have a congressional allocation for 4 million. And that's what it will cost us to fix the roof, but we have to do the interior as well. And our hope, and the chancellor hears us say this all the time, is that we are eventually able to put in a multi-purpose turf field. The next slide shows our performance against target based on Gordian's Sightlines review. What we've been doing over the last 10 years is to reinvest in ourselves as best we can. Whether using money from the system, and thankfully the system has been willing to support us with bond money for deferred maintenance, and using our operating money, we find that we are headed in the right direction. And the slide proves us out to be taking the right steps towards our needs.
The next 2 slides I really provided because I wanted to ensure and reassure the system administration and the board that UMPE's strategic goals are really in alignment with the UMS strategic plan. I won't go through these, but you can see them clumped into real 3 sector areas in which I directly show how our goals are linked to very specific parts of the strategic plan. That includes goal number 1 on the first page with competency education, and then looking at the balanced budget, as well as creating a sense of belonging in our system, which we're working on both with our distance degree completion students in the Your Pace program and our traditional age students. And then, of course, the work we're doing with increasing persistence and degree completion. Again, both on the competency side as well as the traditional student side.
The next slide talks about operating efficiencies and other fiscal and energy strategies. We are working hard to lessen our footprint with ancillary spaces which are not part of the main campus. On the right-hand side, you'll see what changes we predict will be made in the holdings for the university as of this spring. Those will come to you in the May FFT meeting and likely go onto the board for the full board meeting after that. They are focused on the Holton Higher Education Center and Skyway building, which we have a request for proposal, which is a public request, and for both of those buildings, both of those locations, we have a due date of March 25th for proposals to be returned to us. We have not included any suggestion of what the outcome of those proposals will be in our financial year 25 budget, because it's up to the board after they review our recommendation, how that could be married into our budget. We look at the solar field with our bi-paneled field. We're offsetting somewhere close to $60,000 annually in electrical costs. So what we're having is a good period with lessening our fuel costs, except that fuel keeps rising. So we have an engineering plan to change boilers in Kelly Commons and move to propane, which is less expensive than standard oil, and removing the Wadeen oil tanks. We've already gone out to bid and agreed with system support on the lowest possible cost for fuel oil with a system energy contract. We were asked questions about financial aid, about where we stand with our financial aid distribution, how many are awarded, and these are our first-time scholarships. But as long as a student maintains their academic record, typically they flow through with same scholarship support going through all 4 years. So we compared ourselves to other schools in Maine, but we also looked at where we stand in terms of our sister schools. We obviously have a low discount rate. The 26% discount rate is one of the lowest in the system, if not the lowest. But what we are doing is leveraging it to our best ability based on student need. So we use not just institutional aid, but we are assisting students with their borrowing and their support from federal aid. Typically, our students have economic need, which allows us to do that.
We should note too, the Your Pace students in the competency-based program are also eligible for financial aid, but obviously are not included in these reports because they're not first-time, full-time students.
And finally, we have an obligation, we know, to rebuild our reserves. During the time of COVID, we drained them. And what we are predicting will be a decent distribution of those reserves as we reach surplus, will be a third reinvested into capital projects so that we are trying to borrow less money, a third reinvested into E&G operations so that we can maximize our ability to meet the needs of incoming students, whether it's for academic advising, or whether it's for Your Pace advisors, or whether it's for financial aid staffing. And a third will go back into reserves, and it will go into auxiliary reserves, I should admit, because from auxiliary we can use it in E&G, but from E&G we can't use it in auxiliary. So I'm looking for the easiest way for us to be flexible with those reserves for the future.
And just by quick note of summation, before we happily take any questions, I'll just note this is my 8th year as a president, 10th year as a provost. I'll note what I'm proud about in presenting this budget is it does reflect, I think, the success of our very deliberate plan to match what's our marketing slogan here, which you've seen, right? An education that defies expectation, and that we are successfully able to provide an education to first-time, full-time students that we historically have done in Aroostook County, and that continue to do and plan to continue to do successfully, but also are now reaching, as we all know, 50% of Americans are dissatisfied with higher education. The students we see in the Your Pace programming are those students dissatisfied with a traditional higher education, and we are bringing those students back into higher education to get successfully complete degrees and certificates and become engaged members of our society. And we are so pleased to be able to reaching both those audiences. Thank you.
Thank you, President Rice, and your entire team for wonderful presentation and great materials. I'm sure there's lots of fodder here for discussion, particularly about your pace going forward. We do have a few minutes. We can take a few minutes now, and again, encourage people, if they don't have questions now or think of them later, get them in, and we'll see that they do get answered. Thank you very much. Trustee McMahon.
Ray and team, that was an outstanding presentation. Thank you very much. 2 questions around your pace. First of all, what's your share of market? And secondly is, what's your time to market compared to your competitors? And by time to market, I mean the time to turn around when you get an inquiry to getting somebody as a matriculated student. And are your investments adequate for you to meet the competitive demands in that space?
You want to talk about time to market for response time?
Sure. What I can tell you right now is that if a student applies to be part of, let's say, Spring 1, so spring has 2 sessions, they apply to be part of Spring 1, and they're applying the end of December or beginning of January, they will be in Spring 1. So we're looking at a time to turn a student into a matriculated student and then into an enrolled student of a maximum of 2.5 weeks, which is remarkable, which is why we have such a strong enrollment management team and your PACE team in place now. We've done our best to build that, I'll call it a stream of students moving quickly from one location to another. I'll also say that this keeps us on our toes. If we find that a student is not being moved, we look for the reason for the dam in the stream. One of the things we've found over the last 1.5 to 2 years is that being able to identify the transfer of credits is much more time demanding than we originally thought it would be. And the reason for that is that a student who's coming to us to do degree completion likely has somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 to 8 transcripts that we have to evaluate. It's not just one transcript from one other institution. So when you get to the point where you've matriculated a student, we still have to take them through the process with the registrar's office of transcript analysis. And that takes a longer amount of time, which is why we've hired 2 people to assist in that area.
Yeah, I just add to what Betsy said. We can turn around and my stated goal is, and right now we show we're within that, is from a point of inquiry to point of confirmation. We can do that in 72 hours, Chairman. But it's that 2.5 weeks takes from that point of matriculation to point of enrollment or finishing the transcript analysis for transfer students. And frankly, a ton of our students are asking for that work up front. And so that also creates a whole lot of additional work on top of that before those students will make a final decision, because that's the kind of work they're doing, right? They're comparing who gives them the best transfer credit from one institution to another. In regards to our scale or our size, you know, we've gone from a startup to a healthy competitor. We're not on the scale of Western Governors, which is 200,000 students, right? But we are looking in that range of significant size institutions in serving this group. And if our growth trajectory stays on track, we'll be one of the major players in New England in regards to choices. And frankly, some of our programs are ones that major competitors do not offer. So that's very helpful as well.
I'll also say that when we talk about investing our surplus, the third that will be reinvested into E&G operations, we're leaving ourselves the buffer in order to build the talent or the contracts that we need to have in place to support the rapid growth of the Your PACE program.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you. Other questions? Just one quick one. Are all your PACE faculty UMPI professors?
No, they're increasingly faculty from other institutions. Probably the institution with the most shared full-time faculty is UMFK. But we have adjuncts from institutions, including UMA and other institutions, as well as other public institutions such as the community colleges.
And how do you decide how to divide up that expense, President?
We have a huge challenge with AFM and with PATFA with how to make teaching the obligation or our obligation to faculty and their obligation to the teaching be similar for your pace. What I can say is that we haven't entered into the dark hinterlands of how do we use a faculty member who's not meeting their full load requirement and I'm just using this at UMF. At another
let's just say at UMPI.
At UMPI, and move them into teaching your pace equivalency amount. We're still going through some arguments with AFM about what that looks like, how that's modeled.
Very productive discussions.
Very
with the bargaining units. But I would say that our full-time faculty own the curriculum. So the full-time faculty responsible for the complete construction and development of all of the competencies, and then they approve the adjunct faculty that are then assigned to them as the need within those modules grow. So, for instance, we're looking at numbers of courses, of sections or equivalent that we haven't seen previously at the institution. So that full-time faculty member, for instance, in psychology would approve the faculty either from other UMaine system institutions or external adjunct faculties to teach in those sections. Or we could contract with those faculty to actually develop our sections and either teach them or then oversee adjuncts doing that, as has happened with UMFK.
Thanks very much. Okay, unless there are other questions, we are running a bit behind. And again, thank you again for an excellent presentation, excellent written materials, and much food for thought and much food for further discussion about the successes you're having there. We'll take a break now. We are running somewhat behind, but why don't we cut the breakdown just a little bit and reconvene at 1:30 when we will come back and hear from UMA. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Great morning. Stretch your legs and see you at 1:30.
Good morning.
Hi, everyone, except well, I guess it's morning for you, Buster.
Afternoon.
It's spring outside the Clark Center today.
It looks like it.
My office background is pretty blasé, so I said I need to do something a little different.
So you're just hanging out in the quad, huh?
Yeah, right. Nice and sunny in Augusta. I don't know about Waterville.
It's cloudy.
So they're running late then. I presume they must have run over. So
Yeah. So they took the break from 1 to 1:30. Yeah. So.
Oh, 1 to 30.
Yeah. So Eileen, we should just say next slide when we want the next slide.
Sure.
Okay.
A lot of times I can tell by your inflections too.
As you wind down the slide.
I have a bell I was going to ring if that.
Oh, good idea.
I love bells.
Yeah.
And whistles.
And whistles. We'll have glitter bells and whistles. The UMA team is ready, Roger.
Okay, great. I think we said 1:30, right?
We did, yeah. We got
Okay,
another three minutes or so.
So did I read the women's basketball team had won some
We went
championship?
we went to the championship.
Went to the championship or?
We are allowed to go to the championship. Yeah.
Oh, great. When and where is that?
I am not sure. Do you know, Joe?
Well, they went to the tournament. I don't think they moved past.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so they went to but did not advance.
I believe that's the fact.
Great. Okay.
I misunderstood that.
Joe, I can't see you without thinking about the airplane, but I don't know if any of you have been watching Masters of the Air. Speaking of pilots training, it's on Apple TV. It's about bomber pilots during World War II, and I think Steven Spielberg is the executive producer. It's just terrific television.
I have not seen that.
It's really, really well done.
Attention members of the military. We move around 60.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. I think we've got the UMA team is here. President Kushmi, all set to go? Okay, why don't we reconvene then, and we'll reconvene the meeting of the FFT committee. And for the next half an hour, we're going to hear a presentation from the University of Maine at Augusta. And welcome, President Cushman.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to present our UMA budget. I first want to emphasize that UMA is very mission driven. Everything we do, including fiscally, has to fit into our historic mission. Next slide. As you know, UMA was founded by the system to provide access statewide to workforce development. And this is reflected in our brand pillar, programs designed for today's economy. That access is to all populations, especially underserved populations, including adults, veterans, rural and justice impacted, and traditional age studying workforce development degrees. We are, as our brand pillar claims, champions of diversity because of that. And because of our particular population of the most vulnerable students, we provide, as our brand pillar states, an education that meets students where they are. And we provide that access to transform lives, to be, as our brand pillar says, a catalyst for positive change. And we don't want to jeopardize that very important mission by being fiscally irresponsible. So we continually assess our effectiveness and cost, paying attention to the ROI. So next slide. Like most universities, our budget depends heavily on tuition. And here are some of the factors affecting tuition that we're taking into account as we plan for next year. So on the favorable side, our recruitment efforts mean that we have a larger spring class than before, which is great. And our retention is growing, as I highlighted at the last BOT meeting, as are our graduate programs. Free community college will benefit us in the long run, as we're the most similar to the community colleges in the systems. And we're building face-to-face employee trainings with industries through our local relationships at our centers. We have a great partner in Sodexo and strong fiscal ratios. Some of the challenges include the fact that in hot economies like now, our target populations often, of course, necessarily choose to work rather than attend higher education. We are still feeling the negative impact of free community college, and our students are some of the most vulnerable, as mentioned, including many with mental health challenges and inflation and energy costs are affecting us like everyone. And like all of higher ed, we are concerned about the national decline in faith of the ROI of higher education. So with all of that given, I'll turn it over to Eileen for the next slide.
Great. Thank you, President Cushman. First and foremost, I want to just say that UMA is very proud to put forth a balanced budget without the use of the one-time benefit savings in the coming year. When we began our budget process, we calculated the one-time savings to be almost $1.3 million. On the left side of the slide, you can see our E&G budget has a healthy surplus of about $1.5 million, while on the right side, you can see our auxiliary budget has a modest deficit of approximately $400,000. I'll go into more detail behind the two budgets on the next slides, but I'd like to call out the $1.1 million that's unbudgeted for remaining strategic investments. These areas that we would like to invest in include in academic support for the neurodiverse population, updating our existing music recording studio, and future energy and HVAC updates, all of which will be discussed in more detail throughout this presentation. I'm not going to walk you through every line of this budget, but I do want to draw your attention to a few key drivers. First is the 9% increase in tuition and fee revenue that is primarily a reflection of the 3% increase in tuition in the tuition and fee rate, as well as an increase in program fees and differential tuition that we will talk about in more depth in a few minutes. The increase in the personnel line is primarily a result of an increase in our compensation adjustment account that is used to cover the across-the-board increases for employees in FY25. The expense category the other expense category, that shows an 18% increase due to higher software costs across several departments, increases in library acquisitions and subscription costs, the need to purchase a new larger bus for our growing athletics program, and the ongoing commitment to continuing professional development to faculty and staff. And the final item that I'd like to discuss on this slide is our continued commitment to investing in our current buildings. We have increased our overall capital expense account by the board directed 5%, and our debt service increased due to the internal loan UMA received to update the veterinary technology space on the second floor of Camden Hall on the Bangor campus, and the Med Lab tech expansion in Robinson Hall on the Augusta campus. Next, we'll discuss the auxiliary budget. On this slide, there are 3 areas I'd like to draw your attention to. First, the dining and residence revenue is expected to increase by almost $215,000. In addition to bringing Cleveland Hall online and increasing the housing rates by 2.9%, UMA is now requiring all students living in housing to purchase a meal plan each semester. Sodexo has been a fabulous partner in developing options for our students to choose from based on their housing unit and dining needs. Moving in this direction is helping to address the food insecurities that our housing students are facing, as well as the annual loss that Sodexo has experienced at UMA since the beginning of our partnership. The supplies and services line is next. With the increase in conferencing comes an increase in support necessary to provide seamless and enjoyable experience for the entities that book our space. UMA's partnership with Sodexo requires us to pay expenses related to having a Sodexo dedicated staff member on campus to recruit, book, coordinate, and manage all aspects of conferencing. An increase in conferencing activities is a good thing, but it also means that the expenses will increase slightly as well. Finally, the other expense line increased significantly and can be attributed to the increase in lease payments associated with bringing Cleveland Hall online last year. While UMA's E&G budget is still subsidizing our auxiliary budget, I want to remind you all of the business plan that UMA developed prior to committing to bringing Cleveland online last year. The increase in tuition revenue collected from students who otherwise would not have been able to come to UMA is booked on the E&G budget and therefore not counted in this budget. As we continue to grow our conferencing efforts, we do expect our auxiliaries budgets to start supporting itself in the coming years. On this slide, you can see UMA increased all of our tuition and fee rates by the recommended 3%, except for the non-residential online rate. That rate was developed as a recruitment tool in the early 2000s and set to 125% of the in-state rate. UMA made the decision to keep a lower non-residential online rate. However, we decided it makes more sense to align it with our NEBI rate. To accomplish this without drastically impacting our students, we decided to take a two-phased approach. In FY25, we're proposing to increase the fee from 125 to 150% of the in-state rate. And in FY26, we'll finish the transition by moving it to 160% of the in-state rate, which is in line with the NEBI rate. Next is our program fees and differential tuition. UMA is continuing with our efforts to consolidate course fees into a more digestible program fee or differential tuition. All of the rate increases were driven by our annual in-depth analysis of our academic programs and a market analysis to determine the cost of related programs we consider to be competitors. This year, we were able to consolidate all of the course fees assessed to students in the computer science academic area and start to address the astronomical cost of the cyber bit range needed to teach students within that discipline. While additional fees are never our desire, I do want to remind you of the benefits associated with charging them as a program fee or differential instead of a piecemeal as a course fee. First is consistency. By doing it this way, students know every semester what to expect. Course fees tend to be insignificant in some semesters and then enormous in others. So this approach helps to equalize the cost over their degree program. Next is transparency. In most cases, students are receiving tangible items like software to use throughout the semester or even the entire degree program. In all of the cases, we keep clear documentation that faculty are able to share with their students that outlines what they're receiving for the fee. Next are veteran and financial aid benefits. By charging a program fee or differential tuition, the expense can be covered by veteran benefits or financial aid Financial aid can even adjust a student's cost of attendance budget to help them qualify for additional funding if necessary. And then finally, recovery of actual program costs. Again, I just want to reiterate that these fees are not arbitrary and they come from a deep dive we take into our academic programs every summer. Our high-cost programs that run a deficit have been our primary focus, but we will continue to monitor all of our programs annually. I'm just going to touch on this slide briefly. I just want to show you how UMA's viability ratio continues to stay well above the benchmark, which means we have sufficient resources to cover our outstanding debt. In FY21 and FY22, UMA paid off the long-term debt we had for the Randall Student Center, thus leaving us with very little debt service. And you can see that in that spike on the top chart. While the viability ratio dropped back to 7.63% in FY23, the debt we assumed for the MLT expansion and vet tech renovations, due to those, we're still in a healthy position far above the benchmark. And then on the bottom chart, you can see UMA's composite financial index exceeds UMS and the low benchmark. The institution continues to be financially stable position. And so now I will pass it off to Provost Sakis to discuss our academic and budget priorities.
Thank you. So I'm going to summarize this slide just with a few comments. One is that our continued focus on workforce needs remains our top academic and budget priority. Our nursing and cyber expansion with the Capital Center, MedLab Tech that you heard about already, we've expanded and we're already seeing increased applications for that program. The dental program, which is expanding in the Lewiston campus of USM. Each one of these that I've mentioned were funded primarily with outside funding, whether it's congressional directed spending, the Maine Jobs Recovery Act, or a Northeast Delta Dental grant that basically helped underwrite all these efforts to basically help us meet the state workforce needs. We also are working on standing up either programs that we just stood up last year or the ones that we plan on standing up this year. Our data visualization program and our music technology program that you folks just approved on in January. Aircraft maintenance is our one that we've been working our way through. We just completed yet another phase of the FAA requirements. And so we are excited about each one of those, but each one takes, their care and nurturing to kind of keep those going on. Our community partners really are a majority of this slide is that we've been working hard to find the needs of where our either corporate or others outside the system needs are for academics. Maine Municipal Association, Bath Iron Works, even working with the Maine Department of Corrections. These are all partnerships to do things, to help their employees position themselves and do professional development, or in the terms of the Maine Department of Corrections, our prison education program. We consider partnerships with our community colleges. You'll be talking about in that regard, it's about articulation agreements, either establishing new ones or making sure that we maintain the existing ones we have. The community college, the early college as well, are partnerships with high schools, right, to ensure that the students are getting a college level education for the work that they do. UMA continues to be a leader in online and distance education, and our work in the previous couple years is now positioning us to be able to do something else. And so our first thing is that what you see in the middle slide, bottom bullet of the middle slide, is that we're working on getting all our instructional materials ADA compliant. That means that we're well over 90%, and so 2 years of good work has now moved us to another position that we'll talk about in just a second here. And then the last thing on this slide before we go to the next one is that UMA is working on really 3 initiatives that we are trying to help us position. One is the transfer process improvement. Again, the community colleges, this is year 2 of the community colleges free tuition efforts, and so we expect an increase of transfer. UMA wants to be ready. We know the UMS has acquired new transfer software, so we want to be ready for that. So we are working on making sure that we are reducing the barriers for students who are coming in with credit to transfer. I think every institution is thinking about how AI is going to impact higher ed, and UMA is no exception. We are standing up a committee both in the classroom, but also in student support as well. We see it as a way of augmenting what we do. It's not replacing, but it's going to improve on the things that we do. It's a tool to be embraced, not to be fought, and that's how we do it. And the last bullet, and before we move to the next slide, is just that we are been in conversations with Landmark College out in Vermont. They are an expert in working with neurodiverse populations, and that is where we'll move to the next slide, please. And so, what you see on the screen here is that this is from the EAB conference. So the University of Maine system has an EAB contract. We had sent a few people there. They were talking about, where are where are the market forces heading in higher ed? And what you'll see is that although there's 4 quadrants, UMA really positions itself in 2 of these areas. In the cost, UMA is, we like to think of ourselves as an affordable institution. And you see the dual enrollment on that side. What we're seeing now is that students that are coming to UMA have almost 30 credits of early college that they're coming in with, which means that we can start talking about a 3-year degree that we couldn't think about before. So on the cost side, we think that we are able to kind of manage and kind of own that. On the lower right thing, you'll see the experience. You'll see the circle there. A market force there is about trying to make sure that your materials are more open, more welcoming, more accessible to a neurodiverse population. UMA feels that by doing this, by working on this, we can make our online instructional material better than it is right now. That helps us keep our position as a leader in distance ed. And I'll just say it's the and the training for us will continue basically starting this summer. We're actually going to be sending a cohort to Landmark to start getting that training started for us. And that's Eileen also. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. I'm John Henry, the Vice President for Enrollment Management and Marketing. There are some new people here who may not know who I am. Let me talk about the enrollment. Everything we're doing is built on enrollment. So with our mission, our solid financial footing, and our academic priorities in mind, this represents a summary of our enrollment modeling that we have accepted for the budget for FY25. And there's too much here to explain, but if you had a microscope and you could look under this, the takeaways are that we have reduced our early college model based on the system because we had such a fast growth. The model was not predicting what we can sustain. It was over predicting. But we've also added a number of new credits in credit waterfall that will be explained shortly because we have new opportunities, as the provost has explained, that we are confident we can meet in the next academic year. Next slide, please. As requested, this is our 10-year enrollment pattern, and you can see back in the fiscal year 18, that was my first year back at the university after a time away at another institution, and that was the beginning of what we called our 3-year recovery period, and we did recover quite a bit of those credits and sort of flattened out those losses until the pandemic hit in fiscal year 21 and 22. And we leveled off considerably until the free college movement took hold. And as the president suggested, we, like others in our peers in the system, we have had some struggles with attracting new students because of the free college opportunity that is available to them. But over time, we do anticipate a good amount of growth in state and out of state to a lesser degree because we were only about 10 or 11% out of state. And we expect that early college might go down based on our actual, because we had a banner year this year with early college. We actually had a bigger spring than we actually budgeted. Next slide, please. So this is how we like to explain our credits with the waterfall opportunities. On the left represents our original budget for this fiscal year of 64,000 credits. And then we adjust that downward based on our revised, which we did submit last October. And furthermore, and more importantly, we align that with the model that came from the University of Maine System's institutional research. So we dropped that model by 3,500 credit hours based on that. I will say that that's a 5% drop as predicted, but in this year, we only had a 1.4% drop. We did outperform the model because of our strong retention, which I will talk about shortly. Then we start building back in our credit forecast for the year, the new opportunities in green there. We did correct the model based on correcting the UMS and the UMA models. We anticipate a larger entering class because of our application increase right now. We are up about 17% in applications. Our behavior in applications is very similar to fiscal year 21. We actually had 130 more matriculants that year than we did this fall. So there's all kinds of indicators to believe we can reasonably enroll a larger entering class. We expect continued growth in our graduate programs as we roll those out more in the next couple of years. Our retention has been the highest it's ever been recorded this year, fall and spring, primarily due to, as the provost said, our usage of the EAB Navigate tools and the student intervention techniques that have been in our favor. And then we are adding a couple of sports back, and we have seen great success with student athletes. The addition of 2 sports will help us attract more students who wish to have a traditional campus experience. Mindfully, it still represents about 35 to 40% of our student body, traditional students coming directly from high school to play sports, but it gives them that opportunity. But it represents over 20% of our students living in residence. So student athletes do prefer to be there in Augusta, living in residence with a traditional campus experience. The music technology degree will launch, and we anticipate a great success because our current popular music degree is available already across the United States, enrolling students from 14 states around the country, all the way to the West Coast. So we have a high degree of confidence that we'll be able to meet those targets. As the president mentioned, our workforce partnerships are emerging and growing substantially, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a future slide. But our big players right now we are wrapping up with Bath Iron Works for some degree options there, and with Maine Municipal Association, using the entire state of Maine and offering discounts to any employee of any municipality in the state of Maine. Aircraft maintenance is taking off, if I can use that pun, and Allied Health will have an expansion with the standing up of our capital center, funded through primarily congressional directed spending for our nursing simulation and workforce development efforts across the street at the former Augusta Marketplace facility. And finally, prison education, we expect a little more growth. It's already quite large, but Washington County Community College has closed its program, and we expect to absorb a few of the students from the Down East Correctional Facility. So when all is said and done, we're at 55 credit hours more budgeted, or 0.086%. So it's essentially, this is a flat budget. But before we leave, there are things that we're not budgeting that we do anticipate growth. The master's degree in whole child education, a new graduate program, nursing growth that we did not budget, but that we do anticipate with Capital Center coming online. More employer partnerships that we are seeking out, and they are actually beginning to seek us out now that that word is on the street. And the new dual degree option with Farmington that we hope will allow us to support nursing students in Western Maine, and which we would both benefit from those credit hours. Next slide. So how are we going to get there? Well, not by thinking about it, but by recruiting actively. And this is a summary of first of all, I will say this is not a photoshopped image. Those are actual planes. 4 of those do not belong to us. They belong to our partner, who has invested heavily in those planes, matching the one that we did buy last year. But we will have a very active and typical recruitment effort. You heard that from other presenters today. The pandemic is over. We can now go back to high schools, back to college fairs, and do the more traditional events, both in-state and out of state. We will use a very comprehensive multi-channel communication program to reach out to students. View books, while they're printed, are not the most important thing anymore. It's getting to students digitally and through multiple channels, and you will hear more about that. We have added, or will be adding, an adult recruiter through our adult degree completion grant that was funded last August, adding 1 more recruiter to our full staff in the admissions office. And of course, the articulation agreements are extremely important to us now that the students will be first ever graduates from the free college movement. The May 24 cohort of community college graduates are coming for the first time from that free college effort. We have 63 articulation agreements in play right now. We have put probably 15 or 20% of those across the finish line and ready to go. And we're working feverishly with our partners in the community colleges to provide that seamless pathway for transfer. I mentioned some of the other things already. One thing we take great advantage of is the zero tuition pledge, called the Pine Tree State Pledge. Has been very popular, and it was the most inclusive one that we offered across the system when we launched that in 2018. And of course, we're adding some one-time support for yield efforts. The president has funded about $30,000 of additional support to push our yield efforts in the admissions, the admitted class. our yield is probably close to 40%, but if we can move the needle on yield 2 or 3 percentage points, it'll help assure that we can capture that 50 more entering students. On the retention side, equally important, as the provost suggested already, our co-advising model works exceptionally well. We have our advisors placed all over the state at our centers and on both campuses, and they advise not only students in their catchment area, but they may be an advisor for a program that's not even near them. In this case, one of our advisors for aviation, the advisor for aviation, actually is at the Brunswick Center, where she is closer actually to the students. We also pay attention to our students' health and well-being, and the advent of the protocol services, a 24/7 counseling service, has been helpful, and we have stepped up all of our tutoring efforts in counseling as well. And as the provost mentioned, Navigate tools have made a big difference in our ability to lead to historic retention rates, helping our total FTEs that are returning next fall. Next slide. This is not a kaleidoscope, as Trustee Alexander pointed out for, I believe that was Fort Kent's presentation, but it is a map. And it shows that even online, we can have quite a representation in a colorful way to attract our students. 44 states and 10 countries are represented at the university. Our workforce programs attract a lot of students into our residence halls. And as I mentioned earlier, 20% of our residents on campus are athletes, 21% are out of state, far more than our typical 10 or 11%. And another 6% are international. So having those residential options for the Augusta-based students has made a difference, as has our partnership with UMaine, where we have probably 6 or 8 students from our dental programs and veterinary technology living in the residence halls at the University of Maine. We do micro digital campaigns and will continue to do so in our marketing efforts. These are small campaigns that typically cost about $10,000 to hit people digitally. And I think Trustee Cates heard me say the word geofencing last time we did this presentation. We can target right to zip codes, right to addresses, right to your devices sitting on your kitchen table to deliver ads to try to attract students to some of our emerging programs. And finally, we focus on the online programs for place-bound adults. And we leverage some of our ability to do so by our rankings in places like US News and World Report. We moved up in those rankings. That makes a difference in the crowded space of online learning. But to be counted as a top 100 best online in the country does not hurt us, and in fact help us with some of those programs that are available on a national stage, like library science, cybersecurity, and contemporary popular music. Next slide. And I think we're back to Eiley to talk about the room and board rates.
We are. Thank you, John. So housing's been a game changer for UMA. Demand is strong. It's so strong, in fact, that we brought another housing unit online in fall 2023 and still experienced 100% occupancy. As John previously mentioned, the students living in housing are disproportionately out-of-state athletes and are in distinctive programs like aviation, architecture, and nursing. We couldn't make strides in this portion of our mission without housing. The two charts show that UMA is proposing a 2.9% increase in room rates and a 5% increase for board rates in FY25. As with previous semesters, we chose to budget conservatively at a 96% occupancy rate, but we do anticipate being completely full. And finally, to meet the growing need for housing, UMA has developed 3 key partnerships. On the Augusta campus, students who need housing but are unable to get into our Hollowell residence halls have the option to stay at the Best Western Civic Center beside the campus. CMCC has successfully done this with the creation of Mustang Hall in a local motel to them. On the Bangor campus, students seeking housing can stay in the UMaine dorms, and at the Lewiston Auburn Center, dental students are able to stay at the USM dorms. These partnerships allow us the opportunity to continue to grow our programs without the huge investment of new space. Next, I'd like to turn our focus to our planned capital investments. UMA continues to be a good steward of space by not adding onto our square footage, rather looking at our current buildings and making strategic investments to increase the net asset value and functionality. As you can see from the 2 lists, there's no new space proposed, simply investments in current space and in the future of our campuses through HVAC and energy upgrades. While our proposed capital projects list shows our commitment to our future well-being of our campuses, Gordian's analysis really drives that point home. This chart from their presentation shows UMA is steadfast in our dedication to keep our assets healthy. We reinvest instead of building new. We tear down where possible, and we constantly analyze our usage to verify the needs. All of these efforts have helped drive our overall net asset value over the long-term goal of 70% to 72% in FY23. As you can see from this slide, UMA continues to have a strong reserve balance of about $10.5 million in E&G and capital planning reserves combined. That amount exceeds the BOT goal of 10%, which is approximately $4.5 million, and the system desired goal of 18%, which is about $8 million for UMA. We are fiscally conservative, and we view our reserves as a means to make strategic investments, like bringing Cleveland Hall online last year. Our reserve balances allow us to be viable, nimble, and strategic. Now back to Provost Dacus.
So because of our efforts in online and distance education, we become a kind of a natural partner across the university system when we talk about collaborations. So you've heard a couple times about housing for our Bangor students on the Orono campus, as well as our dental students on the USM campus. Our MedLab Tech program is one of the longest, I would say, inter-institutional partnerships that are existing, out there in the University of Maine system. And it's so strong that we're ready to take it to the next level, where the MedLab Tech program is an associate's degree. We're now looking for the next one, which is a baccalaureate degree in medical laboratory science. Over, and I'm just going to pick a few of these here. With the Farmington one, the one I just want to mention is the last two bullets is the nursing expansion. So UMA has a nursing cohort on the Farmington campus, but through some really good work of the folks at Farmington, as well as the faculty bodies, both on the Augusta and Farmington campus, we're working on a dual degree where students who are on the Farmington campus can achieve and receive a Farmington degree while earning a baccalaureate degree in a pre-licensure nursing program. And so this lets them, the students who are on the Farmington campus, enjoying the Farmington experience, being no different than any other Farmington student, able to play sports, be part of their governmental structures and things like that. So we see this as a big win, but only with the good work of the faculty, and also just trying to leverage unified accreditation, I think, which is we're very excited about that. On the at the bottom left, you'll just see that our cybersecurity program again is in strong partnership with USM, and our dental clinic meeting dental assisting folks that are now getting hygiene and FDA training. They aren't able to drive all the way up because they're working adults. They can't drive up to Bangor for it. So we're having that clinic down in Lewiston in a large population area has really, and those cohorts are full as we speak. The last thing I want to mention on the slide is that the Maine Engineering Pathways program and in the system-wide thing, UMA offers a Engineering 100 course that basically introduces students to the engineering program, also allows students to locally get their physics and chemistry and calculus taken care of. And so when they're ready, then they can transfer straight into Orono or USM's engineering programs. And so a way, again, to kind of cut down the cost, but also provide opportunities to expose them to one of the really exciting programs that we offer in the University of Maine system. Thank you.
So UMA has a track record of effectively managing our resources to gain both operational and energy efficiencies. Over the past decade, UMA has removed space equating to nearly 70,000 square feet. This year, the institution sold 4 acres of unused and unaltered land to the Bangor Housing Authority to build senior living housing. Not only does that $160,000 sale revenue greatly impact the Bangor campus, but the sale also positively impacts the city of Bangor by allowing for much needed senior housing to be built. We anticipate the residents of the new housing units to be able to contribute to our campus environment in the future through senior college and other community-centered events. To continue our efforts to use our space, this year UMA stood up a space committee that serves as an advisory group to President Cushman. The committee reviews space requests and current space assignments to assess effectiveness and efficiencies. New controlled building schematics are being developed, and they will help guide that space review process. And as you can see on the bottom box in this slide, UMA finds great value in sharing spaces with other entities to offset costs or even generate revenue. We are open to reviewing requests from sister campuses, system office departments, and outside entities for sharing opportunities. Robinson Hall in Augusta and Lewiston Hall in Bangor house UMS staff. Camden Hall in Bangor and Hangar 6 in Brunswick share space with UMaine. And the East Millinocket and Brunswick centers share space with the local community colleges, just to call out a few cost-saving partnerships. Additionally, policies at the system level and the UMA level are being worked on to determine who needs a permanent space versus a hotel space, which could allow for additional cost savings or even revenue generating partnerships in the future. And finally, UMA has a record of taking action to reduce our carbon footprint and energy expenditures. Over the past few years, UMA has invested a large percentage of our annual capital budget, along with HERF and bond funds, to updating HVAC systems and switching lighting units to LED. In FY24, an outside agency called Train completed an energy audit and provided recommendations for further HVAC updates, solar panels, charging stations, and more. UMA has also started working with the University of Maine System Capital Planning and Project Management Group to identify experts in energy efficiency areas who already work for the system that could help with this process at a fraction of the cost of using external contracts. As you saw on our capital project slide, in FY25, we're dedicated to investing our budgeted capital funds into bringing these recommendations to fruition. I'm going to pass it to John now.
Thank you. I believe this is the last content slide. Maintaining our affordability is important, but also is maintaining our discount rate. We do offer the second lowest discount rate in the University of Maine system at about 14% overall. We're proud of that. It has crept up in the last few years with the price competition we're facing in the marketplace, but we have reviewed our scholarships, all of our admissions merit scholarships, and we have more stringent criteria to be eligible for those scholarships and to maintain them. A big driver there is to try to encourage students to enroll as full-time as possible so that they can get faster to graduation. And by implementing that, it's going to reduce our discount rate and keep students on track to finish in 4 years, or in many cases 5 or 6 for UMA students. One thing that helps us substantially, unfortunately, is that many of our students, most, are Pell Grant eligible. We have a lower income student body overall. It does result in a decreasing pressure on institutional aid. And we leverage our aid as a last dollar scholarship or last dollar award. And it does lessen loan burden for students because of the Pell Grant, now over $7,000, and the Maine State Grant over $3,500. Those two alone can substantially cover a student's cost of attendance if they have a very low expected family contribution. And finally, as I referenced in an earlier slide, we are now entering our 6th year of the Pine Tree State Pledge tuition promise. It is very inclusive. We think it competes well with the community college system initiative. It does not cost us very much money. I believe about 3 years ago, we were spending about $180,000 of our own institutional money, and it was now about $40,000 this year because the Pell Grant and the Maine State Grant cover a larger percentage of that free tuition promise. Next slide.
So we appreciate your attention to our presentation, and just want to summarize, we have a balanced budget without the use of one-time benefit savings, and so that we can use that along with our reserves for one-time strategic investments. And we do try to be entrepreneurial and nimble in those investments. Our net asset value and viability ratios are strong, as are our reserves. We continually assess our space efficiency, and our continuing expertise in online learning enables us to add more online programs strategically. We have the second lowest tuition discount rate in the system, and our multiple locations allow us to add more workforce partnerships for the system. So essentially, by not using the one time to balance our budget, we will start FY26 without taking on recurring costs using one-time fundings. So we won't have that perpetual hole. And this allows us to be entrepreneurial by investing strategically in future-focused areas like neurodiversity and simulations and other immersive technologies. So thank you, and we ready for questions.
Thank you. I thank you and the whole team very much for that great presentation, the materials. Congratulations on what you've been able to present to us in terms of a balanced budget. We do have a few minutes for questions, if there are any. Yes, Trustee Michoud.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, quick question for John. Saw the decrease in the early college program. I've heard some complaints that the policy is creating a negative impact on students coming through that particular program. Have you heard any complaints? And if so, have they been addressed or?
I may ask Provost Zegas to weigh in here. The decrease wasn't in actual, it was in budget. Our actual credit hours for early college were so high this year, we don't expect to hit that mark again. So we're bringing it back down to what was a flat budget for fiscal year 24. So we could very well grow. Joe, I don't know of any complaints that we've had.
I haven't heard any complaints. We have a really strong quality control on our early college. And so we are probably well positioned to get NACEP accreditation. It's something this whole system's doing. And our amount of matriculate students from early college are increasing every year. So we feel pretty good about where we stand here. But again, to Eileen's point is that we're going to be conservative on this, even though we are, the leader in early college. I think that's what the numbers say. We're going to budget basically where we were at the end of this year, basically. So just kind of hold it flat.
Okay, and I guess a question for the chancellor or anyone, is the policy system-wide when you look at early college, or is it each campus might have a different policy as it relates to the early college program?
I think I would, if Jeff is on the phone or on somewhere, Jeff, could you want to handle that one?
Chancellor, Jeff is on, but actually early college is under strategic initiatives. If you
then
answer,
take it away, Carolyn.
Yeah, happy to do that. So I believe the answer is we are obtaining NACEP accreditation, which would be the accrediting body that is similar to NECI for our academic side. And so that would be system-wide. And there are system-wide policies that the campuses will follow, all the universities will follow. They may have a slightly different way that they organize that within their departments, but they do have to follow the same policies and procedures. So there's two things that might have been at the root of your question. I know because of the funding model, we had to limit the growth, and we therefore had to limit the amount of new people that we could bring in or new students that we were attempting to bring into the program. So that could have been some of the complaints, and that by moving toward NACEP accreditation, then we are looking at different quality standards. So we have to, the way we look at these courses and the way that the faculty relationships are built, it's slightly different and it requires more. So there could be a bit of concern around that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Carolyn, just if I could ask for a clarification. A number of these courses are taught by personnel at the high schools, and a number of them are taught by us. Is that potentially part of this issue?
Yes, they will both be governed by the same accreditation, but yes.
Okay, that may be some of the pushback, but we'll work with the trustee and try to get a even deeper knowledge of it. Okay.
I think as an example, to give a quick example, there are rules around timelines for entry and late application of students, the deadlines and things like that, that if you are in an accredited program, you must really adhere to very strictly. So I think moving to some of those more strict guidelines has been a bit of a challenge for some.
And just one final thing, the reason for wanting accreditation is it's easier for students to transfer credits to other institutions that might not be as welcoming as we have been.
It's a good quality control method.
Yep. Got it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks. Two other questions, if I could. One, Eileen, did I hear you right that the one-time benefit rate decrease is not even reflected in this budget? Was that right?
It's reflected. We didn't use those funds to make any ongoing commitments.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That's why we have that 1.5.
Thank you. Yep. And this subject's come up a number of times today, just so anybody listening in doesn't get the wrong idea. We're not reducing any benefits to our employees whatsoever. This is an accounting change, which budgets it differently, but no benefit is being cut or reduced here. Yes, Trustee Landry.
Hi, thank you, Roger. President Cushman and team, thank you for another outstanding presentation. I know this is a budget presentation, so I think this question that I have is another question that sort of we punt to the future in a different kind of conversation. But what strikes me in your presentation and has struck me about UMA is the breadth of offerings, everything from FAA stuff and flight stuff to neurodiversity. I mean, it's just a huge expanse. So at some future point, maybe to have a little discussion, not necessarily related to budget, but I think it goes to sort of the strategic future of focus, is how you determine these areas that you're going to be in, and when you toss out 5 years or so, what you see there, or do you see yourselves more as responding to immediate issues? And if you can fill those ranks, you do, and if you can't down the road, you don't. So not necessarily, that's a bigger discussion, I know, but I would like to talk about that at some future point. Maybe it's a different committee, but
well, I can answer it just briefly, and then we can have a longer conversation. It goes back again to our mission, which is responding to the workforce needs of the state of Maine, right? That's one of them, and then also serving all populations. So that's the consideration that we take into when we add new things. So we want to make sure that we're serving all populations, which means that we need a lot of student support, and that's a lot of where our investment comes in. But also things like we know that healthcare, especially in Maine, is an area of need. So that's why we're expanding, for example, dental and nursing. So those are the main considerations, I would say.
And so down the road, I think workforce, responding to the workforce is a priority for the entire system based on the mandate for the University of Maine system. So I am particularly interested down the road in talking about I'm really appreciative of these partnerships that you're establishing with other parts of the system. So we can have a continued discussion about that. Thank you very much.
And if I could just add, sorry, real quick, just one other thing, because you mentioned the neurodiversity, it does seem to be kind of a small area and stuff, but we see it as fundamentally making our online offerings across the whole spectrum better and that sort of thing. So I think it's more in our wheelhouse than it is like a niche or something like that, but it's still on the early stages, just to be fair.
Yeah, and I only use that as an example. No, I think neurodiversity is a much bigger niche, generally speaking anyway, given the population that needs that. So yeah, thank you for that clarification, Joe.
Thanks for your questions. All right, we will conclude this presentation. Again, thank you so much for the hard work that went into this. Congratulations on where you find yourself, and we'll look forward to discussing this our next session. We're going to move on now to the University of Maine, and I know that President Farini Mundy and her team is with us and raring to go, and take it away. And the actual budget materials for University of Maine, I believe, begin at page 56 of our materials, and the presentation is at tab 6. So thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having us. And thank you also for the careful attention that you're paying to all of our budgets and the great questions that are coming up. I actually think I won't introduce my team. They are here, but as each of them speaks, I'll remind them to introduce themselves so that we can jump right in. We're very happy to discuss our planning with you right now. So Kelly, next slide. Just to set the context a bit, you're hearing right now from the statewide flagship institution of the University of Maine system, which means that our teaching, research, and engagement programs are not only statewide, indeed, they are national and international in so many ways. But this map shows you a focus on the state of Maine, where we have cooperative extension offices as required by statute for the land grant, farms and marine research facilities, and field experimentation stations, 4-H camps, as well as academic and engagement programs across the state. We strive to turn our research and development focus into growth opportunities, both for the workforce and for the economic health of the state of Maine. We support 730 innovation projects for organizations that enable us to share our facilities with them and collaborate with expertise to help the businesses grow and develop. So one major point here as we talk about the research institution is to make the case that the workforce development components that we are able to offer need to be here at the University of Maine done in partnership with our research efforts. I should also mention that this presentation includes our regional campus, the University of Maine at Machias. Also, I don't have a kaleidoscope slide, but we have students from all 50 states and 92 countries. There are three themes we've been using here at the university over the last couple of years to drive our focus and our strategies going forward. And you see them here, and they've come from a variety of sources, but I'll refer to them throughout. One is an identity that we're seeking to develop for the university that has us aiming to be a place where students and faculty and staff can come together with shared interests in sustaining the health of our planet and confronting climate change. And this is in part because of what we're hearing from tomorrow's students, as well as the tremendous strengths we have here in these areas of sustainability, resilience, and related fields. Advancing research and teaching for tomorrow's innovators is meant to really make the point that as a research institution, the teaching that goes on here at the University of Maine needs to be completely integrated with the work that's done here in research and vice versa, I guess. And you'll hear a little bit about how that's happening, but we pride ourselves on continuing to push in that direction. And then finally, our commitment to being a thriving and inclusive community of learners with a strong emphasis on inclusion. So for today, we have work from the set of categories that are proposed for this presentation, and we've added some information about marketing as well. So we'll just jump right in to our financial situation, which I'll summarize basically in a shorter version of what you see here. We, like many campuses in the Northeast and in our system, as well as, of course, in flagships and other parts of the country, face challenges that are national. Changing student needs being an important one to pay attention to here, because students come to us post-pandemic with different needs, different expectations, and we are seeking to be as responsive and ready for that as we possibly can. And the other kinds of costs that we've been talking about in general today, inflation and the aging infrastructure that we have. We have been engaging our campus increasingly more broadly over the past several months in regular meetings to discuss how to focus on efficiency, how to streamline, how to downsize as appropriate, and at the same time to propose ways to think about new revenues and new ways to bring in resources. As you heard from Ryan this morning, we have a 3-year plan that we shared with you last year to balance our budget thoughtfully in that 3-year period. We're in year 2, we're bringing you year 2 now, by reducing operating expenses, growing revenues, and leveraging resources strategically with widespread campus engagement. That is going to mean kicking off even broader campus conversations than we have had. We've now stood up a budget advisory committee for the president, and we have a town hall tomorrow to begin to talk about how we look at our work for fiscal 26. Next slide, please. And this is just the graphic version. It is still the case here that at the Research University, and I would just digress briefly from the note to say that we are a research university coming into our own as a research university in a way a little more quickly than all of our infrastructure. And I don't just mean physical infrastructure, but organization and other kinds of structures. They haven't caught up yet with what it takes really to be a place that brings together research and teaching in the ways that we aspire to do, and also that supports the level of research that is growing here. So we, for many reasons, but that being one, we still see our revenues not keeping up with expenses here, and you just see that represented in this slide. Next one, please, Kelly. So with that, we will turn to Kelly to go to more detail and begin with a reminder of what we discussed last year.
Thank you, President Farini-Mundy. I will also mention, Vice Chancellor Lowe mentioned that this is a 3-year plan. So what I'm showing you here are FY24, which was the first year. This is our revised budget that we presented in December of last year.
And Kelly, introduction, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm Kelly Sparks, Vice President of Finance and Administration and Chief Business Officer here at the University of Maine. Good afternoon. And as always, I like to jump right into the numbers. So here I go. We are proposing our FY25 budget here, which I want to point out a couple of things on this slide. We have, as Ryan mentioned up front, this is exciting for me to be able to say, well, there's a strategic or net change of $4.8 million or strategic use of reserves. Our revenues are outpacing our expense growth this year. So we anticipate a 3.13% increase in revenues, or the $266 million that you see here, and a 2% increase in expenses. That includes the underlying CPI increases that Ryan mentioned, as well as compensation increases, but also includes where we see strategic opportunities for a reduction in our budget. Over the course of the FY24, FY25, and FY26 cycle, we will use $14.5 million strategically of our reserves, and then begin rebuilding our reserves in FY27. So how will we do that? We plan to achieve $10 million in efficiencies this year, a combination of ongoing savings and one-time savings, as well as $9.5 million in growth. The first, I'm going to give you two looks at this today. This first step is we challenged our cabinet members to come back and think very strategically about each of their parts of their organization to see where we could achieve some ongoing reductions. We also looked at university-wide opportunities for growth. That includes the state appropriations growth, that includes tuition increases. I'm going to jump to the next slide to talk a little bit about the categories that may be relevant for how we achieve this. We are going to achieve $3.1 million in sustained attrition. And so I want to call that out. I think it's important. If you look at the detailed budget slide, it will say $1 million in attrition. That's what I would call our ongoing turnover rate. There's always a gap from when someone is hired or when someone leaves and when someone is hired. This $3.1 million that we're talking about here are positions that have not been replaced due to ongoing retirements, consolidations of positions, and otherwise. So this is sustained attrition. We will also capture the benefit savings, and this is a one-time savings. I want to be very transparent about that. We will also be achieving $1.6 million in fuel and electricity savings. This is due to the reduction in our square footage. It's due to some LED light changes across campus and other ongoing energy efficiency measures that we've put in place to capture savings. We will also see between centralized IT equipment purchasing, software purchasing, and other expenses, $1 million in ongoing savings. Additionally, we'll be looking to growth, really investing in our opportunities going forward. So we are very appreciative of the state appropriations, the $4.8 million that the University of Maine and University of Maine at Machias will capture as a part of our operating budget. We have a net increase in tuition and fees. And I do want to call out that if you're looking at the detailed P&L or the Envision report that is in there, there is actually a misstatement. Our financial aid was overstated by $1.6 million, but our net other transfers were understated by $1.6 million. The bottom line is the same, but it did get put into the GL incorrectly. That is why so our financial aid is overstated. So there will be a net increase in our net fees and revenues. I also want to talk a little bit about one of the questions that came up earlier today regarding financial aid. We did achieve one-time savings in FY24 in our financial aid line. We will essentially be flat in FY25 to FY23 in our financial aid, and our overall discount rate will be identical for the last 3 years. We're just using different sources of funds over the last 3 years, and I'm happy to get into more detail around that if you have questions regarding it. But I think that's an important point for us. Also, thanks to the good work of our research faculty and our research office, we anticipate increasing our indirect cost return, or our research recovery, the percentage of the overhead that we get on research grants, in the tune of $1.2 million, as well as sales, service, and auxiliary A big portion of that is athletics. It has to do with game day revenues. It has to do with sponsorships. And then there's a whole slew of $20,000, $30,000 increases across the university that we're capturing in activating our campus over the summer and other small sales service and auxiliary opportunities. Similarly, for auxiliaries, we presented a 2-year plan to bring us to balanced budget last year. This is the year that we will do that. Our first year enrollment drives directly our occupancy in our residence facilities. So we'll show you in a moment, see a slight decline. We are proposing a rate increase, which will bring us to break even in this area. We're also looking at our auxiliaries include parking, they include our bookstore, they include our childcare and a couple of other units. We'll also be looking at nominal rate increases really to emphasize break even in those areas. However, we are very much focused on how we can drive the expenses down. So we're looking at position consolidations at the time of retirements and or at the time of departures of employees, as well as energy management and concerted effort with Sodexo on how we manage more efficiently going into our second year of that partnership. So our tuition changes. Underlying to all of this, we are proposing the 3% increase in our regular residential as well as non-residential tuition rates. I'd like to start with our differential rates. This is more of a change than an increase. So currently, our business engineering and nursing programs have a bi-semester for students that are majors in those programs differential rate. We are planning to transition to a bi-credit hour for all students taking courses in those programs rate. For a student who's enrolled full-time in those programs, it's roughly equivalent. It is a slight increase for our nursing students. But what the main change here is that a student who has been taking a business course has not been paying that differential rate. So we have borne the break-even cost of that program on the majors in those programs. So this is more of a change than it is an increase for those students, so that cost is borne equally across campus. We are also proposing an increase in our technology fee to include an infrastructure fee as a part of that. Very specifically, we will use those funds this year to fund the debt service associated with a update to the HVAC system in Bennett Hall. So very intentionally focusing on student-related classroom and teaching spaces and to improve the environment here on campus to help us start to turn that deferred maintenance around. The online course fee, I want to clarify here, there is a fee right now. So there is a $25 fee for all online degrees. What we are looking to do is transition this to all courses that are online because of the incremental cost of delivering those courses. Overall, we anticipate that this will touch the differential rates will affect about 300 students. And the differential course fee will touch about 30% of our student population. If a student is, and I believe Trustee Riley, you may have asked this question when we met previously, if a student happens to be a student who is an English major, who's taking one business course that's online and now has this added infrastructure fee, they would see for their total tuition approximately a 5% increase if that was the instance. But what I also want to respond to that is if they are Pell eligible or their average gross family income is $75,000 or less, we have a program called Inspire Maine, and we meet 100% of their tuition and fees beyond what their federal financial aid is, and that is already covered. That is about 365 students a year. We will continue to offer those students so that our students that most need, we will continue to cover 100% of their tuition and fees. And I'm going to turn it over to Provost Vollen next.
Good afternoon, everyone. John Vollen, Executive Vice President for Academic Affairs and Provost here at the University of Maine and at the University of Maine Machias. It's good to see you all. It's been a very interesting day. This slide here talks about what we've been doing on kind of on the academic side. As many of you know, in 2022, we began building the Strategic Enrollment Management, Recruitment, and Retention Action Plan that got fully implemented over a year ago. And there's the areas that we focus on are not just our traditional age students that has been kind of bread and butter here at the University of Maine and at Machias, but we're focusing on all learners. You heard President David Dean earlier this morning talk about the Finish Strong program. That's an adult program that is targeting adult learners and with also in partnership, of course, with Machias. This last year, we hired a new vice president for enrollment management, Kevin Coughlin, and we've implemented many aspects on the strategic enrollment and recruitment side, like the prospect purchasing that you see there. We purchased 320,000 targeted names through College Board and on Quora, focusing on key areas for us: engineering, computer science, marine science. As you know, we've done a lot of work for student success and retention. We're starting to see some incremental increases in our retention rates. The first three there, research learning experiences, gateways to success, and pathways to careers, of course, are UMS Transforms, the L Fund funded opportunities. And these, now, I think you all know, research learning experiences are at all 7 universities. Here at the University of Maine, we had 30% of our incoming students participating last fall. We have over 75 sections of courses, set up for this coming fall. Gateways, and I will just mention, University of Maine at Farmington actually had 43% of their incoming students participate in RLE. So they're very successful. Gateways to Success started piloted last spring. All 7 universities started putting these interventions in this last fall. Pathways to Careers piloted starting in this last fall, and now all 7 universities have Pathways to Careers running on their campuses. We've been doing a lot of work with Navigate and other aspects. So you can see the Black Bear Early Alerts, which is part of Navigate. But we've also, last summer, we developed a virtual student success hub, an AI chatbot. Before our chatbot feature was actually humans, but now we have an AI chatbot. We've expanded tutoring greatly, et cetera. Finally, as you can see, anytime that we're focusing on programs, whether it's partners, with our sibling universities across the system, or ones that we hold up, stand up our own, we really focus in on student need in emerging areas, as you can see with engineering, computing here. Next slide, please. I'll turn this over to Cody.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cody Vararamian, Vice President for Research and Dean of the Graduate School at UMaine. So this slide is more about talking about some highlights about the research and the research enterprise and efforts at the University of Maine. So to summarize it, we can say that over the last several years, we have been on a growth mode, both with respect to research as well as with respect to doctoral programs and doctoral enrollment and education. And this has also been based on strategic planning and putting together the programs and services that have allowed us to be able to achieve the growth. And one of the manifestations of the growth has been that in 2022, UMaine was designated, by the Carnegie classification of the institutions of higher education when they did their 3-year classifications of almost 4,000 colleges and universities in the nation. So in 2022, based on that, UMaine was classified as an R1 university, and that's the highest level of designation that any university can have in the nation, for a research oriented university. And so that means that of the almost 4,000 colleges and universities in the nation, only 146 of them, including UMaine, we are in that group of R1. And so this means that we are among the top 3.7% of universities in the nation with that kind of a designation. And as I said, so that occurred because of our growth in both research and graduate education. And the way we get measured, is through our research funding that the university generates, as well as through production of doctoral graduates. And as the slide shows, there are some levels that we have to reach via, as well as any other university, in order to get that kind of a designation. I also would like to share with you some data points, for fiscal year 23, which may be of interest. One way research universities measure themselves is to look at what was the research and development funding that they have generated from external sources. And so in fiscal year 23, the amount that was generated by University of Maine, the total amount was $189.7 million, $189.7 million from external sources. And another measure that universities use, research universities, is during a given year, how many internal as well as external dollars were spent in support of research. And so that is what we call the research and development expenditures. And the research and development expenditures for UMaine for fiscal year 23 was $245.7 million. And if you ask the question of that 245.7 million, how many dollars of it was actually from external sources? The answer is that the majority of those dollars were from external sources. And the actual number is $167.9 million. So that's how much in fiscal year 23 was essentially from outside sources were brought to the university to support our faculty, our students, our programs, and the research efforts, as well as for graduate studies and everything else that takes place. And we anticipate for fiscal year 25 for the R&D generated dollars to exceed 200 million, and for the expenditure dollars for this fiscal year to exceed $250 million. And we also we have the opportunity, in other words, to further grow the research enterprise. And by doing so also, we need to kind of invest in the needs and opportunities of the research community and in the infrastructure that we have at the University of Maine. And the final item I would like to mention is that the research infrastructure that we also have, we have essentially made it available to any other campuses across the University of Maine system that would like to essentially leverage the resources that we have. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jake Ward. I'm the Vice President for, excuse me, Strategic Partnerships, Resources, Innovation, and Engagement. I'm going to follow on Cody a little bit, talk more about industry engagement. The growth in our R&D capacity, both in the facilities and equipment and the wonderful, talented people we have, has also seen a push to increase our overall strategic partnerships with business and industry. We have a long history of that, but the growth in recent years has been directly connected to many of the growth in the research projects, such as our heritage industry, forestry, fishing, and farming, as well as our higher tech, IT, and biomedical. We qualify a strategic partnership as both in-state and out-of-state, and really try to connect the pieces between workforce, R&D, and commercialization. We have established KPIs that align with the UMaine strategic plan, the R&D plan, as well as the UMS strategic plan. Our goals for strategic partnerships are growing overall. We have targets of 400, and we continue to see that happen daily. One of the biggest, I think everybody has seen, is the workforce development side. Example is we have a cohort of 90 industry internships that we're filling right now. I'd also like to suggest that a lot of our industry dollars are external dollars, and they help offset the costs of some of our centers and programs that are not being supported through direct research dollars or E&G dollars. Thank you.
Joan, you're on mute.
Thanks. I'd like to just add that a big piece of the incoming research dollars are due to the extraordinary work of our congressional delegation with congressionally directed spending. And so we're very, very grateful for all that Senator Collins and all of them have done to bring us to that. Just very quickly here on marketing and outreach, because there was that question. The major point I wanted to make here that for the University of Maine, we have at least 5 very distinct audiences to which we market. Obviously to prospective students, to federal and state officials and those who are involved in that work, alumni, donors, friends, current students, and then the global communities where we engage in so many ways. And so our marketing is of many different types. It's quite distributed across the university. We have a Department of Marketing and Communications, cabinet level department. At the same time, almost every unit in the university has some engagement either with a part of a person's time or some resources. We think that our total, we estimate, very close estimate, that our total budget there is about 1.9 million. And a majority of that, 1.3, is spent on the digital side, including the name buys that we do. So we are very dispersed in our marketing and increasingly looking for ways to make sure that everything is amplifying the other pieces in coherent ways. We can go to the next slide where we'll pick up the pace a little, but focusing on undergraduate enrollment, I'll turn back to Provost Fallon.
Thank you. So this is UMaine and UMaine Machias student credit hours together from 2015 through projected for 2024. The dark blue lines that you can see of the bars are in-state residents. The light blue are out-of-state. You can see when the flagship match program took off around 2016-17 that we increased our percentage of our out-of-state students. Our 4th largest class ever was 3 years ago, and then the last 2 years had dropped. Partly the last 2 years you can see there is to the free community college. We saw about 25% of that reduction due to that, and outside competition for out-of-state students, which is of course one of the areas that we're very much focusing on. In fact, one of those for the community college side, we've just signed an MOU with the community college called Black Bear Advantage, where it's a co-enrollment program. So we hope to really greatly increase those transfer numbers here to University of Maine and Machias. Cody?
Thank you, John. So this slide now is similar to the previous one where we are showing the graduate enrollment over the past 10 years. And so there has been quite a bit of growth taking place. The overall growth over the 10 years that are shown there is of the order of 41%. And then as you can see from the bar charts there, there has been growth both in-state and out-of-state number of graduate students and credit hours that would result from that, And so for example, with respect to the out-of-state growth there has been of the order of 51%, which for 2024 has reached 17,862 credit hours. And we are doing our utmost to, of course, maintain and keep growing, graduate enrollment and credit hours. At the same time, and as part of the growth strategy, we also see immediate opportunities for online graduate enrollment. And there are some particular programs that we feel are very much opportune for that. For example, the Doctor of Engineering in Engineering Technology program, which is pending the Board of Trustees approval. But we also have other programs like the PhD in Spatial Information Science and Engineering, as well as the Master of Science in Spatial Information and Information Science and Engineering, and also other programs like the Education Specialist Degree Program in Literacy Education and the Master of Education in Literacy Education. Thank you.
So this slide here shows essentially the total student credit hours when we would combine the undergraduate and the graduate together. So even though we have this increase in graduate, sheer number of undergraduate credit hours that we produce overwhelms that. And so we are still going to see a small decrease of our credit hours. We're projecting a 2% decrease for the fiscal year 25 budget. If we go to the next slide, please. What you'll see is we work very closely. Our Office of Institutional Research and Assessment works very closely with the system IR office. Typically, we're very close on our modeling of our projections. You can see the UMS projections here about 258,000 credit hours. Ours around 262,000. So we are about 1% higher. The reason is what I talked about earlier, this great focus on engineering and computer science that we've done across. Our numbers are projected higher in those areas, which of course is one of the UMS Transforms goals that we have. And we are seeing, in fact, right now, we are ahead quite substantially, both here in Machias and here at the University of Maine. And we're on target currently year over year when we look at our current numbers, incoming numbers. In fact, at University of Maine at Machias, we're up 4 times year over year in matriculated students compared to this time last year. So even though we are projecting up, we are, as you saw 2 slides ago, this projection of slightly lower credit hours. It's because we're graduating a very large class. So we do believe that we will bring in a larger class than we have in the last 2 years because of the number of students that will be graduating this year is the reason that we're projecting to go down in credit hours from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25. Next slide, please. Robert, I think that's you.
President's told us to speed up, but I should have my mute off mute. Happy spring all. I'm Robert Dana. I'm Vice President for Student Life and Inclusive Excellence and Dean of Students here at the University of Maine and at the University of Maine, Machias. We're talking about residence hall capacity. As you can see, it's relatively stable. Back in FY21, of course, we had the downward press of the COVID crisis, which has just seen its 4-year anniversary. So we're happy that the University and UMaine system contended with that in a very forward-facing and effective way. Our housing is has a high of about 3,500 spaces on campus. We also have another about 250 spots on Fraternity Row, which are not included here. But the housing relates to our occupancy. We have a first-year housing expectation, and we have a lot of competition just off campus, about 1,600 beds and boutique housing within a quarter mile of the campus. We have rebounded, I think, effectively from the COVID crisis, but we're looking forward to additions to the residence housing stock. I think we have to be in the market of what students expect, what the demand structures are, and that's different than the double-loaded corridors that you've heard about. Last time I met with a subset of this group, we talked about one of our residence facilities, which is just for medical singles. A lot of students are demanding single room housing with special use bathrooms. So we're moving in that direction. Hancock Hall, Stoddard Hall, and others are being improved at this moment to accommodate student interest and needs. We're also launching a housing study to look at what student expectations are, what a modern approach is to student housing, where we ought to be headed in the very near future. And that's getting launched as we speak. So we're looking forward to that. And the last time, just as a very quick point of reference, I talked about neurodiversity. We're actually launching a neurodiversity living learning community here on campus. This is for students on the autism spectrum, people with attention deficit disorders, attention deficit hyperactivity disorders, and the like. And that will be a sort of supercharged environment. Many of our students in these groups have a very difficult time accommodating campus life, adjusting to campus life. So this will be a super enriched social, cultural, academic environment where people are given special attention around tutoring, social skill development, et cetera. So that's something for us to look forward to. And that's a residence life and student accessibility support services function, but also joining with the College of Education and Human Development. So it's a really nice campus-wide effort. So thank you very much. And if I didn't say it at the beginning, I'll say it now. Happy spring.
Thanks, Robert. Right, it's me.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Megan Walsh. I am the Dean and Campus Director of UMM, Machias. So our housing is considerably lower, of course. As of FY21, we only have one building, that's Dorwood Hall. Our housing occupancy is projected to remain an average of 74% capacity. And of course, we're part of the larger UMaine housing study to determine how best to change that building, if at all, and another building that we have on campus. And I also want to add that one reason our housing, the numbers look much lower than our total enrollment is because of the many students that we have who are adult learners, who are either commuting, have children, live elsewhere in Down East region. Thanks.
So I'd like to address the room and board rates for both University of Maine and University of Maine at Machias. We are seeking approximately a 5.5% increase. And this number here is the double, our double room occupancy. We also have single doubles. We have small single doubles. We have large single doubles. So the range of increase of prices from 1.5% for our small singles up to 6.16% for some of our larger rooms. So the change in pricing is really around the demand and the break-even costs associated with those. I did want to call that out. We are looking at an across-the-board increase for the University of Maine at Machias. They've been running at approximately a $400,000 deficit for housing and dining down there. So we're really looking in collaboration with Sodexo to evaluate a cost-plus model for the dining program down there with an quality improvement plan as well as an increase in housing rates. We're also making some improvements to the building down there so that our students see a value for their cost associated with housing and dining. I'd like to jump next into our capital plan, and I won't spend time going into this overall, the overall 10-year capital plan, but I just want to remind us that we are looking at substantial capital investment in the University of Maine and the University of Maine at Machias over the next 10 years in the tune of $1.4 billion. This comes from various and creative sources of funding. I'm very grateful to the Harold Alfond Foundation for significant contributions to athletics, as well as MCEC, Maine College of Engineering and Computing. We're also looking at significant investments in congressionally directed spending, as well as major funding in the campus. So lots of this funding coming from the outside, but there is also a significant contribution of borrowed funding, leveraging our funded depreciation dollars internally to get at some of these projects. But I'm going to jump into what the one-year plan looks like. Over the last 5 years, we have continued to invest more and more in our funded depreciation. The point here is to say we're investing more, but it's not enough. When we go and we take a look at the feedback that we've received from Gordian, they are recommending that we spend north of $30 million a year in our maintenance and renewal of our facilities. And even though we're increasing, we've not yet hit that target. What I'm excited to share is that given the creative funding sources, that for FY25, we will achieve that number. I think that Pam Ashby earlier today mentioned that the Gordian numbers don't include infrastructure. That is correct. They don't include part of our investment here is infrastructure. So I do want to call out that some of this some of these numbers, in particular the electrical infrastructure, wouldn't show up in the Gordian report, but it's an essential investment that we make in our campus. So we will be investing 65.6 million, and that, you know, will depend obviously on the cash flows of those capital projects and how we proceed into them over the next year. And they include everything from roofing projects of our Cutler Health Facility to, on the far end, the Harold Alfond Foundation and the hockey arena upgrades. This will capture a significant amount of deferred maintenance on our campus, as well as some small capital new projects. In addition to the capital investment that we make, we are very focused on our physical footprint, understanding, as Provost Volland mentioned, a declining student population on campus. What is the square footage? What is the efficiency of the spaces that we have? And how, in addition to investing in our existing spaces, might we consider removing some of those spaces? We are proposing for FY25 the removal of 93,000 square feet of space. And this is a combination of lots of little small buildings. This is not one large building that would be coming down, but it includes a proposal, for example, of the SEE house that was considered by the Board of Trustees 2 meetings ago, as well as some other buildings that we are talking currently with faculty, staff, and students right now about removing on campus. Some of these buildings will physically come down. Some of them will look like what was previously the hotel here on campus. Well, they will look like they're operational. We won't put boards over the doors. They won't look shuttered, but we'll be able to reduce the ongoing maintenance operations and energy efficiency. And if I take us back to the very beginning of our presentation, the removal of this is also part of our energy reduction plan. Very similarly for UMaine Machias, I'm going to turn it over to Dean Walsh again.
So for UMaine Machias, we did not achieve our Gordian recommendation of $1.32 million in FY23. So next slide, please. So FY24 was a planning year for us. We intend to reach 1.67 million in spending for FY25. Much of that is for our DEP stormwater remediation plan. So that will be our major spend in addition to some other projects. Thanks.
So I'd like to summarize the financial picture by looking at our reserves. And going back to the very first comment, that was we will be using $14.5 million in reserves over the course of 3 years. The way that that plays out in our estimated FY24 reserves is a reduction from an overall of $60.1 million down to $49.2 million. Our reserves are made up of hundreds and hundreds of small accounts that roll up to some big buckets, which include our unrestricted auxiliary reserves, which are $12.2 million. You may remember from the last Board of Trustees meeting, we will be using a small portion of that for the renovations to Hancock and Stoddard Hall to bring in single-use bathrooms to make them more appealing to students. So being very intentional about the strategic use of those funds. We'll be looking at we have projects out there. That's everything from IT projects to other related projects generally that go over more than one fiscal year. We have facility and capital projects. That's the funding that we move over that relates to that $6 million bucket that you saw on the last slide of capital projects. That's the funding from this year's E&G bucket, but these again go over many capital projects, takes 2 and 3 years to complete. So this is the volume of unspent funds in that bucket. We have funds functioning endowment. Those are sitting really with the system, and we don't touch those funds. We're capturing the interest associated with those funds, and those become a part of our base operating budget each year. And then we have cost sharing. With many of our federal grant, we have a cost sharing obligation. We fund those across multiple years, and that's the dollar amount that then is used to pay out as our portion of those cost sharing grants. Really want to draw your line to that blue bar, which is our unrestricted E&G funds, and that is the balance that we have been drawing down that in FY27 we will begin restoring. I'm going to turn it back over to President Freeney Mundy.
Joan, you're on mute.
In my effort to hurry. Thank you all. Again, we're happy to provide additional detail on any of these points. We're trying to cover a big span. But I would like to conclude by reinforcing the alignment of our University of Maine and University of Maine at Machias activity with the University of Maine System Strategic Plan, with all of the commitments that are in that plan. And I'll just highlight a few. You see a lot on these slides, and you've heard a bit about this, but under commitment 1, which is about serving the state of Maine, advancing the workforce, addressing the economy, and so forth, we have a number of actions that we think are crucial to our progress on those in those areas. And so I will highlight just a couple. The increased rates of persistence that we are seeking are really quite central to student success, and we are doing a number of initiatives. You've heard about a few of them on that front to try to help our students stay here and be successful. Similarly, our efforts in online programming are increasing. We have lists of programs that could be immediately moved to being online in addition to in other forms, and several that are in the works. So those are the two I wanted to mention on this particular page. If we could go to the next slide, Kelly, please. Still with commitment 1, which is about serving the state, where so much of what we do as the land grant seems especially relevant. This notion of increasing research capacity and infrastructure for the entire system by building out what we have here at UMaine, and that is a talk in itself as we think about everything that it takes to support research well, ranging from compliance to safety to cybersecurity to preparation and training of graduate students and faculty for engagement in research and so much more. So we're very excited about the prospects system-wide for what we're doing in research. And in particular here at the University of Maine, want to be sure that we're focusing as well on our doctoral students and the programs that are available to them, including the partnerships we have across the state with Jackson Labs and others for the Graduate School of Biomedical Science and Engineering, which is a doctoral program at UMaine. I'll mention here also the RLE work that you've heard Provost Volland speak of, and other presidents and campuses have mentioned this as well. This is, I think, a fundamental distinction for our system, made possible by the Alfond Foundation, but by also the great work of our faculty, staff, and students system-wide to take existing opportunities and turn them into experiential learning occasions to engage in research for students in their very first semester when possible. And this is spreading rapidly, and it's very, very exciting. On the next slide, relative to commitment 2, which is about fiscal financial sustainability, I want to focus the work we're doing here on efficiencies. Kelly has mentioned some of it. This is a campus-wide conversation, and you see some additional notions here that we are working on going forward. And in particular, of course, the infrastructure work that's being described, that was described a bit by Kelly, is critical for us. And then finally, I'd like to say just a little bit about commitment 2, the notion that we are indeed working toward serious innovation in our curriculum. And that's happening again with the sponsorship of the Harold Alfond Foundation and some of the external federal funding as well. But you see a number of areas listed here where we're very excited about continuing to make our programs more relevant, more accessible, and more suited to preparing an innovation workforce for the state of Maine and well beyond. And that's a part of being committed to an academic excellence notion. We go next to John, I believe, for a couple more slides, and then we're close to the end.
Great, thank you, Joan. So this slide is our UMaine and UMaine Machias financial aid discount rate going back to fiscal year 23. You can see our discount rate in fiscal year 24 dropped from fiscal year 23 to 24, dropped from 36 to 34%. We're projecting, we've done a lot of work on financial aid management and optimization. It's really been a core emphasis. And based on that management, we anticipate this flat discount rate for our undergraduate students of 34%. This is for all of our students. On the next slide, what we see is really, this is our financial aid discount rates comparing our New England land grants as well as our Hanover peers. And this is for first-time, full-time students that you can see there. University of Vermont, in 1920, or sorry, in 22, you can see it was 44%, we're 42%, et cetera. We are higher on the first time, full-time discount rates compared to our other New England, other than the University of Vermont, New England land grants. However, I will say because of our tuition and fees are so much lower, anywhere from $3,000 to $11,000 a year lower, we're actually still, we are a much better deal for our students. And because they're our number one competitors, that's why our discount rate is higher in this first year. And then University of Mass Lowell as well is one of our major competitors here in New England. When you see some of those really low rates down in some of the Midwestern to Western states that you see there, they have very high state allocations. And we are very blessed with the allocations that we get from our state, especially compared to some of our New England peers, but not compared to some of the states out west. I will turn it over to the next slide. Thank you.
So in conclusion, I'd like to thank all of you, members of the FFT and other members of the board and the system staff, as well as my colleagues who've been with me on this call, as well as our entire cabinet, our full set of deans and center and research institute directors, and many, many people on this campus. I believe we are presenting you with a budget that is strategic, it is focused, it will resource us adequately as we move forward, but I don't mean to suggest that our work is done here, and we are engaging the campus as we speak in continued efforts to look for what it will take to be a strategically driven and a very, very strong research institution for the state of Maine. So thank you all, and we're happy to answer questions.
President Farini, thank you for your great presentation and the materials as with all the universities, but particularly with this one, a lot to digest, which we'll be doing over the next several weeks. But we do have you did cut down your presentation, which we appreciate in the interest of time, but we wanted to take time for questions as well. Sure. So why don't we see what questions might exist? And I'm not sure I'm seeing everybody on the screen. So if I don't call on you, you have a question, just speak up, please. Any questions at all for the president or her team? Yes, Chair Riley.
Thank you. I think we're all sort of in shock. It was just, there's so much going on and it's so much to follow. But thank you for that. It was terrific. I'm still back on slide 1, slow learner, with the imbalance of revenues and expenses. And you spoke, President Farini, to we are ahead of our skis in terms of our research capacity and the capacity within the system. I don't know really what that does. And then we saw Kelly's great slides about the capital plan. Is there more yet that needs to? Obviously, this is a board that cares deeply and is deeply respects your work to get to R1 and wants you to keep it. Is there more that's needed than is currently in your plan and in your effort to get to your get rid of your budget deficit?
Thanks for the question, Chair Riley. Yes, there is, and it's work that we have underway, and it spans many different domains. It's about making optimal use, for example, of the state's very generous MEIF funding, and making sure that we're able to support with E&G funding the right portions of that whole enterprise to amplify what we can do with MEIF. It has to do with graduate student stipends and tuition and related factors that we watch constantly, of course. The infrastructure is needed university-wide, and yet our researchers are deeply worried about the ability to keep their labs and facilities and instruments current. So we are constantly trying to balance where to put the first efforts, the highest priority efforts for infrastructure. And then a big part of research, and you can see a little bit of it in the slide Cody had that talked about the difference between the expenditure that comes from the federal and incoming grants and what the university itself puts toward research. Now, of course, that overlaps with all of our other categories, but it's a big number. And one has to be able to invest, for example, in startups for faculty and be competitive to set their labs up to get their activity going. And that's a big challenge for a place like us. And so, yes, we span many areas, and we have in the works our kind of wish list and plan and set of ideas for how to bring the research infrastructure writ large, human capital as well as physical plant, up to the levels it will need to be sustained, I think. And in fact, I don't want to minimize in any kind of way the partnerships that Jake Ward spoke about, because having the research infrastructure where we need it is vital to maintaining those partnerships. If we aren't the place that can have the right instruments, the right expertise, the right sorts of facilities to engage with our partners, it diminishes our ability to be helpful in the state. So comprehensive set of ideas that we're working on that front.
It raises an issue, I think, for us, Chairman Cates, for the future to think about. We focus in on academic and student affairs, we focus in on physical plant, and we may not give enough attention to sort of the infrastructure needed for a real strong research institution. And we ought to think more about that, I think.
Thank you for that observation. And I'm sure we will. And I was thinking the same thing as particularly as Cody was speaking about these numbers, which are big numbers, and where the money's coming from and where it's going. And we've never really taken a look at that. And after the dust settles with this budget, maybe we'll be able to do that, and just so we have a little better understanding of what you deal with every day and what you're thinking about going forward, for sure.
We'd be delighted to share that. Yes, thank you.
Thanks. And I apologize, Cody, I didn't mean to be too familiar with your name. I just didn't want to mispronounce your last name, so I hope that's okay.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Okay. Trustee Flood.
Thanks very much. And thank you to everybody who presented. I just had a quick question about on the E&G financial situation slide. Kelly talked about sales and service growth in several areas, and one of them was she highlighted that some of that comes from athletics and some success in athletics. So my question was, which athletics, and what is that 2.3 million, of which a significant part of that currently came from athletics? Is that from event ticket sales, or is that from media sources? Where does that, what kind of pots do that revenue come in, and which kind of athletics?
Yeah, Trustee Flood, thank you. Yes, it comes from hockey is a big portion of that, but it will also come from next year. We'll be adding ticketed sales for both women's hockey as well as women's basketball. So they're contributing to that, and it also includes sponsorships. So we have a program in place with a third party to build sponsorships externally. So it comes from a combination of those. It also comes from sales and service opportunities across the campus, everything from 4-H camps run through the E&G budget and then get matched over in the cooperative extension federal appropriations. It includes rec sales for classes in the New Balance Center. So there's a whole slew of little things that also add up to a significant portion of that as well.
Thanks a lot.
And just on that point, I think it's encouraging. We're hearing from a number of campuses about their willingness and their motivation to look for uses of their campuses and other facilities during the summertime to generate additional revenue. And it sounds like everybody's thinking about it and everybody's planning for it, which is great. Trustee McMahon.
Thank you for the presentation. I thought it was very, very comprehensive. Mine's a very easy question. We've doubled the number of out-of-state credit hours for graduate students. Do we know how many of those graduate students then settle in Maine and add to the Maine gross domestic product? And if we do, are we using that as a marketing tool for the university?
Cody, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, maybe I can start responding, and if the president and other colleagues would like to join me. So essentially, the basic information is that, of course, not all of them, I mean, your question was from the out-of-state students who come into you may know. Of course, not all of them stay here. However, for example, in some programs that we sort of keep track of those numbers on a regular basis, for example, for our programs in biomedical science and biomedical engineering, roughly speaking, we find that about half of them, actually from out of state stay in Maine, and really contribute to the biomedical science and engineering sectors and the health and life sciences sectors of the economy here. Also, we know that, for example, other programs like engineering, some other areas of engineering or STEM fields, So I think, we have good evidence that at least of the order of half of them stay in the state.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on. And again, President and members of your team, thank you for a great presentation. We may have some questions as we go forward, but thank you very, very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. And we will move on now to the law school, and President Softly and her team are here. Good afternoon. I think she's here. Is President Softly with us? I thought I saw her just moments ago.
I don't see any of them now.
Oh. Is this?
Mr. Chair,
Here she comes.
you had a 10-minute scheduled break.
Was
They're signing on now.
Okay.
I think there was a break on the schedule and they may have thought we were going to break.
Oh, all right. Well,
we're ready to go.
Why don't you do that? And then we'll take oh, I'm sorry. We have a short break. My apologies. There's a break between the University of Maine and the law school, and we are running a little over. Why don't we take a quick 10 minutes?
Thought we were going to break.
And why don't we take 10 minutes as we were supposed to do and return at 3:30? Good. See you all at 3:30. President's awfully sorry about that. I forgot there was a break in there.
No worries. I was ready to jump in as necessary.
Wait, we got
Nicole, it's
3 more minutes to go.
Your members didn't forget.
No, they did.
Oh,
Nor should they.
long day, long time sitting too. That's the, if you're in these long meetings, all in person, you can sort of get up and walk around, but Zoom makes it so much harder. And it's, I think we all get creaky and, well, I'm probably only speaking for myself, but I definitely get creaky by the end of the day.
Can't believe AI hasn't come up yet. We're just with a video, so you can be on it, have your camera off, but look like you're moving around.
Look like you're moving around. There are some significant AI issues going on with celebrities because there's so much content, and you can make things that look very real. It's fascinating. Or
who's gonna play the role of Lee Softly then?
well, Kim Cattrall has gotten a little mature, so maybe that will work.
What makes us think this is the real Lee Softly?
I'm watching with great interest how upset people are about the royal families manipulating of their photos. That has just taken the world. It's so much more fun to think about that than some of the other difficult issues we're dealing with.
Right. Takes away from considering important things like who the starting pitcher is for the Red Sox and opening day.
There you go.
That's a baseball team, right?
Yeah. There's a new assignment for you, Chair Riley, as chair of the new sports committee of the Board of Trustees.
Excellent. Right. I was you'll be surprised to know I was a jock as a kid. I actually played Little League Baseball. I was a pitcher.
I heard. Okay, it's now 3:30, so we'll come back into session and continue along with a presentation from Maine Law.
Thank you very much, Chair Cates. I want to start with something I hadn't intended to address, but watching this whole day of extraordinary things going on in this system, I have to confess that Maine Law has no hockey teams. We have no women's basketball. We have no airplane or partners with airplanes, but we do have moot court teams. And our moot court teams are killing it this year. And I know that's completely off topic, but I do want to tell you, our moot court team in the international competition in Helsinki got best brief. So that's almost like winning a hockey team.
That's great. That's great.
It is. It's really wonderfully exciting. All right, to business. I am accompanied today by my huge team of Nicole Vinyl, who, as you've heard me say before on any number of occasions, and it's very true, is single-handedly kept the law school alive over the last decade and is now helping us move into the future. It's been pretty wonderful. I want to start today by with the good news that for the first time in an entire decade, Maine Law will begin a fiscal year with a balanced budget if the budget we're presenting to you is approved. And it has taken an enormous amount of work to get here in ways that I'm not going to bore any of you with today, but huge credit goes to Ryan Lowe, supported by Chancellor Malloy, and of course, the Alphone Foundation. and my fellow presidents who take my calls in the middle of the night when I have weird questions. So this has been an extraordinary team effort to get Maine law where it is. And I just think so many people deserve gratitude for getting us here. You all know that Maine needs more lawyers, and I'm not going to go into the details on that today. You've heard it from the governor, you've heard it from the Chief Justice. Today, there was a gathering in here in what we refer to as the moot court room, where a number of attorneys doing criminal defense work and child welfare work came to talk to our students about finding a way to work that into their lives as professionals. And what we heard was, notwithstanding the requests of the Chief Justice or the governor's exhortations, there are still 100 people in Maine in jail without attorneys assigned to represent them. And now there are 100 or more parents whose children have been taken or are at risk of being taken into custody by the state who do not have an attorney to represent them. That's both heartbreaking and it should be a solvable problem. So we are working, as you know, to bring in great students with strong backgrounds. We're aiming for a class size of 100, and I'll talk to you about that a little bit further. And we are designing these programs so that our students pass the bar, get great jobs, and fuel the Maine economy. So the really good news, and we'll, as we go further, next slide, Nicole. So you all know that Maine's mission is to advance, Maine law's mission is to advance justice and leadership in a changing world. The world is changing even more than we ever anticipated. This world-class facility is making a huge difference. The students applying to Maine law are very excited about being here. Tomorrow afternoon, we will have the largest group coming to visit Maine law. It's a group of admitted students who will be deciding, is Maine law the place or are there other places they should go? And there will be 70 people from as far away as Alaska coming to see Maine law, meet with the faculty, and make the decision that Maine law is the right place for them. All of those things are going very well. And this facility, the environment, the budgeting for Maine law is making a huge difference. The biggest challenge that Maine law faces for budgeting, now that so many of these issues have been tackled, is scholarshiping. And we've talked about it before, but because it is a substantial part of what we have to do at Maine law, I'm going to focus on that as we go through the budget this morning. Next slide. So here is I purloined this title, clearly, A Brief History of Time. What shocked me when I came to Maine law was that in the mid 2005, 2006, through that period of time, most law schools across the country actually were revenue generators for their universities. They were allocated a budget from all of the funds that they brought in order to run the law school. And there were many fewer of the challenges that we're facing right now. When the economy failed in 2008, over the next 5 years, people stopped applying to law school in droves. And by 2013, law school applicants were down 38% from 2010. That's across the country. By 2016, the deans of most of the law schools had figured out that the way to get the best students basically was to buy them away from other law schools that they might have wanted to go to. So scholarshiping or tuition discounting, whatever you want to call it, became part of the law school culture in a way that fairly perniciously harmed smaller law schools. And Maine law wasn't immune from that shift. Some of you may recall that Dean Danielle Conway warned President Cummings and Chancellor Page that the law school was about to fail. It was underfunded dramatically. 6 key faculty positions had resulted in departures. The faculty wouldn't stay. Staff were leaving. We lost the Center for Law and Innovation and the Maine Patent Program. And as a result of that, Chancellor Page pulled together a committee to look at the future of Maine law. The recommendations and the report have basically been the strategic plan for Maine law until the last year. We are now moving into a new and updated strategic plan because we have accomplished much of what was recommended in that report. Next page. This is just a stark indicator of what happened across the country to applicants to law schools, and it hasn't stopped. The applications this year are steadying, but down a little as of the last report. Next page. There's the result at Maine Law, and it looks like this at most law schools. Starting in the mid-teens, law schools were discounting tuition heavily. These are scholarships or discounts, however you want to put it. And they get larger and larger as the law schools compete for the fewer and fewer high credentialed students that come to us. So this is what Maine Law's situation has looked like. And you will see that orange at the top of each piece is what our funding from various contributions over the years spins off each year. In 2023, recognizing that our scholarshiping was getting very significant, Nicole and I worked on all of those tiny little accounts, scraped everything we could find, and reduced the university, the E&G's share of that tuition discounting. We are now, as you saw in this last year, back to the point where it only spins off that 4% that's available from those funds. And this year, we're thinking it's somewhere between 150 and 200,000 that will be spun off. Next slide. So my intention there was to show you why scholarshiping is such a big piece of Maine Law's budget, but I don't want anyone to get depressed about this because Maine Law is truly rising from the ashes. The building is extraordinary. I can wax eloquent about this for hours. It is extraordinary. Our employees have stabilized at about 52. Our students are going up slowly every year. We have a small group of LLM and JSD students. Those are postgraduate, post-JD students. And we should have more, and I'm hoping in the future to bring more in. They do bring some modicum of funding. We're working on the MLS design, which we now know from other schools can be very revenue generating if we do it right. I think Maine Law is situated in a way to do an MLS that will make a huge difference, but we have to do it with quality and we have to do it right the first time. And that's what we're working on right now. So the rest, our retention rates are very good. People don't come to law school and leave. They change their lives to begin a 3-year program of study. Most of them stay. We work very hard to help them stay. We have a lot of student support programs. Our in-state students average around 60% at this point. It's a fairly substantial number of students coming in from out of state. Women outweigh men in each class. About 60-40 is what we're seeing each year. And the diversity is going up every single year. Next slide. So scholarshiping is something that because it affects our budget so strongly, and because we need to scholarship in order to keep our numbers up, in order to deal with the U.S. News and World Report numbers that I won't go into it, but they're shifting all the time. Very hard to keep track of how those are working. We look very carefully at what our New England peers are doing. The problem we have with information around the law school's peers is that there is no mandatory IPEDS-like reporting for law schools. So the information we have is kind of limited, but there are certain areas where law schools are required to report. So you can see Maine Law provides scholarships for the fewest number of students of all of its peers. It does provide full tuition for more of our peers, although we think those numbers are a bit manipulated. And I don't think we need to go into that any further, but we are not scholarshiping at the same rates as many of our peers, mostly because we don't have the funds to do that. And yet we're still pulling in pretty good quality with our students. Next slide. So one of the things that we have been doing for a number of years, this was in place as I came in, and Chair Cates actually raised some issues around this when we first started talking about scholarshiping. Scholarshiping requires us to look at what's the LSAT number that confirms for us that our students will pass the bar, and what's the size of the class that we can handle. And then where are we with the scholarshiping number that will get us to those 2 points? So this organization, Yellow Arrows, works with a number of law schools and helps us do what is basically a titration throughout the year. We asked them this year to give us a number of scenarios. If we kept the LSAT number higher, how much would we have to pay in scholarshiping to keep it up there? If we reduced the size of the class or expanded the size of the class, how would that affect scholarshiping and LSATs? And ultimately, they gave us a number of scenarios, and I'm going to show you the 2 that were reasonable for Maine Law, and that is the next slide. So what you see on the left in blue is what I want, what I would do if I could wave a magic wand. I would raise that LSAT median. I would bring in students with a slightly higher capacity to assure bar passage and good grades, and keep that number of students up around 100. This one would be 102. The problem, though, is that the tuition revenue from that combination is only $1 million for that class. If you go to the green side, this addresses that issue of, do we really need LSAT numbers that are that high? Can we help our students get to where they need to go, even when the LSAT numbers are dropped a bit? And this proposes a median LSAT of 156 rather than 158, and a class size of about 100 if enough of the higher end students apply, and brings in net tuition revenue for that class that's almost $500,000 higher than the other proposal. So we are working on that titration right now. We're getting wonderful applicants. Our wizard of enrollment is excited. The issue is going to be melt and how much other law schools are willing to pay, basically, to take the students who we want to come to Maine Law. We're very hopeful that this combination is going to be the right combination. We'll get a student body that is slightly under 100 is my prediction, and a median of 156. and a great group of students. So that is our plan. It raises our net tuition revenue and helps with the budget challenges as we go forward. Next slide. Here is one of the great results of Maine's low tuition and substantial scholarshiping, and that is that our students, as you saw in 2023, they leave Maine Law with an average debt of about $75,000. Across the country, students at state schools like this are leaving their law schools with a much greater debt load. And so our students are able to go out and do great things without that encumbrance of enormous debt loads. We hope to keep that where it is right now. And it is something that is a matter of pride for us, and it attracts students to Maine Law. Okay, next. We have our admissions strategies, as you've heard us talk about for the last 3 years. We are drawing students who really want community connections. They don't want to be in enormous law schools. They don't want to be segregated from the members of their class in multiple classes. We have fellowships for incoming students that we hope to make more substantial in the years to come. We have tuition discounting that brings a lot of students in. We have investment that is returning in our distinctive programming. We are bringing students in who are very interested in privacy law, and they are going out to really well-paying jobs. We are bringing students in who are interested in rural practice, which is a substantial part of the enrollment at Maine Law. It's drawing people to the law school. So, and I can go into that further. Moving right ahead, we have resident tuition waivers. We work with the military. We have now offered Alaskan undergraduates in-state tuition, because Alaska is the only school that doesn't have a law school. And we have one student coming here tomorrow to check out the school. We should be doing more marketing. We are working on that. EAB gave us a wonderful offer for a great deal more digital marketing. We're hoping to bring in enough money, particularly with our new program and our Chief Development Officer, to be able to accept that offer soon. Our student success is substantial. And I'm going to skip through all of that. We have a retention rate that stays right above 95% consistently because of the support we provide the students once they arrive. Next slide. Our projections and the IR projections are pretty much year on year within 5 or 6 students of each other. So our credit hour and enrollment projections at this point are not substantially different from the IR numbers. And a lot of it will depend on that season of melt and attracting the right students. Okay, next. Here's our enrollment projection for the upcoming year. We will, I hope, hit the highest number we have been at in a decade, and we have Carrie working on it day in and day out. This afternoon, she's actually at Falmouth High School, getting the students in Falmouth to think that as soon as they're done with their undergraduate, they need to come to Maine Law. Okay, next. Here's the actual budget. And having watched Dr. Vararamian and President Farini Mundi go through the complexities of the land-grant college, this is really pretty straightforward. And yet there are challenges at every turn. So our expenses this year will be at about 13 million, and our revenue will be at about 13 million. And for the first time, we are proposing a budget that is actually balanced for Maine law. Now, it's important to understand that it balances with a little bit of attrition that Ryan was explaining earlier, and with an anticipated professorial vacancy. We're hoping that we're going to be able to get some further funding help from the Chief Development Officer. I keep checking his office every morning to get that second professorial position filled. Right now, we are maintaining a really great program, and we would be in so much better shape with one more professor. It's what's always interesting as I go through this very basic budget with the faculty is that number of academic program, that 676 you see on the left at the bottom, everybody wants to know what's there. And so Nicole, God bless her, has started just laying it out where all of those numbers go. We have trimmed them down in every respect to make sure that we can balance this budget, but we will have paper in the copy machines and toilet paper in the bathrooms, and I'm very excited about this. Okay, next. This is the same information provided in the university's format so that you can see where we are. No different information. We have, just to be clear, we have no reserves. We have not had reserves since 2015. I think they were completely eliminated, and it would be wonderful to start building them up, but I am so happy to have a balanced budget. I truly don't want to push my luck. This particular budget took a very long time, notwithstanding how simple it is, for us to get to the point where we can close the budget before we even begin. And I'm just so grateful for Nicole and Ryan and Miriam did some extraordinary work, and we are ready to start and watch every penny as we move into the next fiscal year. Next. This is, here's an interesting proposal. So what you are seeing here are the tuition numbers for our New England peers. And if you just read across the yellow line at the top, you can see that Maine's tuition for resident students is dramatically lower than most of the peers and doesn't touch any of them. I am proposing, and we won't do this at this point, but I'm going to bring you a proposal that we move Maine Law's tuition for resident students up probably to about $28,000 a year, which will better reflect the value of this law school and will assist with all of the programs that we are trying to keep alive and and grow over time. And I'm happy to talk about any of these things. You will find, I think, we pulled these numbers several months ago, and my expectation is that a number of these, the tuitions have gone up quite a bit more in the meantime. So just something to keep in mind. Right now, we have staggered increases in tuition at 3% each year over the last 3 years. That got us all the way to what, 24.6, Nicole? And we do this each year. So the students are promised as they come in that their tuition won't increase over the 3 years that they're here. That may not be a promise that we can keep in the future, but we would not have students starting without knowing very clearly that there may be a change as they go forward. Okay, next. this gives you a better understanding of where we are. So the students who came in for class of 24, tuition was 23.1. It's gone up to 23.8, and now it's all the way to 24.6. When all of our peers are at 40, 50, and 60. I think there's one at 30. So the proposal would be, and I'm not asking for any action on this at this point. I wanted to get people thinking about it. Our proposal would be to take the annual rate for an in-state student to 28,000, which is still among the lowest in the country, and to do so starting with a class of 27. Next slide. We've been very fortunate I have been very fortunate to come to Maine law at a time when the presidents are all really and sincerely working together. Our efficiencies in great part come from the assistance we've received from the other universities. USM provides our financial aid work. The University of Maine is about to help us with our application process for the MLS. We have not had to, as we moved out from under USM, really duplicate staffing because we've had such assistance from our fellow universities. We have also kept the staff fairly trim. It's not optimal. We lose staff on a regular basis because the jobs are really hard and there's no one backing up people who are doing particular jobs. We need to do better about that, but right now we are keeping those numbers low, so you're seeing efficiencies there. We have 2 professors of practice, third bullet down in the blue. We are really fortunate to have found 2 practitioners, one in business, one in criminal law, who are teaching substantive classes and doing an extraordinary job and not being paid as they would if they were tenure track professors. We also have the great benefit of adjunct faculty, practitioners in the area who will teach the courses we need for probably the lowest amount among our peers. They're really wonderful about it. The students get cutting edge programs because we can shift as we go forward. So the facility efficiencies we're working on right now, Ryan's been working with Nicole to make sure that we are doing everything we can to be very efficient in what is going to become a 100,000 square foot campus. And we want to make sure that we are going into this lean and mean, and that's all underway right now. One of the things that we've been doing, you see at the bottom of the green, is hosting events that we used to have to pay for. So we have saved money. For example, some of the student events that go on around graduation or orientation, we would have to pay for various facilities to bring the students in. Most of the time we are able to do them right here in the living room, and it works out quite well. And soon we need to be thinking about finding a way to charge the public who would like to come and do some of that work at night, not when the students are in the building, but I think there's some real potential for revenue there. Next slide. Capital planning, we have one building, and our biggest issue right now is HVAC and sound that goes with the HVAC. We are behind in fixing the RTUs. I'm a little bit concerned about this, and Ryan and I will be working on it in the future. Those RTUs have been identified as being problematic And we're months down the line in actually getting a plan put together, and we're about to face the hottest summer on record. My worry is that we may have weeks when the building can't be used because the RTUs aren't working. We are all trying to figure out how to make sure that's being addressed right away. And we have a little bit of additional opportunity for audiovisual in both in this building and at 7 Custom House. And Seth and I are doing a whole lot of conversation around making sure that this building can hum once it is a full-fledged campus. Okay, next. Every aspect of what we're doing is laid against the strategic plan's core commitments. And as you know, we're working on our own strategic plan right now that is springboarding from the report on the future of the law school. We have really excellent teachers. The research here, and it's really President Freeney Mundy and I have had a lot of conversations about research, because the research that goes on in a law school is jurisprudential research. It is not primary research, and it's not data-based research. But that jurisprudential research combined with some of the primary research could really make a difference throughout the system. So we're talking about ways to collaborate on that, on the issues around research. Financial sustainability, we are working really hard to bring in philanthropic dollars, grant dollars. As you just heard me say, we have a balanced budget for the first time in a long time. We are trying, we're doing everything we can to make sure the people in the state of Maine understand what a gem Maine law is and what it's doing for the Maine economy. And we will be talking in the months to come about improving some of that marketing. And next slide. One of the most important issues for me that doesn't really, it's not budget, it's not courses. Those people come to Maine law because it's a community, and they stay in Maine because the Maine legal community is a much better place to work than many other places. We have to make sure we are committed to making that true no matter what's going on. So number 4, which is the sense of belonging as we create greater diversity, et cetera, all of that is something we're working hard to make sure we are paying attention to constantly. And we're, there we go. We're Unified Accreditation has actually brought a number of interesting conversations. We're thinking, we're working right now. Jeff St. John is working with us on the potential for Maine Law 1Ls to have RLEs, and to do that in collaboration with some of our other universities. Joan has been amazing in helping me understand the whole world of grants and earmarks, and Jason and Jake are working with us around a whole lot of those issues. And as we get better at this, we are finding more and more areas where law and the programs of our other universities should be working together in cross-disciplinary efforts. And I think that allows me to start talking at you.
We did one more slide in honor of Barbara Alexander.
Oh, we did. Did we get it in? Go for it. There it is.
So this just shows the 37 states that our law students actually come from right now in our classes. Where you can see the majority are from Maine, but we have a healthy cohort from New York, from Texas, Massachusetts. So we just thought we would show that quickly.
She had to leave, Nicole, but we'll make sure she gets it.
We'll put it in April's packet.
Great. Thank you very, very much. Excellent presentation materials. Questions? We have a few minutes for questions. I've got one or two if I could, and the more direct budget questions, but I think it's on page 227, and it's your FY25 budget and reserves is the name of the slide, and your quote other expenses unquote go down from 1.8 to 600,000, and could you explain that reduction?
Yes, absolutely. That is what has assisted us in drawing this budget together. Those other expenses are the general expenses of running this building that both affect the law school, the business school, the gateway, the foundation, all of those things. So that's what Nicole and Ryan and Miriam have been working on. Some of those expenses will be picked up by the Graduate and Professional Center because they are also part of this process. And some of them will be picked up at the system level. And then they will eventually, I think, find their way back into some of the shared services. But this year, they have been allocated to system and center. And is Ryan? Ryan is.
I don't think he's with us.
Okay.
So, Ryan's not with us. Let me just if you think about it, we have entered into buying this building, but as a part of that buying the building, we were required to rent it for a period of time. And ultimately, all of that cost was being passed on to one entity, or almost one entity. I guess the MBA program may have been paying some of that. The reality is that we're approaching the date by which we would treat this like most of the buildings on most campuses. Now, we do rent elsewhere in some places, but asking a school as small as the law school to be responsible for the entirety of the rent going into the purchase when it becomes a capital investment was distorting the actual budget. And so Ryan's suggestion was that we divide it differently than it was being divided as a way to actually straighten out what is an unusual situation. We don't normally rent a building for 5 years to get to the point where we can then buy it, but that's what the situation we're in. So we are approaching the time that we would actually be buying it. That will be done with, in essence, capital dollars one way or the other, meaning capital investments. And that's why he thought it was better to treat it this way. I think that's my version. He would use the right terminology, I can assure you, but I'm trying to translate as best I can.
Thanks, Chancellor. I mean, we can talk about that more later, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is what is the second question is, what are the facility costs, if any, going to be to the law school once somebody else owns the building? And I'm not sure who that somebody else is, but for now, am I correct that the law school has no facility costs it's being asked to shoulder? Or
no. So if you go to the slide or the page above, Roger, you'll see that there are still some facility costs that the law school is maintaining to the tune of about $630,000. So there are some. So we're partnering on this. The law school is still covering a bit. You know, this has been our first year financially that we've been in the building. We're gathering data. We're seeing what the actual costs are. We're working now with absorbing 7 Custom House side to see where we can also share resources, share contracts, help get that facility, that side of the building up and running. And so as we're doing this, we're partnering. So the law school is still covering over $600,000 in cost to keep the building going.
Okay, and is that for a specific type of expense? Is that paying for what's the $635,000 represent? Do you know, Nicole?
Yep. So the cleaning contract. So we have contract services, professional services with a company that comes in and cleans. It's maintaining the AV equipment. It's covering the maintenance costs for the building. The RT work, for instance, if that broke down today, we would have a contractor come in. It's covering those costs. It's covering the cost of trash and recycling services, snow removal services. You know, it's a lot of little things like that that add up.
Right. Okay.
Because we don't have a true maintenance department here on our campus. So these are services that we contract out for.
Okay, thanks. That's really helpful. I appreciate that. I think going forward, we're going to have to the committee is going to have to understand a little better about how the finances of this building work as it affects either the law school or system expenses, but we'll have time to do that. Miriam, I see your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to mention too, when we have the in-depth discussion of the system budget, one of the items you'll see there is a discussion about this investment in Maine Center.
Right.
From strategic funds. So we'll be discussing it at that time as well too.
Thanks very much. Trustee McMahon.
Lee, an excellent presentation. Very, very informative to somebody who's not a lawyer. Quick question. As I look at the comparative law schools, and I'm looking at slide, it's 219 in our diligent book, which gives you the range of competitive law schools tuition. Everybody's scholarshiping is significantly higher than ours at 64%. So my question is, as you raise your fees to become closer to the other people, what's your confidence level that you can keep your scholarshiping at 64%? Or are you in fact not going to get a very good yield because you get so high, you get into the same discounting category as the other people do?
That is such a great question, Trustee McMahon. As we look at what happens when you bump tuition and you have to then bump scholarshiping, is it a net? Do you do better with the actual tuition revenue? And I think, and this is what we're working on right now, it's why I'm not asking you yet to make any of these kinds of decisions. We think right now that a tuition at about 28,000 will continue to draw really good students, and that the scholarshiping at about the level we have been scholarshiping previously will result in additional net revenue. But all of those numbers, and this is where I keep calling President Farini Mundi, it's math. So what happens is we have to actually do the assessments with the bands of students and the scholarshiping amounts for each of the bands to get a readout of where we would be for tuition revenue with the new dollars. And that's what they've done this year, looking not at new dollars, but at higher or lower student amounts or LSATs. We would then change that equation and ask them to tell us what would happen as the tuition goes up if everything else stays pretty much the same. And even that is a crapshoot as to whether everything will stay pretty much the same. Law school economics have changed pretty substantially, and there are a lot of very smart people who have been projecting things that are going to happen that haven't happened the way they've thought about it. It's a whole different world. The number of law schools is smaller than it was 7 or 8 years ago. And the number of students, again, is probably smaller proportionately to the reduced number of law schools. So all of that, the bands of students, the size of the class, the amount of the tuition to start, and then the scholarshiping that goes with it, goes into a fairly large equation, and you start working to see where is the sweet spot. We think it's about 28, but I'm not confident enough right now to tell you that's true.
I mean, clearly it's a very complicated mathematical equation, but we're at 64%, Dartmouth's at 92% at 30,000, New Hampshire law's at 94% at 40,000. If our numbers start getting into that territory, I just question what your net yield's going to be.
Exactly. And what we do not want to do is harm either to the kinds of students we can bring in or the budget for the law school. So it will take a lot of math.
Thank you. Trustee Flood.
Thank you. And I appreciate it very much, President Softly, the realism and the caution that you used in that presentation. That was really easy to follow. Also, I was impressed with the fact that you used the word titration twice. And I haven't heard that word since I took chemistry about 55 years ago in a chemistry lab. So excellent use of the word titration. I guess my only significant comment was you talked about potentially raising the tuition rate to $28,000, and you did that. It seemed like you did that with a certain degree of trepidation in it. And I guess to me, as I looked at it as a non-lawyer, looking at that and all the data that you put up, it seemed like a pretty straightforward, easy conclusion to reach for someone like me. But you seem to kind of warn us that we're going to have a further discussion on this at some point, which it would be great. I just wanted to say I look forward to that because I didn't see that as a struggling conversation to me, but I'm sure that other people may see it that way. So I just wanted to say I look forward to the depths that you go into when you do that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. So again, President Softly, thanks so much for your wonderful presentation, the materials, and to Nicole as well for being here. And we will end there. And we have one more exciting university presentation to go through, and that's the University of Maine at Farmington. And President McDonald is with us along with his team. And you have the full attention and full energy of the entire committee.
Well, that's great. Well, thank you very much. We're presenting today a balanced budget for fiscal year 25. I think it is based on reasonable assumptions for revenue and expenses. But I must say that any change in those assumptions, a drop in enrollment or increase in expenses, would jeopardize this balanced budget. As just to give you a few overviews, as you know, UMF has suffered from enrollment declines as high school graduates have declined, and as the state has offered community college for free. Those factors have really affected this university because we were heavily dependent on the traditional right out of high school student. So what we have done is we have aggressively moved forward with graduate programs, recruiting transfer students from the community colleges, and established online adult completer programs to shore up the enrollment. Our graduate programs focus primarily on education students, where we have a longstanding reputation. And our greatest success right now in our new online adult completer programs has also been in education. So we have special education online, we have elementary education certification online, we have rehabilitation and human services, and we have a professional studies online program. But we are expanding our offerings, and by the fall, we will have a public policy program and a business concentration in our professional studies program. Other programs that we are looking at would be to put our video game studies program online and an environmental studies program online. Right now, our enrollment for the fall is up 20% over this time last year. We're only about halfway through the cycle, but that's that's encouraging for us. The challenges that a university like this faces, it's a small university, and how do you make it, and a university that has lost a lot of students in a short amount of time, how to make it fiscally viable. And we have several strategies that we are employing. One is to combine our online instruction with our on-campus instruction with students in the same class, either in a synchronous or preferably an asynchronous mode. So if you can imagine, if we average only 17 students in our classes on average, that makes us economically not viable. But if we can add 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 more students online, that brings our average up higher. And so what we are aiming to do is to have an average of 20 students in a class, and each faculty member teaching 240 credit hours over the semester. We're not there yet, but that is where we are heading. The other strategy that we are looking at, because we have an imbalance, we have programs that are very popular and they have not enough faculty. We're short of faculty in those areas. And we have programs that are less popular and we have more faculty than we would need in those programs. So what we're looking to do as strategy number 2 is to have faculty teach in adjacencies, areas that are close to what they're doing. So maybe the theater faculty teaching in the English program, or the math faculty teaching in the business program. So that's another strategy that we are working on. And if you look at the university, we have 36 majors, 45 minors, but only 10 of those majors have more than 40 students. So we have a lot of majors with very few students in them. And we cannot be successful if all the departments stay within their silos. Okay, we cannot do that. So what we're looking to do is to have people break out of their silos. And even though we have all of these programs, we have looked at them as only 5 mega majors, 5 categories, if you will, that we can put all of our academic programs in. So one would be the creative arts or programs for the creative professions. The other is education. The third would be health, all of our health programs. The fourth would be the environment, all of their environmental programs. And the fifth would be business and public service. We can put all of our programs there. And then within those, we want to have programs with porous borders so that a course would have multiple majors going into it, which would allow us to offer fewer courses, have courses that are filled more, and that would free up some faculty to move into our growing online and graduate programs. So that is our strategy. In a sense, you could look at the university as like a diner with a very extensive menu, but located in a part of the state that doesn't have a lot of traffic. And so the cook is trying to find common ingredients for multiple dishes. And that's what we're doing. And so if you look at our new public policy program, it's a good example because we can draw on our political scientists, our economists, our anthropologists, our geographers, people in education, all to be part of that program, multiple sources going into one program. Just in terms of the expense side of our budget, we reduced this year our budget, which I didn't think we could reduce at all, but we reduced it about 50% of our expense budget. Next year, we're still going to reduce. We're going in at 20% of a reduction, which I think is possible. And if we run into trouble, we will reduce even more. There is a question of how much can you constrict the university and still do the kinds of things that would be attractive to students. So we're on the border there. We're anticipating some faculty retirements and resignations, which I think will help our budget. And we continue to reduce the administration. We had 9 chairs at one time. As we move into this next fiscal year, we will have 3. So we've reduced from 9 to 3, and that's what we're continuing to do. In a university with a very constricted budget, marketing takes a hit because it is the one area that can be cut. And what we have done because of that, we had constricted over the years our marketing budget, which of course has hurt us in terms of our recruitment. So we went out and we were able to secure a donor through philanthropy to fund a redesign of our website, increase our digital marketing, and allow us to hire an employee that will work on transfer from the community college into our university. So we're very pleased with that because it did not come out of our budget. The other thing that I would say is that we should keep in mind is that 19% of our students are athletes, and it could be higher. We could be one of the ways in which you could bring in more students is to have student athletes. These athletes pay tuition. These are not scholarship students. And if we had a turf field, that would help us bring in more athletes. We just have to keep that in mind. An investment of a turf field is an investment. It is something that is that would help us improve. Why don't we move to the next slide? Here you can see that credit hours are in one category, but students are increasing. And the reason that they are increasing is because our graduate programs and our online programs are increasing. Those students are not taking full loads. They might be taking 1 or 2 courses, but you can see that they're going up. The other reason that we're seeing that the credit hours fell a little bit is that we shifted from the 4 credit to the 3 credit, which dropped our total credit count from 128 to 120. And so our juniors and seniors don't need as many credits, and we have seen that as well. But that's a short time problem, and that will change as those students graduate. Next slide. Lori, take us through some of the numbers.
That would be me. So as President McDonald indicated, we're coming to you with a balanced budget for FY25. There is a deficit in E&G, and the surplus generated in auxiliary will cover that deficit. So if we look at these separately, tuition assumptions currently include a 3% increase for undergraduate and graduate in-state rates, 3.5% increase for out-of-state rate tuition, and then our NEBI has been increased to 175% of the in-state rate. Fees have increased by 3% as well. Our overall E&G revenue increase is 2% over the FY24 budget, or $525,000. It's made up of tuition and fees of $198,000, which is a 1% increase overall. Undergraduate credit hours, the assumptions, they're flat to FY24,
but projected to be 600 credit hours above for the nursing program. Scholarships have been brought back to the original FY24 budget amount and has a 3% increase applied. And we have a 1% increase in state appropriation. Sales and services and other revenue has increased 25%. And the majority of this increase, aside from some small changes to the fitness center and other revenue projecting entities, is our child care center. With the increased number of renovation and the increased number of students, we're receiving more revenue. Expenses are up 4% over the FY24 budget. Our personnel expenses are down 2%, or about $430,000. Our assumptions include an increase in attrition, a 3% negotiated increase, and the reduction in the fringe benefit rate, as others have done as well. And in this budget, there's a net 3 FTE reduction. Fuel and electricity is up approximately $118,000. Electricity costs are up, and we have an increase in the cost per ton for wood chips. It's important to note, though, that it is still cheaper per MMBTU to burn the chips. So we are on the right path with that. Supplies and services and other expenses have increased by $955,000, or 51%, because we partially reinstated all of the reductions we took during FY24. And this will help balance the budget as well. And as Joe said previously, that's another area that we can pull on if we need to. Shared services is up 2% and travel is up 7%. Again, this leaves us with a deficit of $341,000, which will be covered by the surplus generated in auxiliaries. So for auxiliaries, room and board average increase is 3%, which equates to about $340 a year, or $170 per semester. Room rates have increased 2% and board has increased 4.3%. It's important to note that our Sodexo increases were about 5.35%, but we ended up covering some of that increase with our rates, and we didn't pass that cost on to the students. So overall revenue is up 12%, or $875,000. Rooms have been reconfigured, and as a result, revenue is up. The dining revenue is up because of the additional residence hall coming online. And we also have waivers are up because of that residence hall. And we have the requirement of staffing those facilities with our student workers. Expenses are up 12% over FY24. Personnel is up 4%, which includes the reduction in fringe benefit rate, removing the attrition line that was built in for 24. And we have a net 0 FTE reduction in the auxiliary side. Fuel and electricity are up approximately $24,000, or 4%. Supplies and services about 15%. And part of that is the payment that we make to Sodexo for food services. And then we've made other adjustments to travel, and we've removed our transfers. So again, that support that is generated, that surplus that's generated, will help support E&G. Joe?
Okay. In our adult completion program, we have hired a wonderful leader in that with terrific experience, and she's working at it. And you can see that we're already up to 61 matriculated students, and we're working on partnering with school districts where we have strong relationships, both throughout the state. And that has added 46 additional students. I think most of this I have covered. Certainly on the articulation agreements with the community colleges, we have 55 of those that we have done over the course of the year. And we are increasing early college, but we're really focused on pathways. What we want out of early college, frankly, is for those students to come to UMF and to develop that relationship. And what has worked well is if we can create not just one course, but a series of courses where they work closely with a faculty member and they become comfortable with the university so that we can bring them into the university. And then, of course, you know about our curricular revisions from 4 to 3, which I have to say is easy to say, but the real challenge has been that faculty have moved from 3 courses to teaching 4 courses. And 4 courses teaching is a lot, and that has put a strain on the faculty to do that. We have no other choice, but we just have our eyes open on the challenge that has posed for faculty. Okay, next slide. Yeah, I've covered much of this, but you can see that, you know, we're cutting administrators, we're cutting faculty, we're cutting part-time faculty. We're doing what we can. Balancing the budget is our high priority, along with bringing in students and retaining students. So that work is going on, and I expect that will continue over the next year. All of those numbers will be lower as you look at 24. Next slide.
So let's turn to the enrollment side of the house. So UMF credit hours for FY25, excluding early college, are set at 36,016. This is 600 credit hours over FY24's base of 35,416, or about a 1.7% increase. The system IR algorithm does not take into consideration the additional opportunities we've created and are continuing to build on, and set our base credit hours at 33,518. That's about 1,800, almost 1,900 credit hours below our projected FY24 actual credit hours. The results of the 4 to 3 conversion, work we're doing with the barbell strategy, adult education, degree completion, collaborations with school districts, articulation agreements with community colleges, gen ed reform, and early college teacher pathways indicate we can make the current FY24 credit hour base and add a modest 600 additional credit hours for the revamped nursing program with UMA. Early college credit hours are up 12.24% in this budget, and undergraduate credit hours are up 2.4% due to nursing. Everything else has stayed flat. So we are down 39% in credit hours over the last 10 years. Our 4 to 3 conversion is complete. As discussed in the previous slide, credit hours are anticipated to come in at FY24 projections with a slight increase due to the early college and nursing. If we take a look at our FY25 waterfall, which reflects the FY24 credit hour base, and the only increase here is the investments we're making is to the nursing program.
So on this slide, the only thing I want to follow up on is the nursing program. You know, we have had a relationship with UMaine Augusta for nursing, but it was a relationship where the students had to transfer to Augusta, and it really did not work. But now we are, through unified accreditation, offering a program where a student could stay in Farmington and can get a degree here, a joint degree with Farmington and Augusta, and participate in the nursing program. And we have had a very strong relationship now with Franklin Memorial Hospital. They've really come to us and said, we need this university to grow nurses and other medical professions. And so we're beginning with nursing. We're looking at possible certification in surgical as well. But our first focus is on nursing. We have 100 applicants that we are looking at. We're hoping that we can bring in this first class, and Franklin Memorial has said that they will provide clinicals, not only there, but in a few other hospitals So this relationship is very strong, and it makes Farmington, we've always been very community-minded in our education program and in some of our other programs like the Emory Arts Center and the fitness and recreation, but this moves us into health and makes us a more valuable member of the community. So it's an important program for us. We think that we can bring in additional revenue with it, but it's also fulfills a mission that we have of being a big player in Western Maine. Okay. Well, direct admissions has been a very positive program for us, and we look forward to its expansion into the community college. We've done well with our direct admissions program. Okay, next slide. So retention is a huge issue throughout the system. Our retention numbers, though I don't consider them great, they are better than others in the state. The biggest issue that we have in retention is getting those first-year students to become second-year students. Once they become second-year students, we're good. But getting them to be second-year students that transition from high school into the university has been a challenge. And in securing this Title III grant of $2.1 million over 5 years, it focuses on this sense of belonging that is so important. Last year, we put in a new program on advising. We have some of our best faculty advisors devoted to our first-year students, and that has paid off. The other thing that we have found that has been very helpful is peer tutoring. We have a very aggressive peer tutoring program, what we call the Learning Commons, where we now have more than 200 students going into that program. We just have to face the fact that these students are coming into the university unprepared for the academic work. They're unprepared socially, they're unprepared psychologically, and that transition is so important. And that is what we are working on. And then the other thing that we're doing is we're looking at this whole idea of a student success center. And we have many areas that touch on the students in various ways. And we need better coordination of those with our faculty advisors, our people in financial aid, our people in the tutoring center, people in career development, all need better coordination. And that's what we're focusing on. And it all has to do with retaining students. So we're good, but we want to be great in this area, and we think we can do it. Next slide.
All right, so if we take a look at our sample cost of attendance for FY25, it's based on 30 credit hours for a residential in-state student. It's overall increased 3% or $659 over FY24, the value of FY24. It's made up of a 3% tuition increase of $270, no change in our student activity fee or technology fee. We have a 3% increase added into all of the fees. So our total tuition fee charge is $11,308, which is $319 over FY24. Our room rates have increased by $112 or 2%, and our board rates have increased by $228 or 4% to reflect the increase in cost of food service. So the total room and board charges of $11,310 are $340 over the FY24 rate. We talk about our financial aid strategy just a bit. We revamped and streamlined our institutional aid program, which is merit need in FY23. So as a reminder, our previous merit program was expensive, inflexible, and did not give us room to be nimble in light of new programs and services. Our previous programs are sunsetting over 3 years, and our new programs debuted in the fall of 24. So far, our new programs have been very successful. The FY25 financial aid strategy continues to build on what we started in 24, and FY25 will be year 2. So we're using elasticity and strategic awarding of merit and need-based institutional aid to maximize the impact of federal, state, and donor aid. We're prioritizing non-institutional aid prior to awarding institutional aid. And a significant shift has been focusing on student accountability for maintaining the merit scholarship standards, as well as support for students who are in danger of losing the merit. So we're making strides in increasing transfer aid, number of donor-funded scholarships, emergency aid, and providing support to navigate the new FAFSA. Discount rates for FY23 for UMF for first-time full-time undergrad students sits at 37%. If we compare it to the IPEDS calculation is at 42%, and then the Hanover Peers calculation is at 37%. So our overall, let's turn to residence halls and dining, and our overall arching goal for the residence halls is to meet our students' needs and interests while keeping costs as low as possible. To that end, for FY25, and you've heard this in other presentations from other campuses, we have increased the number of single rooms to 46% of our housing stock. Currently, we're sitting at about 31% on campus. We've created more medical singles in every residence hall. We are reopening Purington Hall, which is a very popular residence hall, and that will include single-user bathrooms, laundry on the first floor, and an accessible entry into the hall. We've opened a pet-friendly residence hall, and we've created a sports interest living community and created a quiet all-singles veterans floor. And as we do every year, we'll continue to work with Sodexo to ensure food meets diversity, dietary needs, and interests. And we're building on the success of a change in the all-access meal plan that occurred this year. The result of the work that was outlined in the previous slide shifts our housing stock capacity from 936 to 714. 115 beds in Mallet Hall will remain offline as we had the unforeseen increase in costs associated with the renovation. So we've shifted our focus to finishing Purington, and we'll have it back online for the fall semester. The reduction of Mallet reduces our average capacity to 699. We look at our capital investments. Our increasing stewardship of ESCO funds lowers our campus risk profile and leads to stabilizing our risk and deferred maintenance. And we have a greater impact on the campus net asset value. We went from 55% net asset value in FY22 to 58% in 23, and we'll continue to grow in 24 as we close out the ESCO projects and make those investments. Our annual funding target in 23 was 4.1 million, and we were able to exceed that and invest 7.23 million. And we're using the outcome of the investment is a reduction in the deferred maintenance over the next 5 years. We're at that point where we can pick projects instead of projects picking us, which is extremely important. So if we look at our total depreciation, our depreciation expenses increased 31.3% over FY24. Our funded depreciation increased to 114.64%. Overall funded depreciation for the campus went from 38% in 24 to 62% in 25. We acknowledge that our reserve balances still need work, and there are minimum balances in capital reserves at this time. Prior to the FY24 fiscal year end, our E&G reserves, which doesn't include the GASB reserve, is $6.7 million deficit. We absolutely know we need to start growing our deficit so we can strategically invest in UMF and then ultimately include a reserve transfer in future budgets. It's a slow process, but the first hurdle in moving from the 4 to 3 credit conversion has completed. So even with operation and financial challenges, we're continuing to use resources to invest in campus facility improvements during FY25. UMF's budgeted capital commitment for 25 totals just over $824,000. It's comprised of $354,000 in direct project expense against the E&G budget and $365,000 in auxiliary. The remaining funds will be moved into a capital reserve account to be used later. The ESCO project's winding down. The most significant improvement that has occurred is the addition of a second biomass boiler that allows us to utilize wood chips and heat the campus domestic hot water load over 12 months rather than oil and propane. It also creates thermal rec revenue that helps pay for the debt service. The 2023 NAV, as I indicated before, has increased 3% over FY22. Deferred maintenance bond allows for investments in accessibility, plumbing and electrical infrastructure in the residence halls, which will help retain students on campus. Additional projects are in the development stage. And despite the limited capital resources, we've focused on where things matter and we are experiencing positive outcomes. We're preparing to raise one building on campus during FY25, which results in a reduction of 2,200 square feet. And we're looking at vacating a Main Street building, and we're in the early stages of planning as to what we will do with that. The potential is there that we could provide a rental opportunity to a community member.
So let me sum up by saying that this is a university that is engaged in culture change, and that is a hard thing to do. But as I mentioned, for the faculty, going from teaching 3 courses to 4 courses, moving from a face-to-face to online, moving from undergraduate to graduate. All of our programs, all the academic programs have gone through a program review this year. It's very rare to do all programs at once, but this is how we're moving to change. We should know that this creates, what we have done is created strain among the faculty and the staff, particularly as we have cut the budget the way that we have done that. I mean, this is a great university, still focused on teaching, but it is a work in process right now, and I think we're heading in the right direction. And it will continue to take time for us to achieve the goals that we're hoping for this university. But I'm optimistic that we're going to get there. I'd be glad to answer any questions or any suggestions that you might have.
Thanks, President, and thanks to you and your team for the materials and for a wonderful presentation. You drew the short straw here in going last at the end of a long day, but you kept everybody's attention, and we particularly appreciate, I think, collectively, all the things you are doing to accomplish that culture change you were just talking about. It can't be easy. We understand that it's not going to please everyone, but you and your leadership team are showing the resolve to get it done, and I think we're all optimistic about that and are glad you're where you are, sir. So thank you. Questions from the group? Yes, Trustee McMahon.
Joe, a really great presentation, and I admire the job you've done. You've done an outstanding job there. Quick question for you. On your slide 20, page 254, a 38% increase in depreciation. Is that through major capital expenses, or is that because depreciation schedules have changed?
I think I'm going to take that if you don't mind, Joe.
Yes,
I
please.
think that's a combination of both, Trustee McMahon. We did bring on the newly renovated Sweatwinter Early Education Center. So that's now on our books, and so that has attributed to significant piece of that increase.
And President, could you just, maybe I didn't hear it all accurately, but what is happening with the second dorm renovation?
So these are 100-year-old buildings, and as they took the floor off to renovate, they discovered that it needed to be reinforced. And so over time, I think various renovations took place that weakened the floor. And so now it needs to be reinforced. And so it's going to be a little bit more time and a little bit more expense. I expect that it will be ready by January. I'm not sure that it will be needed by January, but it will be ready by then.
I'm sorry, when you say ready,
I think that Purington will be ready for students this fall.
right.
Mallet, would need a few more months to complete its renovation. As a practical matter, it's probably going to be another year before we would use that. But if we did need it in the middle of the year, we probably could.
Is that, I assume it's going to be additional expense, which we will have to be considering at some point?
Correct.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes,
we'll
we
bring it.
will. We will be coming to you with, we have the money in the bond, but we will come to you for approval of the expense for that renovation.
Okay.
We're focused right now on getting Purington ready.
And when you mention in your charts the percentage of occupancy of your capacity, I take it that the two dorms which are offline are not capacity at the moment. That is, they're not being considered as part of the capacity.
Lori, did you?
One dorm is, Parrington is, but Mallet is not. We kept Mallet off the books for this budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yep, thanks. Chair Riley?
Yeah, thanks. I just would echo what everyone said. It's just a terrific example of leadership to really have focused this and moved the community with you. I know it's tough work, but deeply appreciated, and you clearly have a vision. It's actually exciting if cutting can be exciting, but you're really growing, and it's terrific. Could you just, I missed, so I know in our early discussions, we were a little concerned about enrollment numbers that seemed a little bit ambitious, but you mentioned the matriculation numbers are looking good. Could you just spend a minute on your anticipated enrollment for next year?
Well, what we're anticipating is essentially flat. Although we are anticipating more nursing students that would come in, but everything else is flat, which means that we are anticipating some loss in traditional students, but what we lose in traditional students, we would make up in graduate and online adult completers. So we're our transfer students. So any of the advantage of our new programs is just to stay even, just to stay even, except for nursing, which we think will bring in more students.
Thank
you. Right now, if I look at the numbers, yeah, we're 20% up from where we were last year, but we're only halfway through the cycle. I don't know if those, move forward and it'll be slower in the second half. So, we're trying to be as aggressive as we can with our programs and as conservative, as reasonable with our revenue projections. But I don't know, who knows? This is the best that we can do right now, and I hope it's right. But
thank you. Trustee Flood.
Thank you. Thank you, President McDonald and Lori. That was a really nice, easy to follow presentation and full of a lot of stuff that's really hard for you to do. So I appreciated that very much. And I didn't have a question, but I just wanted to say, I thought that whole conversation, President McDonald, about nursing and the collaboration with UMA and Franklin Memorial Hospital, seems like that's just right on the money. And the fact that you've got 100 applicants potentially, that just was really nice to hear. So Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the president or his team? I'm not seeing any. So in a moment, I'm going to entertain a motion to go into what I think is going to be a fairly brief executive session for the remaining members. But I did just want to thank everybody for this long day and the incredible amount of work that went into getting us here. I'm just continually struck by how lucky we are as a system to have the quality of senior leadership that we do, to have the presidents we do, and to have the senior teams at each of these campuses. And it just seems like everybody is working together as a team across 7 universities in the system in a way which is really fun to watch. And I'm sure that there are times when there are tensions below the surface, but the extent of cooperation between the presidents in these campuses is just great. And we're all facing all these external challenges, but those challenges are not being generated from within. And it's just a pleasure to watch it and to see the incredible talent that we have working on these issues. So thank you very much. I would now entertain a motion for the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee of the Board of Trustees to go into executive session under the provisions of 1 MRSA Section 4056A to discuss the evaluation personnel and the consideration and discussion of appointments, evaluations, employment, and duties, as well as 1 MRSA Section 4056C to discuss the condition, acquisition, or disposition of real property or economic development if premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive or bargaining position of UMS. Is there such a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Trustee McMahon and seconded by Chair Riley. Beth, could you take the roll call, please?
Yes. Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Flood,
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
The motion carries. I'll move you into executive session.
Thank you. And again, thanks to everybody for this day. Okay, we're back in the main session, and I will declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you very much for everybody for your commitment and your long day.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Roger.
you.
Soon.
Thank you.